Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Unkillable Gaming Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku doesn't like to admit it, but it gets to him. The bullying he means. It's been going on since they were 6 and he thought it would stop when they were 6. They were small children who didn't understand the consequences their actions and words caused. It began again after summer when they were 7. He figured they'd stop when they were 7. There was a new kid in class after all, fresh meat. They'd forget about him. They don't. When they were 8 he figured they have to stop before the end of the year. Teachers were starting to notice the small years and the not-so-hidden exclusion they were enforcing on him. The teachers don't notice the continue. 9 years of age and 3 years of bullying. They have to stop now. It's getting ridiculous. Though, he probably causes most of the incidents now anyway. He's just so used to being pushed around that he can't stand other people being the punching bag. They won't let up on him, so he might as well make himself useful. Nobody notices, nobody does anything. It continues. 10, just a little under 2 years and he'd be able to go to a new school. A school away from Bakugo and his other tormentors. That's the sad thing, he doesn't know the other tormentors by name. They've done nothing in his life but cause misery. Bakugo though, the one he used to call Kaken and the one who used to be his best friend, he was there before that. That's the only reason he knows his name. 12. 1 year left, then he can go to a junior high that he knows nobody else will go to. He's thought about it long and hard. He'll go to the worst school in the ward, none of his classmates will follow. He's always been compared to dirt, to trash, to being Deku. Maybe if he goes in a class with the shittiest of them all he can get away from it all. It doesn't happen and his first year of junior high starts off with Bakugo getting everybody against him. 13. That's when he does it. For the first time. It wasn't that hard to get a gun, if you knew where to look. Izuku went to a school with crafty people who knew where to look. He may have been Deku, but he was still Wallflower Deku. Quiet and listening. He didn't have much trouble. Of course, the old man behind the counter gave him a skeptical look, but his expression, whether it was the conviction in his eyes, the grinding of his teeth, or the culmination of years' worth of stress piled into his eye bags, finally sways him. He buys the gun 2 bullets and heads off home, making sure his mother isn't home. He writes a note, telling her what's gone on, telling his teachers that he doesn't blame them, they didn't know, telling Bakugo that he's sorry he was so worthless that it made him hate him. And that's when he grabs the gun. He was originally sitting on his bed, but he soon finds himself on the floor back pressing as far into the wall as possible. His hands are shaking, looking at the gun. Was he really going to do this? But why was he doing this? And then, a voice answers back, why were they wasting time on you? He doesn't know how to answer that, because the voice sounds so much like his own, only nastier. Why did she ever encourage you? What made you think you could be a hero? Why are you burdening everybody? He knows the voice is his own, but he doesn't really know where these thoughts are coming from. He hasn't ever felt like that, he's felt like dying for a long time, to get it to end, not because he thinks he's a burden. Or because he thinks he's wasting people's time and energy, but now that the voice puts it out there he realizes what it's saying is true. He wants to be a hero, but he can't be a hero. He's quirkless. He's hurting his mother by pursuing a hopeless dream and ruining what little life he had by acting like he could really do it. What had made him think he could do that? What pretentious thought had made him think of himself so high and mighty? He was Midoriya Izuku, Deku. Quirkless Deku. Worthless. That's what he was known as. Most people didn't need to know his name W.S. Izuku, because they were calling by what he was. The worthless Deku Midoriya. Hands not so shaky this time, he picks up the gun and puts it in his mouth. He'd researched enough villains and heroes to know that when villains did something like this the person always died. He doesn't even notice the sound of the front door opening, or his mother's footsteps and voice. All he can focus on is the feeling of his hands around the gun as he swallows and breathes out for what he can only believe is the last time. He pulls the trigger just as his mother opens his door. Her smile drops and that's the last he sees before his world goes dark. He knows he's never going to forget that image now, the look of horror and guilt as his mother saw him do it. He didn't want her to be there. And yet she was. This will stay with him throughout whatever comes next. He isn't too sure what he expects death to be like, maybe cold, maybe unbearably hot, maybe silent or full of noise. He doesn't expect what he finds. It's just like in a video game. There are two words hovering in front of him. Continue from last checkpoint. Of course, there's also the peculiar hovering number to the side with WTL point above it. A screen pops up and he flinches. No, that can't be turned right? On the strange screen is his last moments replaying on loop, but from a third-party perspective, he can hear his mother's wail as she realizes what's happened. A counter appears and he doesn't think about pressing end. Instead, his hand doesn't hesitate to smash down the continue from last save point. In the next second, Izuku feels his eyes flash open. He lurches forward and tries to breathe while starting to choke at the same time. His mother rushes forward, seemingly putting aside her disbelief to help him, and manages to coax him into cough up what has to be his lungs and a lead bullet. He's not kidding either. When he finally can breathe again, it's after he's spat out a crumpled lead bullet and a whole ton of blood that can no be healthy even considering the circumstances onto his bedroom floor. He's glad they don't have carpets. 13. He was 13 the first time he tried to kill himself, and he finds out what his quirk is. They run tests, find out that his heart is beating at the same rate that of somebody on the brink of death's would, and that somehow his pulse rate is no longer there. His breathing is fine though, but unfortunately when they take a look in his mouth they find a wicked scar on the roof of his mouth and the very back of his throat. They can only theorize that that's part of his quirk. He can come back, but it leaves a scar in place of the injury. His mother also informs them that when he shot up, a small yellow light rippled away from him. It's sick, twisted, and totally inhuman, but they make him repeat his actions just to video record the response. The wave, whatever it is, messes up equipment but makes things like heart monitors turn on and causes computers to shut down. They decide to call it the Unkillable quirk. He doesn't mention how his WTL point had wavered after his initial death slightly and shot up after his second death. He had meant to get rid of the note before his mother finds it, but it seemed his luck didn't stretch far enough. His mother's tears start to fall and he feels useless all over again, because why did he do that? He's only hurt her more than she already was. How selfish was he? His mother was just starting to recover from his dad's death and he goes and does something like this? His quirk is useless. He decided that a week into knowing what it is. It doesn't change anything, it doesn't make anything different. All it does is let him know that Kaken can get as violent as he likes and it won't matter. He hates that. Because yet again it makes sense. He's Deku, why would he have something that's relatively useful? The universe hates him, not that he's going to start whining about it, so why would it give him a useful quirk? He would have been more content with not having a quirk. At least then he could be like somebody else, but no. He's got this sick fed-up quirk. Thinking about it, it's almost like everything was planned, wasn't it? He didn't want to live anymore, so the universe made him unable to die. He doesn't know the limitations of his quirk, he doesn't really want to know. The doctors do though. They want to know whether he can come back from only non-natural things or if there's a chance he can come back from somewhat natural things, dehydration, starvation. They want to use him like a guinea pig and see if he'll die or not. It's messed up, but what else will his quirk be good for other than making him a new test subject? Hopefully if he does this, then the next unfortunate soul to get this DMN curse of a quirk won't have to. That's what's going through his head as he stares down at the pills on the table in front of him. Tests started today. Test number 1. Overdose. He takes the pills in his hand. Why isn't he shaking? Taking the glass of water in the other, he puts the pills in his mouth before drinking the water and swallowing the pills. There's no immediate effect, aside from the itching feeling under his skin, but soon he feels like he can't breathe, his eyes won't focus and his stomach is churning and his blood is boiling. His eyes close. When they open again, he's in the black room and the signs are in front of him. Continue or end. The little sign in the corner WDLPTS hasn't changed from last time when they checked the wave, but it's still down from the first time. He's been trying to figure out what it means. His eyes flicker to the screen showing the third-party showing of his death. It's horrid what he's looking at. He pulls his eyes away quickly, going back to the WTLPTS. He thinks it stands for something like will to live or something along those lines. Pressing the continue button, he sees the points rise ever so slightly before he closes his eyes, and he's once again opening them in the blank white hospital room, but this time he's coughing, and the pills drop to the floor, covered in blood, the same blood that's dripping from his lips now. He stares at that, the room's white except for his blood. That should be an indication of what life's going to be like now, he guesses. The doctors walk in when he's sat up properly, giving him a glass of water and taking him to get some sort of test done. He's never been in hospitals that much, so he's surprised to hear they can get tests done where they can get a 3D model of your insides. He has 5 new scars on his stomach lining, one for where each pill touched before they took effect. He knows he's going to be some sort of disfigured and scarred monstrosity by the time he becomes an adult. Izuku isn't proud of many things. He's not been given the chance to be proud of anything really, but one thing in particular that makes him feel proud is when he's standing in an alleyway making sure that the little frightened girl behind him doesn't get hurt. She's shaking like a wet leaf on a January morning, and her cries are ringing in Izuku's ears. That and the blood. There's lots of blood rushing through his ears. There's always blood in situations like this. He's never too sure whose blood is whose. There's often not enough time to look or care. This little girl can't be more than 6, dirty and matted black hair with tear-swollen brown eyes that don't match the face a young child should make. They look deep into the soul, and it makes you wonder what she's seen. But that doesn't matter to Izuku. What matters is, she was running down the street in that tattered nightgown that's sod-dem by the rain at this point, bawling her eyes out, calling for help that nobody seemed to be giving. So he gave it to her, and she'd latched onto him, told him that the bad man, the man in front of him he assumes, hurt her and took her from her mother. And lo and behold, the scumbag turned up declaring himself to be her father. Or was it her uncle? He couldn't really remember at this point, just some male family member. He's taken one too many punches to care which one. Her cries ring once again as the BS does something weird with his coat, almost like he's rearranging it to make it look neater. But that's when Izuku spots the sheen, and he knows. He knows what that means. It's been far too long since he was part on the naive that assumed it was a phone. He doesn't know who he's using it on though. The man pulls out the knife and he wipes the blood away from his eye and dodges precariously, hoping to dear God that the crazy man isn't aiming for the little girl. Unfortunately he is, and Izuku can hear her scream as the man who hurt her gets closer. He doubts she's even acknowledged he has a knife or that he's about to stab her. The noise she makes isn't panicked enough for that. No, this is full-on horror. The man she's so scared of is so close, and she's so scared that he's going to touch her and do whatever unimaginable things he did to her all over again. Izuku doesn't let that happen. Before he knows what his feet are thinking, he's covering her body with his arms, holding her as far from the knife that's sticking through him as possible. She's wide-eyed and even more horror-stricken than before, but when Izuku meets her eyes he smiles, which makes her confused. "Give me a moment, okay?" She nods, scared. Why does she have to be scared? She's a little girl. She shouldn't be scared right now. She should be with her mother playing, reading, and doing something other than being scared. He feels his eyes go dark, like usual. The pain subsides, and as always he waits. Waits for the screen to pop up, the vicious recap to be shown, and his 2 choices. He checks on his WTL point meter to find it low. Seems the happy thoughts just don't come so easily anymore. Hard to think of reasons to live when most of your actions involve nearly dying to help people. Would help if the bullying also stopped. He might be in a safer mindset where having to kill himself every now and then wouldn't feel so normal. He might feel odd and out of it, not taking it in his stride and bottling up everything. One could imagine a happy and cheerful Midoriya Izuku whose life wasn't dread-filled and morbid. One could imagine. The options pop up and he doesn't think, just locks his eyes on the WTL point meter and smiles in satisfaction that it moves up. He had a will to live, he just doesn't have much. A year ago maybe he had tons to spare. Now the bullying is worse, now it's more violent, and he's stressed enough to feel like shit all over again. But when he thinks of the little girl who's crying, who's scared, who's currently been left alone with that man, the meter rises up considerably, enough to come back twice today. Because he's not living for himself, he's living to help that little girl. So he slams his hand on the correct button and gasps for air when he feels the familiar shockwave go off. The little girl is still against the wall. She doesn't look too injured. The man, however, must have been standing over her because from where his body had been discarded to the side, the shockwave has managed to knock him off his feet. He doesn't like to be smug, his bullies are smug and he's nothing like them, but he does feel slight pride when he sees the gaping look the scumbag sends him. Getting to his feet first, the shocked man trembles. It's to be expected. His clothes have got a hole where the knife went through, and there's blood on him, but there he is, standing upright as if nothing ever happened despite the fact he was just stabbed in the heart. Shock is expected. Get away from her. Terrified now, the man drops the knife and moves away. He tries to escape, but he's trembling and tripping, and Izuku is quicker on his feet anyway. He grabs him by the back of his shirt and keeps him there as he pulls out his phone. He rings the number, gives his name and the operator size. They know him by now. She promises an ambulance and the police. They arrive a few minuets later, and in that time the guy's peed himself, and the little girl has managed to stop crying when she realizes that he can't hurt her anymore. When the police do arrive, the man is handcuffed and the officer in charge looks Izuku over, noticing the opening in his clothes and blood but lack of a wound, and raises an eyebrow before an officer Izuku knows well by now tells him not to worry about it. He's taken to the ambulance and they check him over. It seems all paramedics have been told about the boy with wild green hair and mysterious scars. They say he's okay to go home and that his new friend is fine and just got the okay. He asks if he can see her, and when he does they hug. She cries again. But that's okay, but it's in happiness this time. When he goes home that night, his mother sighs seeing the new scar but pats his head and hurries off to get dinner ready. There's not much else she can do. Midoriya's such a freak. He doesn't even get changed in front of the other guys. What the hell's wrong with him? From what I heard, he's also been caught speaking to the air. He's a proper freak. I always feel uneasy around him. He always seems like he's 2 seconds away from snapping or something. He ignores them. There isn't much he can do in this situation. The teachers don't let him get changed with the others. They know about his quirk and his scars and think it would scare the other boys if they saw them. He isn't speaking to the air, he's just died enough to be stuck somewhere between the living and the dead. He can see people on both sides of the veil. He's not about to snap, not in the way they think at least. It won't stop them though. They'll stay uneasy and standoffish and nothing will change. He's currently in PE, running is on the agenda today. He always lags behind. He doesn't want them to think he can keep up. If he stays behind them they won't mistake it for him upstaging them. Of course, they take their frustration out on him whether he's given them a reason to or not. So his efforts are useless really. But that's besides the point. He's got his jacket on despite the blazing sun and he's regretting it. By this point he should be used to overheating. Since he turned 11 he's had to wear stuff that covers his arms at all times. Something about numerous scars on a child's arms seem to rub people the wrong way. They're on what? The 6th lap so far? And people are already starting to drop out of the pack. This is about endurance and most people don't take that into account when they make a mad dash for the first 100 meters. He can probably get to 10 laps before he's going to start thinking of dropping his pace. He's used to long endurance activities, fights, missing the bus, running away from bullies, but running has never been his forte. Honestly, if he wasn't considering UA, he would have been the first to drop out. UA isn't just for heroics, it's also got other courses, support, general studies and business, and his quirk isn't suited to the heroic course so he's got to work extra hard to get into one of the other ones. He can feel the eyes that are following him from the sidelines, but he makes sure he's deaf to the words that follow. He's doing this for himself, not for them. They don't want him, he's had that message ingrained in him for years. He thought coming to the shittiest junior high school in the ward would put a stop to the bullying. He'd get away from his old tormentors and make a new image for himself. But no, the universe has to throw a spanner in the works and FNG Bakugo Katsuki happens to come to the same junior high as himself despite getting the highest scores in their final year, saying that Izuku got second highest and he's there as well. Lap 10 comes around and he drops out. He's starting to seriously overheat now and he's not ready to be sent to the nurse's office unconscious by one of his classmates. They wouldn't even take him to the office probably. He hates today. P is always last lesson on Wednesday. and their teacher always makes them stay for half an hour later than school hours last. It's something Izuku's learned to get used to, but not everybody has. That much is indicated by the way that a bunch of them are crowding around the fence looking far too longingly out at the busy street behind the school. He sees a familiar flicker of movement in the corner of his eye and mumbles under his breath before slumping down next to the shade of the tree close to the group of students by the fence. He's close enough for the teacher to not single him out but far enough that they won't hear what he has to say. "What are you doing here?" The translucent man sits down next to him, though he still hovers a centimeter or two above the ground. Mr. Kurodon is lovely and all, but it's a bit uneasy having a dead man show up when you're tired. The elderly figure just sits next to him, watching the other students run. "Just came to check up on you. You didn't stop by this week." That's right, he couldn't make it because he had so much homework. That and his mother pointed out that he needed to stop spending so much time around dead people. His mother understands his condition. Hell, when he first came up to her and said he saw their elderly neighbor who had died 6 months prior, she'd driven him to the hospital. 2 months later, and bada bing bada boom, apparently he can communicate with ghosts. "I'm fine, I couldn't make it because of homework and because I was told to spend more time around living people." He lets the words hang in the air. A lot of his ghostly friends have communicated with his mother through levitating pen and paper, and some of the younger ones through writing in flour they've dropped on the kitchen floor. Mr. Kurodon has spoken with his mother a few times, and he knows her standing on the matter. He can speak and help the ghosts, and they can even come back to the house and haunt the place as long as he keeps up reasonable contact with people of the living, breathing pulse-owning variety. He doesn't get that one though. He has no pulse and his breathing rate is lower than an average person, so he's not so living himself. "But that's not working out for you so well, is it, lad? You know, when I was your age we had none of this quirk business. The most you argued about was whether the big bully could knock you out or not." He half listens to the ghost. What the old man has to say is interesting, sure, but he's also distracted by what's going on at the fence. The kids are getting a bit rowdier, and as usual, the teacher's ignoring them in favor of cheering Bakugo on. Izuku wouldn't normally get involved, but he knows something about the situation is forcing him to pick up on it. And then, as if by magic, it clicks. He recognizes that voice. A voice in his head speaks up. "BSS," it says. That's the little girl, Hisashi, from last weekend. Quickly, before he can even think of what he's doing, he's leaving Mr. Kurodon behind and he's making his way over to the crowd of teens who are picking on the little girl with not so matted black hair and the beginnings of tear-swollen brown eyes that still don't match the face of a little child. "Hey!" He doesn't normally speak up. His sole purpose half the time is to not draw attention to himself, so his loud voice makes the crowd disperse enough for him to get a clear view of Hisashi. She's got tears pricking the corners of her eyes and a wobbly chin that all little kids get when they're upset. She's still got the bandages wrapped around her head from the cut she got when he was unconscious. "Big brother Izuku." The little girl's eyes light up upon seeing him, and he hears murmurs start once the words leave her mouth. Her chin stops wobbling and instead stills as a face-splitting smile appears. He sighs, not in exasperation but just in that way that you have to when you realize something's going to backfire soon. The students who had been crowded before have left a wide breath as he crouches in front of the fence, asking her why she's here and where her mother is. She tells him her mother went to the shop across the street. It's true because he can see her in the window from here, and they saw him running, so because she could still see her, Hisashi was allowed to stay and watch. Izuku has to wonder about the parenting, because surely this was how he ended up in the situation last weekend, but he doesn't comment anything as Mrs. Megami crosses the street and waves and says hello. They say goodbye and the pair are on their way. Thankfully they're out of earshot when the other kids start. "She must be a weirdo just like you, Midoriya, if she thinks of you like her brother." One boy snarls. "You made us stop just so you could say hi to that brat?" That one sneers and it makes his ugly face 10 times worse. "She's that kid from last weekend, right? Peach, I don't get why they helped her. She's obviously just another shitty freak, isn't S-? It's then that he snaps. The prick doesn't even get to finish his sentence and he's already thrown a punch. How dare he say that? That's a little 6-year-old girl who was kidnapped, beaten and nearly raped by a man nearly 5 times her age. What gives him the right to say something like that? He shouts all that as he throws punches. The boy fights back, but Izuku's been getting into fights with guys bigger and stronger than him since he was 11. He's dragged off eventually by the PE teacher. The other kid has a broken nose and a black eye. He has slight bruising and bloody knuckles. Neither of them get in trouble. He reckons it's because the teacher confirmed what the kid said. The mother was probably too embarrassed to request punishments be made, and the school know of his involvement with the little girl and put it down to self-defense. They've acknowledged it was one of his bullies, and on this occasion they're willing to blur the lines a little. Class is horrendous. Everybody's forgotten about his fight, but they haven't forgotten about the fact that he did snap, because like they said, 1 second he was just stood there with a blank look and the next he was trying to beat a kid's face in. They know he's done it. They just can't be bothered to remember the facts. They still chat about him staring at nothing or talking to thin air, but again he ignores them like always. They'd find it hard to not answer the somewhat corporal being beside them if they sometimes forgot how to distinguish between the veils. That's the main one of 2 major drawbacks of his quirk. He's stuck between the veil of the living and the dead. Able to see, touch and communicate with both sides but never truly in one or the other. Today has been better than others. Nobody has made any effort to acknowledge him bar the teachers, so teasing has been at a minimum, and aside from Bakugo blowing up his lunch again, it's been an incident-free day. The dinner lady gave him a free lunch afterwards anyway. She saw what happened and took pity. So all in all, it's been quiet, and despite a small hiccup he's still eating properly. He hates last lesson. It's always noisy and rowdy and nobody wants to stay out and listen, drawing the boring class on longer than it needs to be. Today's last lesson is just homeroom, or as his mother calls it, a barely disguised free hour for the teachers in which they still get paid. But because it's homeroom, that means he has to sit close to Bakugo. It's strange, irrational even when he really puts some thought into it. He can't die. If he decides he wants to live, he will. As long as he has some form of motivation that can be transferred into WTLPTS, he can come back. But Bakugo, somebody that he knows wants to be a hero, is just scary to him. He just bottles up when he sees him. He's died who knows how many times, and yet Bakugo will remain his worst fear. Because he can understand a situation in which he's going to die, he can understand the veil of living and dead, he can understand how to read if a person's dangerous, or if that woman is going to step in front of that approaching bus, or if she's transfixed on a sign across the street. But for the life and numerous deaths of him, he cannot figure out Bakugo Katsuki. He can predict his every move in a fight, but he still can't predict what he'll do when there isn't an audience. A memory they both swore to never mention again comes to mind, but he tucks that away for another time. The teacher's talking about something, he's zoned out slightly, more focused on the sheer amount of semi-corporal beings in the room. The ghosts don't like to be called ghosts, so he has to get creative with the names sometimes. Unervingly, there's about 20 of them, 15 being around his age and the other 5 being teachers. He knows every single one of them from newspaper reports. It's the shittiest school in the ward for a reason. The kids his age are hovering by their old desks, 6 of them are surrounding him. His seat must have bad luck. On the first day of their 3rd year, he noticed one ghost used to hover by Bakugo's desk. His aura apparently scared them off because they now reside on the other side of the room. The spirits are gossiping about anything and everything. He only really starts to pay attention when the teacher is throwing leaflets in the air and Izuku realizes he probably just missed rather important information. The shouting continues and he decides to finally start listening. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But you know that it's against the rules to use them in school. Bar me, he finds himself thinking. He'd had to have a quirk usage license for the past year and a half now. Sensei, don't lump me in with these losers. A familiar blonde's voice shouts over the ruckus of the class, its usual condescending tone thickening it, as if I had anything like their crappy quirks. Peh. As Izuku, and probably Katsuki, expects, the class goes into an uproar once again, but this time it's out of anger, not childish excitement. Get over yourself, Katsuki. What makes you so special, huh? Say that to my face. By that point, he feels like slamming his head into his desk but stops himself when he hears their teacher. Ah, Bakugo. You, of course, must be aiming for UA High School. The words alone haunt the class. The red eyes filled with determination glare them all down. Of course it's on. Why a few seconds before the class is screaming about how hard it is to get into, Izuku's beginning to spot a trend between when Katsuki and his Quirk are involved and when his class starts squawking a load of nonsense. He's pulled from his musing by the thump of his childhood friend's feet hitting the table as he stands on top of it. Ah, the stupid chattering of extras. I aced the mock exam. So did I. I'm the only one here with the stuff for you. I'll even surpass All Might and become the best hero out there. Because that's going so well for Endeavor right now, isn't it? Not to mention, I'll be one of the richest people in the world. Classic Katsuki self-serving Bakugo. Oh, you're also going for Yue, aren't you, Midoriya? He's glad in that instance for his Quirk, because as he lets his head hit the desk out of defeat, he can practically hear the blonde's ego cracking. He only bothers to look up when everybody begins to laugh. Huh? Midoriya? No way. He's not sure if that's disbelief or an insulting tone. Good grades alone can't get you into the hero program. There are like 3 or 4 programs in all at UA. He's well aware of his negative reputation and desires to just screw any chances of him getting a good one back by standing up and defending himself. If they want to think he doesn't have a Quirk, then let them. That's not necessarily true. Sure, there's no precedent, but he trails off as he sees Katsuki's palm slam down on his desk, explosion going off on the, thankfully empty, table. Come on, Deku. Forget the crappy quirks. You're totally quirkless. They both know that's a lie, and he can just see it in those red eyes that Bakugo Katsuki is challenging him to say he's wrong, and you think you can rub shoulders with me? The eyes go from challenging to just plain angry, and Izuku finds that the hurried gestures from the ghosts in the room are motioning for him to try and backpedal the conversation. And fast. What? Wait, no, Kaken. I wasn't saying I could compete with you. Not at all. I mean it. Soothing the explosive boy's ego always worked when they were kids, but it's been so long since he'd done it that it only seems to anger him more. Great, he seethed to himself in his mind. He probably thinks I'm being sarcastic. Sympathy might work? It's just up in my dream. Since I was little. And well, he wants to continue. With you know this, or maybe even we promised we'd be heroes together, but he knows it's useless, so he continues to try and gain some form of sympathy. The ghosts muttering to themselves while giving him sorry looks are really not making him feel better either. There's no harm in trying. Those words are what tips the class over the edge, and all the condescending attitudes boil over and explode into laughter once again as Katsuki's rage is once again unleashed upon him. He blanks it all out, finding the eyes of the only living person in the room not laughing at him, finding it to be the boy he beat up the other day. The boy's staring at him, confused as to why he's backing down, why he isn't standing up for himself. But it's different now. He doesn't have a cause to fight for now. He's not defending anybody's honor. He's just doing the teenager equivalent of pushing papers until he can move on to bigger and better things. And if that means letting everybody think they have the upper hand, well, so be it. The day had grown worse since he'd resigned himself. His journal was blown up, he'd actually been pushed down the stairs by some of Katsuki's groupies, he'd been told to jump off of the roof, and his old phone had been crushed in the landing at the bottom of the stairs, so he couldn't even call his mother to come and pick him up. Some of the ghosts in the classrooms had come to check on him, giving him their apologies for not being able to do anything and offering him advice about what to do before they'd gotten stuck at the school gate unable to leave. It had been nice and good advice, but he had a suspicion they hadn't followed their own advice when they were alive. Feeling in more of a slump than usual, he took the shortcut to his house, through the under-bypass tunnel, needing nothing more than to just collapse on his bed and contemplate why he had such a sucky quirk. A medium-sized body. To hide in. Before he could process what was happening, he felt a warm gloop surrounding him and trying to smother him, some of the weird texture getting into his mouth and up his nose blocking his airways. On instinct he fought to get away. Don't worry. I'm just hijacking your body. Calm down. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. Then it'll be all over. He knew exactly what the slime meant by all over. He was going to use him as a human sack bag. Scared and slightly crooked fingers came up to his face, beginning to claw at the fluid asphyxiating him. I'm saved. You're a real hero. I never thought he'd turn up in this town. He managed to get his nose free for a second, letting out a weird noise before he was once again covered up. No point in trying that. I'm fluid, you see. He couldn't do anything, and so he let his hands fall to the side. The explosive waves that happened after his quirk happened would probably blow the hoop off of him anyway. Stopping his fighting, his eyes flitted to his journal that had fallen open, quite ironically for the situation, on his sketched-out hero costume. No tears pricked at his eyes as anybody else's would. No, he didn't have to fear about not being able to achieve his dream, at least not in the way of not actually being alive to complete it. He just had to let the darkness consume him. The clatter of metal hitting concrete snaps what little concentration he has left to the shadowy figure in the corner of his eye. For a few seconds he thinks it's maybe one of the local ghosts he usually talks to coming to see him off, but a loud and well-known voice corrects him. "Fear not, kid. I am here." He recognizes the hero's voice and feels himself get slightly giddy, off of the lack of oxygen or the next two words he isn't sure, before the hero lets out a battle cry. Texas Smash. The slime is knocked away from him, as well as all the surrounding air, and he quickly catches a glimpse of the blonde hero before finally passing out due to lack of oxygen. He feels something hitting his face, and out of instinct, the first thing he does is twist the wrist of whoever's hitting him. However, he stops immediately when his eyes unblur and he realizes he's twisting the wrist of the number one hero. A hero whose whole arm is turning with the hold and actually looks quite worried right now. Of course, the first thing he does is let go of the hero's wrist, and of course the first thing that's said to him is, "OW." Which is a surprise because he really shouldn't have been causing the All Might to feel any form of pain. But accidents happen? And maybe he'd hurt his wrist in the fight and he was just aggravating it. "Sorry. I'm so sorry. You have an awfully strong grip, young man. I had better get going though." He scrambles to sit up and is about to ask a question when the hero has already taken off. "DMN. I had better get home, maybe ask if I can visit Dr. Akabane. I might have scaring on my lungs again." So, grabbing his stuff and noticing the All Might signature in his book, he heads home. He hadn't meant to end up in the escaped sludge monster's path, but that didn't matter, did it? Because right now he was the only thing with a pulse between the sludge creature and Bakugo Katuski. The man made of goo looms above them, and he can hear Bakugo's explosions and feel the heat from them. The blonde boy's friends are scrambling back, as evident from the sound of the metal bins hitting the floor. "Look who we have here. My first little meat sack. Ready for a second round? No big hero to save you this time." He's never felt agitated like this when not away from a group of people, and he isn't too sure he wants his schoolmates to see what he's really like. They've already seen him snap once, they don't need to see everything, but when the goop shoots out, all his inhibitions go. Before he's registering his own actions, his pocket knife is in his hand and he's cut straight through the goop as it went past him, the severed bit flailing around on the floor. "Don't touch them." He shifts his feet, making his stance wider. It's not too obvious, but to anybody that's ever been in a proper fight, it's a clear sign that he's ready to make a stand. He flexes the knife in his hand and hears one of his classmates strangle out a very surprised, "Holy crap, Midoriya has a knife." He's surprised that anybody is still behind him. He would have thought even Katsuki would have been gone. The boy was aggressive and egotistical, not suicidal. That's his job. Goop Face looks between where his tendril is flopping around on the ground and to the stump he left, and Izuku. Likes feels proud of the way the bulging eyes gain fear in them. The villain had thought he was defenseless, but he's proved he isn't. He's a threat now, hopefully that makes Katsuki and his classmates less important. "You have lots of guts, kid. But you're not worth my time. I want your buddy's body and quirk, and I'm gonna get it." It goes in slow motion as half of the villain is sent pinning him to the ground, and he can only watch in horror as the other half barrels into Katsuki's face, stuffing itself down his throat and surrounding him, finally letting him go as it engulfs Katsuki completely, bare little tufts of blonde hair and frantic red eyes. "Kaken. I don't want to. Don't make me." He struggled against the vice grip on his wrist. He wasn't strong enough to force it off. "Please." He could feel tears falling down his face as he could only watch in abject terror as the metal came closer. It was always cold, and then it was always so unbearably scorchingly hot. "Shut up. It isn't that bad. The older boy's grip tightened on his wrist as he burst out laughing. Red hair and red eyes haunted him as he made him hold the metal bar, forcing his clenched fingers open. He went to drop it when he felt another hand on his shoulder. Come on. You a baby or something? Everybody else does it. Besides, it's never hurt you before. He trembled, his eyes switching frantically from the bar in his hand to his shirt sleeves. Go on. If you don't, you can't hang out with us anymore. His eyes snapped up, they'd never said that before. He didn't have anybody, these were the only ones willing to spend time with him, he couldn't lose that. Okay, I'll do it. He tried to stop his tears, they already probably thought he was a loser. Gripping the metal tighter, he was still terrified of it. Feeling it in his hands sent nervous tremors to his heart and left his trying to grasp for breath. Get on with it, Deku. Nodding slightly to himself, he let the chill of it sink into his hands before bringing it up and slamming it back down, hearing the smashing of glass and once again feeling the unbearable scorching heat rush quickly towards his fingertips as the cheering surrounded him and calls of, "Me next," echoed in his ears. Once again, he felt the beginning of tears prick at his eyes as the flames rushed forward. Once the villain had gotten a hold of Katsuki, everything had gone from bad to worse. As if his day hadn't been bad enough already. In his fear and adrenaline-fueled flailing, his quirk activated, explosions sending heat and powerful rushes of air everywhere, the ferocity of it only amplified by the villain's own quirk and limited control of the teenager. Move! Move, move! Scrambling to his feet, he didn't even notice the shocked looks or the rushed questions thrown at him as he forced his classmates south of the alleyway and out into the high street. People gave them questioning looks, his knife most likely being the main reason, but the looks turned into mass panic as he shouted out to the crowd of people, "Villain!" If there was one thing that came out of a quirk-filled society that was actually halfway decent, it was that fact that you could always count on people to run away when the word villain was spoken and for pro-heroes to be immediately alerted. He wasn't entirely too sure how it happened, but he did somewhat remember seeing Katsuki's mouth above the green gloop that was suffocating him, and he kind of remembered running forward past the pros because they weren't doing anything, like usual, and he kind of remembers Katsuki shouting at him before a large rush of air knocked him out. That wasn't entirely that important to him. Izuku just wished his mother would stop asking him questions as he lays there in a hospital bed while Detective Tsukachi is stood in the doorway with a skeletal man while wearing what he can only describe as the face of complete and utter dismay with a pinch of expectancy dropped in there. "Hi, Detective Tsukachi. How are you today?" He can see the way the man slightly dies inside at his overly friendly speech. They are anything but on casual speaking terms. Sure, Tsukachi has helped him a few times and he's helped the detective as well, but that doesn't mean they were even acquaintances. Or at least that's how he likes to see it. He chooses to ignore the fact that Tsukachi is so familiar with him that the lonely man comes over with his sister every Friday for dinner because that's again not too important to him. "I see you're doing your best to stay out of trouble, Midoriya." He can hear the tired smirk on the man's words as he steps more into the room, shoving his hands into his trench coat pockets. "It isn't really my fault this time. Like seriously." He adds it on quickly because Tsukachi is clearly not convinced. "The guy jumped me first on the way home from school." He can see his mother's face pales and realizes that they maybe didn't know that fact if the man's eye twitching is anything to go by. "And then I didn't know he'd be near Kaken. I happened to pass by him on my way home. And then he appeared." He trails off because he did promise to try and keep out of trouble, and so telling them he pulled out a knife in front of his classmates and cut a villain's arm? And? Off probably isn't the best idea. "Inko-san, could you leave me and my friend with Midoriya for a few minuets? You look stressed and my friend here has to ask a few questions that might distress you slightly. If you're all right with it, that is." His mother is quick to nod, but quickly adds on that she's only okay with it if he is. Agreeing to the request seconds later, he finds himself in one of his least favorite situations. Interrogation. Or at least Tsukachi's version of it. "So, Midoriya, this is my friend and partner of this assignment, Toshinori Yagi." The detective waved a hand over to the blonde man who gave a nod. He's working on behalf of All Might and says that the slime villain incident involved the hero both times, so he wants to make sure all the facts are correct. "Cool." He can only hope All Might didn't tell his secretary about the wrist hold, because that would be so embarrassing. Though it would be cool to brag about. But then again, who would believe him? They probably already thought he was a freak. Now in the span of a week he's beaten a student up, shown that he does in fact carry a weapon in front of his classmates, and appeared in a televised incident with All Might. He can just image the reactions now. They'd totally. Midoriya-san? My boy, are you alright? The voice his thoughts had drowned out snaps him to reality. Not only does it sound familiar, but those words and that tone. Looking closer, he scrutinizes this Toshinori. Blonde hair with oldly cut bangs. Black scara and old shadowed facial features. Christ on a bike. He's surprised it took him so long when he finally realizes who he's looking at. This man wasn't a secretary to All Might. He was All Might, but why would he want to know if he was there? Does Tsukachi know? Why is he deflated and skeletal? Midoriya. Huh. Once again snapping out of his thoughts, he looks over at the detective and the newly revealed All Might to see the pair giving him concerned looks. You were completely zoned out. We didn't know if something was wrong. We couldn't get your attention. While the detective's words are kind, they're the last thing on his mind. Toshinori-san. If you're All Might, why are you asking about what happened? The reaction is close to what he expected, but there's a little bit more blood than he thought there would be. As soon as the two men had processed his words, Toshinori did a spit take, but instead of his non-existent drink that came out, it was a spray of blood, while Tsukachi nearly fell off of the chair he'd situated himself on once his mother had left the room. The two are flapping around, squawking nonsense, and he's reminded slightly of his classmates earlier on in the day. After the pair had calmed down, he'd actually been heavily interrogated and had turned round and told them how obvious it was if you'd been up and close with the number one. By the way, Yagi-san, I'd like to apologize again for earlier. He sees a humored look enter the detective's eyes as he looked between the civilian form hero and him. Don't tell me you attacked All Might. Midoriya. He looks between the two of them, and Izuku notices that All Might is avoiding looking at their mutual friend in the eye as well. He actually got you? What did you do to him, kid? I've never seen him look so embarrassed. I may have twisted his wrist. Tsukachi motioned for him to go on, and he said ow. A burst of laughter escaped as Tsukachi looked over to an even more embarrassed All Might. I told you about him as well. How did you even wind up in his grip? After a long-winded and extremely humorous explanation, an even more long-winded and overzealous explanation of the current events to his mother, and a check of his weapon license, he's actually allowed to leave the hospital, with 3 new vitamins and aclidinium in tow, of course. He's sat in the living room, curled up on the couch with a blanket around him as his mother sits across from him reading a book. He can't quite make out the title, probably because he's still high on painkillers that they'd loaded him up on before releasing him from the hospital, but her little laughs that occasionally slip out show it's enjoyable. Hey, Izuku, look at this. He lifts his head from his knees where he'd been drifting from consciousness to numb apathy land and schemes over the line his mother is pointing to. And reality check, why do I even care in a room with gangsters and loaded guns? Still working on the priorities, I see green. It isn't even that funny, and it's a little hard to understand with a numb mind seeing as it's in English, but he gets the gist of it. That's that book I got you last month, right? The American Girl in Japan? It's called Unkillable? His mother nods, before proceeding to go on a little spiel about the plot and how amazing it is, spoiling some parts for him he's sure, but he's fine because while he's drugged up, under a home shock blanket and numb to everything, listening to his mother ramble on about a book is honestly the most amazing thing in the world. He honestly isn't sure when his eyes drift closed, but he finds himself in his room all too suddenly. He's still so groggy from the previous events, and he nearly screams when he sees a face mere centimeters from his own. Mr. Kurodon has no right being so terrifying. Absolutely no right, when he's a little old man with kind wrinkles caused by years of smiling and being out in the sun too long planting and watering flowers when the island of Japan still had an emperor, according to the ghost. But still, the way his translucent body hovers over him, his eyes avoid, he resists the urge to scream and not do something like yell that exorcism charm he learnt a few years back. As it turned out, next door had a serious problem with a poltergeist and had heard about how he was the local occult child, and had called upon him. What had worried him more than his neighbors calling upon a 12-year-old to perform an exorcism when there were plenty of priests and priestesses and monks to do it, was the fact that it was apparently a well-known and honored title to be known as the local occult child. Sorry, Midoriya. His voice is soft, but his features are furrowed. I understand it's early morning for you, but there's somebody who needs your help. Glancing over at his clock on his nightstand, he sees the red text mocking him 1:30 am in bold print, teasing him with the sleep he could be having. Who? He grunts out, pushing himself up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He's a wonderful person, Midoriya. He goes by the name Shimura. The name rings a bell, but he doesn't know where from, but then again he used to hand around a kid who liked to be called Dobby, so it's not that surprising that the odd name would sound familiar. On that note, local occult child also doesn't seem that strange. Shizuoka Prefecture has always been peculiar. Oh well, he decides as he throws the covers off with absolutely no FS anymore. It's not even 2 in the morning. Let's see how bad this turns out. As it turns out, non-surprisingly, what Mr. Kurodon considers a wonderful person is actually a complete and utter shitstain. The man's judgment is no surprise to Izuku, seeing as the ghost thinks he's actually a lovely child himself. Never trust the dead to make judgment calls. Because he's sat on the cracked concrete of an old alleyway, and it's raining and he's tired and cold and so done with the ghost in front of him. And the ghost just won't stop whining about his son who'd apparently killed him. In all honesty, if Izuku was this prick's son, he wouldn't have to be pushed too far to do the same thing. And the sniveling little brat wouldn't stop crying. So I had to just shut him up. He zones back in at that point and he feels bile in his throat. Too many of the ghosts in his classroom have stories like this. Just from the opposite perspective, I grabbed him by the face and he used his quirk on me. His father. The little disgusting brat had his mother's quirk. Disintegration. He couldn't control it, or so he said, turned me to dust until nothing but my hand remained. He looks over at Kurodon, who looks sickened by the story and like he's regretting ever dragging him out of bed. And why are you complaining to me about it? He respects the dead, it's the best way to win their favor, but he doesn't respect child abusers. Kurodon said you helped people find peace. That's true, and I want you to kill me, son, so I can find peace. He stands up, the ghost smirks until he draws his pocket knife. You wouldn't. It's no secret that his knife is blessed. Word gets around the ghostly community when a living soul can banish a dead one. He can't actually banish them. The knife is blessed to remove negative spirits, not covered in exorcism symbols. Would I? It's not even a question. They both know he would, but he won't. Because he's too tired. He puts the pocket knife away, pulls his soaked coat closer to his body and checks his wristwatch, the glass only now being discovered to be cracked. It obviously happened at the same time his phone broke when he was pushed down the stairs. Under the cracks he can make out the time in the dim street light that timidly stretches into the alleyway. 4:20 it reads. He's been up for 2 hours and 50 minutes. He starts off and out of the alleyway and doesn't miss how the curtains of the house he passes twitch. It's a kid from school, one of the boys who saw he carried a knife yesterday, and he knows he's scared. Because the strange kid is on his street. And that strange kid is emotionless and carries a weapon. Honestly, he'd worried as well if he didn't care so little. It's bad he understands, to care so little. But what's he supposed to live for when he dies every few days? He helps people and they live. That's all that's important. All Might's words echo in his mind though as he stalks through Mufasta City, the criminal underground giving him a wide berth. You too can be a hero. It's admirable, and it's always been his dream. But is it worth it? Is it worth the aggravation, the stress and scars? Probably. Because he doesn't really help anybody, does he, being an back ally fighter? He helps an individual when there are thousands just like that. But that's what the pros do, right? Save the thousands. So it could be worth it, but then again, if he does become a hero, which he has been reconsidering for a few weeks now though he'd never admit it even to himself, he wouldn't be able to save the individual. Big Brother Izuku. Hisashi Megami appears in his mind, with eyes that hold horrors no little child's eyes should ever hold. If he hadn't saved the individual, she'd be who knows where. He's been holding on to the dream of heroism since he was a small child. He's fought tooth and nail for the chances, and now, when the offer is being handed to him, he's thinking of rejecting it. What kind of person does that make him? A contrarian possibly. Though a hypocrite is probably the better description. A buzz in his pocket goes off and he's surprised to see a message on his old phone. He hadn't used the thing since he was in elementary and had first started walking home from school on his own. He'd only really stuffed it in his pocket in case something went wrong and he had to call the police. The time difference is proven by how the contact that's messaging him is so childishly named. Kaken, my best friend. Reluctantly he opens the message, wondering on what abuse he's going to get now. He's stunned by what he reads. Look fucker, I didn't need your help. I could have dealt with the beating myself, but I can admit it was ballsy as F to go at him with a knife. Try not to get yourself killed where I can see you again. It's nowhere near what he thought he'd get, and it's the closest to a thank you he's probably ever going to be graced with from Bakugo Katsuki. He doesn't smile, but the grim look fades into a mask of neutrality as he pockets the phone again and continues on his way home. And no, he most certainly did not feel somewhat proud that Bakugo hadn't deleted his number. School is always hell. All 7 circles with every other religion's version stuck in a blender, mixed with anchovies and spoilt milk that's then forcibly poured down his throat. That's putting it lightly as well. But it's worse when he goes back after the incident. Now instead of looks it's words. Instead of physical pain it's seclusion again. He should feel better being secluded. No one bothers him then. But that's not how it works, is it? That's not how real life works. Ignoring a bully doesn't make them give up. They're bullying you because they have nothing better to do. They have the time to sit there and mull it over and try every little thing to make you crack. Be careful of Midoriya, he carries a knife. If you get too close he might attack you. So he's not just a freak, he's also armed. See, I told you. I told you he was always a few seconds from snapping. Patience, tolerance, and respect. 3 key things to get him through life. Not to get him through school though. Move. The first year screams as they look up at him and quickly scamper out of the way when the whole corridor's attention has been drawn. There's more muttering now and he can hear a gaggle or boys as he passes them mumble about what he's probably done to girls with his reputation the way it is. That's one thing he can't condone. He's 50 shades of F-ed up, 50 shades of mistakes, and 50 shades of mental instability, but he would never in a million years hurt somebody that didn't deserve it. That's his excuse to the teachers later when he's asked why an entire corridor can testify that seemingly out of nowhere he grabbed 4 boys nearly twice his size and beat them senseless before going on to class. All Might and Tsukachi somehow get wind of the incident because after school he's once again sat in a small room with the 2. They aren't amused by the boy's actions, and when the mothers try to file assault charges he's just lucky the detective has a soft spot for him. And it also might have had something to with the fact that all FNG might vouched for him, saying he'd been involved in 2 extremely stressful situations yesterday and provocation had sent him over the edge. That, and the fact his sleeves had slipped to show his scars had the mothers cooing over him and assuring him their sons wouldn't do it again. Fake of course. Not agreed upon between mother and child, but hey, why should they care? They're doing the right thing there. As they leave and he watches All Might carefully as the man deflates and turns back into Toshinroi Yagi. My boy, the offer is still in place if you wish to accept, but know if you want to get into you that you're going to have begin training now. Does the name Shimura ring a bell to you? His attention is drawn from his soba when his mother makes a noise that resembles a cat being strangled. Looking up, concerned that she's choking, he's shocked to see tears in her eyes. Where? No, how do you know that name Izuku? Her voice is wavering and he's almost hesitant to continue. It's almost like her quirk is emotional crying rather than the attraction of small objects. She set down her own chopsticks and he follows. This seems too solemn to eat and converse about. Kuradon asked for my help this morning, and I met a ghost called Shimura. The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place where. He's hesitant to meet her gaze. He knows he isn't supposed to go disappearing into the night helping the dead. Or at least not without parental permission first. The Shimura family were our neighbors in the house we lived in before your father. Before his father left when he was 5. Left because he didn't want a quirkless son and used the excuse of taking a higher-paying job abroad. If he was getting paid more, then clearly he wasn't sending half of it home. They lived in a flat in Shizuoka Prefecture, for crying out loud. The strange area. The ghost town, rebuilt as it was sometimes called. So much bloodshed had taken place here. Other kids from school that came from other prefectures and simply got the train in didn't have trouble expressing how uncomfortable a lot of the local residents made them. It was often hilarious to him, seeing as the ones they pointed at were often lost souls who didn't know how to make themselves invisible to the living. You actually used to play with their son and daughter. Oh, Hannah, she was such a lively girl, always smiling. Tenko was such a lovely boy. But an incident happened before we left between you and the boy. He can feel a burning on his shoulder and tries to ignore it as his mother continues. He was only a few years older than you, so he'd developed his quirk. Unfortunately, he couldn't control it. You fell over one day and he held out his hand. Tenko Shimura is an old fuzzy memory in his mind. Blue hair and shiny red eyes. Red eyes that he much preferred to Kaken's because they were never angry. Oh, Izuku, it was horrific. You grabbed onto his hand and he forgot to not touch you with all 5 fingers. Your arm. That's when she breaks into sobs, soul-wrenching sobs that almost distract him from the phantom pain that travels up from his left hand's fingertips and trail all the way up to his shoulder, where there's a scar that rings around his arm where the stump had been before he'd passed out as a child. That was probably the first instance of his quirk. Shimura-san had a friend whose quirk allowed him to reverse certain things, and they'd sent him in, he'd been told, and everybody had assumed that that was why his arm was back. But his quirk had probably set in then, saving him and growing back his missing limb. Tenko, oh, I can still hear him. He was crying, saying over and over how sorry he was. They don't mention Hannah anymore, and, well, Izuku takes that to mean something else entirely. What's the best way to investigate a crime without being on the police force and without a private investigator? A choked noise comes from across the table they're sat at, and Izuku checks to make sure this time the person he's eating with isn't actually choking. Toshinori Yagi does have only half a stomach after all. But no, he's just staring wide-eyed and in disbelief. I'm sorry, my boy, what? The skeleton of a man hasn't looked so animated in the few months they've known each other now, but here, from one relatively simple question he's changed. You'll have to repeat yourself, I think I must have misheard you. I asked, what's the best way to investigate a crime without the actual police force or AP.I? That's what really takes the biscuit, he thinks, because Yagi-sensei looks like he's dying. He can even see the soul leaving him. Midoriya, son, my boy, my protege, my wayward disciple, my hard-working and excellent student, what on earth are you getting yourself into? Through the list of nicknames he can hear the desperation growing, a perverse glee overtaking him as the pro-hero looks like a fish out of water. No, actually he looks like Izuku's just told him that with a single touch he could give him his stomach back and that he'd do it for free. He looks back down at his sushi and takes a roll and chews on it as he starts to mull over his next few words. I want to investigate a potential kidnapping and murder of my childhood friend and his father, plus the possible death of his sister, because I can talk to and see ghosts. And this ghost I met last night is the dead father who says his son killed him, but then the kid disappeared and there's no reports anywhere and I can't find anything legally. Probably isn't the best way to phrase it. Somebody I used to live by, I recently found out, died. And his son used to be my friend and I can't get in contact, so I want to know what happened to him. You know, he waves his chopsticks around, seeing as I can't find any listings under his given name anywhere. Yagi-sensei's face looks slightly more relieved. Why were you calling it a crime, my boy? Oh, because my friend accidentally killed his father and I'm pretty sure he was kidnapped as a child. This time, he's pretty sure the older man is chalking. He isn't too surprised when he's directed straight to a police station with his teacher anxiously calling his mother and explaining that he's going to be late and that they'll probably have to miss out on dinner. His sensei has been coming over for dinner for a few weeks now and he'd become a regular just like Tsukachi and the detective sister. If he wasn't so reserved of opinions, he might have suggested that his mother and the pro-hero liked each other. Just a smidge if the blushing and gushing the two did indicated anything. Seriously, All Might Toshinori Yagi was his teacher-mentor-father figure in life besides Tsukachi, and there he was listening to the man gush about how his mother was beautiful and amazing and pretty much everything Izuku would attribute to his mother, while simultaneously having to sit there as his mother gushed about how handsome and intelligent and diligent and respectful Yagi-sensei was, and honestly that was just awkward. They said never meet your idols because you'd be underwhelmed. He honestly wished he never met All Might because maybe he could have lived his life without being the only FNG one in the house brave enough to put them to each other, but unable to because he respected the two of them too much. But that's not too important. He's sitting across from Officer Tamakawa as he'd introduced himself, and they're waiting patiently for Tsukachi to arrive and verify if he does indeed know this scrawny little punk-looking kid, as one of the other officers had affectionately described him. The man with a cat head is just staring at him, blankly scrutinizing him. It's clear he can't quite place him. He's surprised honestly. Tamakawa has been at many of his brawls and had the honor of being shooed away by paramedics the last night he'd seriously injured himself after coming back. Good times. You know me from the Megami case last year. Large yellow eyes blink at him. Recognition grows in them, and with a tilt of the head the Catman is convinced of who he's sitting across from. He expects something interesting, maybe even accusatory. Hell, even a hello would have been better than what the officer spews out. You haven't grown at all since then. And he sounds so goddamn innocent when he says it that he feels bad for getting annoyed. Thankfully for his temper and the cat's sensitive ears, it's at that specific moment that Tsukachi decides to walk in. From the amused look on the detective's face, the man's been waiting for something to be said before coming in to break the tensions. He can see why both Yagi-sensei and Tsukachi get along now. They're both dramatic BSTRDs when they want to be. So, he decides on the bus ride back home. That was eventful. It's honestly one of the better trips to the police station he's had in recent times. The one before this he was accused of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The sweet, sweet embrace of death had helped him in that case. Seeing as he'd, been run through with a knife. Making it self-defense since he'd technically been killed, gained extreme bodily harm before actually using a weapon. Loopholes that were only accessible to the technical immortal were brilliant. Of course, the drawbacks to his quirk were also massive. Mainly how due to his scars and dead as FIs the lady that sat next to him on the bus is clammed up and sweating bullets while trying to appear natural. At least Mrs. Tsubaki, who sat in front of him and lives a few streets down, is happily conversing with him. The lady next to him must be from out of town because people seem to always respect him in his little area of the prefecture. Local occult child and all. Or maybe that's why she's so worried, and it's not his looks and depressed appearance. Meh, that's not all that important really. He smiles as the old lady in front of him continues on about something or other. He's only half listening when the lady next to him suddenly grabs his arm tightly. He jolts but looks at her to see pure terror in her eyes. He exchanges a confused look with Mrs. Tsubaki before looking back at the lady clinging to his arm. He slouches slightly, so as to be able to whisper without causing suspicion. "Are you all right?" Her voice is far more squeaky than he expects. I don't know. I'm staying at my friend's tonight, but I've never been in this part of Mufasta City before, and that guy 2 seats back has been following me for the past 2 buses and..." He yawns, imitates stretching so as to not make it too obvious, and checks the creep out. He almost smirks when they make eye contact. It's a guy he's met before, one he's put in the hospital before. But that's purely accidental, you have to understand. They make eye contact and he motions to the woman before sending a message not to be repeated through his eyes. The man gulps and nods. He shifts back down next to the woman. "Don't worry about him. I'll sort him out. Where does your friend live?" She looks conflicted to say the least. After all, she's seen him exchange quick eye contact with a creep and says he's fixed everything. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Heisem Ward 21-9. He smiles gently, then fixes his attention on his elderly friend. "That's the same street as yours, isn't it, Mrs. Tsubaki?" The elderly woman turns back around and smiles happily, chiming in that she'd be happy to walk the young woman over to the house she's staying at if it would make her feel better. The death grip on his arm is released at that, and her sigh of relief is something he knows he'll treasure. "Thank you?" He holds his hand out. "Midoriya Izuku." She smiles and turns, shaking his hand, though he can see she's still hesitant. I'm Ikoma Komari. He hates fighting, hates hurting others completely, to be honest. But he'd be lying if he didn't say it felt exhilarating to grab BSRD number 27 by his collar and shove him into a wall and be able to step back and watch as this full-grown man quivers before him. It might be because of their previous encounter, his reputation, the fact he just doesn't stay dead, or the fact that he's taller than the creep. Come on, Midoriya man, I didn't do anything. This, he thinks to himself, is why he has a reputation with his classmates. Why he's seen as an outcast and a freak. Not just the scars or the violent outbursts and self-segregation through the years. He's a freak because he can stand in an alleyway at nearly 10 o'clock at night as a 15-year-old and stare down a 30-something-year-old with a criminal record longer than he is tall and still be the scarier one. You were going to, though. He doesn't do anything, doesn't even shift his stance. But the coward still shakes like a piece of sugar paper on the rain. Still whimpers like a kicked puppy. Because they both know his words are true. And as his reputation precedes him, so does his morals. You're meant to be out on parole, right? What would your officer say if I were to tell them what you were doing? The face in front of him pales so much Mr. Kurodon could almost match him. How the hell do you know that, kid? That's supposed to be private information. He waves his hand wistfully. He hates being prideful. Prideful people like Katsuki often sicken him. A little birdie told me. We're just around the dead quickly, you know. He smirks, and the smell of urine permeates the air. It's comical. He's putting on this face, this act of indifference and abject terror, and he can still scare a grown man this much? Even though it's fake? You messed up, fucker. You're a freak. No wonder those classmates of yours call you a demon. He loses face if only for a second, but the idiot in front of him mistakes it for sadness and not surprise. Yeah, that's right. They all hate you. One kid was even bragging about how you'd never get into your chosen school. So you hang around junior highs in your free time then? Again he stalls. This is all part of what he'd learned from watching Tsukachi as he interrogated him and others. Luring them in, letting them tell you what they wanted to as long as it's what you need. Midoriya, my boy. What happened to you? His bones ache, and the new scar on his stomach still feels like a gaping wound, but he smiles through it. His quirk can heal nearly all injuries, just not the ones that don't pertain to potential lethal harm. So he's got bruises covering his face and scabbing cuts on his knuckles. Nothing to worry about, Yagi-sensei. Just helped out a friend. A look of understanding crosses the older man's face. Tsukachi had obviously filled him in on what helping out a friend was code for. So what have you got for me today? I mean, we've been cleaning out the small to medium stuff. I kind of want to try and move the fridge freezer. A hearty chortle is his response as his teacher transforms into his pro-hero form, lifting up aforementioned fridge freezer with one hand and having the distance between it and the pickup. Obviously his mother had been in touch about him overexerting himself. He'd take what he could get. He sighs and moves over to the fridge, getting behind it and shoving all his weight into it. So, how's your mini investigation into your friend's whereabouts going? He gives a final shove into the fridge, finally getting it to move over the little rock it had gotten stuck on. Oh, that. Yeah, so after a sheet ton of cross-reference and investigation, I can confirm that Shimura Tenko did in fact murder his father. He doesn't think he's ever seen All Might spit take his own blood so hard before. Who? Pain tolerance is something he has in abundance. With a quirk like his, he has to. Still, shattering both his legs and an arm? That's on a whole new level of pain even for him. And that's coming from the guy that literally lost an arm at age 5. In his defense though, he doesn't scream in pain. That's reserved for stubbing his toe on that FING corner between the door frame and the piece of sheet door. It's worth it though, to ensure that the girl trapped below doesn't get run over. He could probably have done this without using 100%, he'd managed to get 2% down and under control. However, it seemed during an extremely stressful situation his control had slipped. Or maybe it was because he wasn't against a person. Who knows? That isn't his most top priority right now. That would be how he's going to survive this fall without traumatizing half the future heroes in training down below. Because seeing a guy go splat and then suddenly reappear before your eyes fine as a fresh daisy really isn't good for the mind. Or so he'd heard. Honestly, he was messed up in too many ways to really function and assess the instabilitating risks towards other people. As he plummets to the floor, he angles himself ever so slightly. If he keeps this trajectory up, he'll be able to crash through the window of the building next to him. It's secluded enough that his quirk can take effect without severely traumatizing everybody else. Of course, the poor teachers watching the exam will undoubtedly need to add another thing to their therapy list. Poor them. He should really see a therapist actually, it might do him some good, and wow, glass really was sharp, wasn't it? He feels the window shatter behind him, the shards piercing his sides and the squelch of his blood being ripped from his body. It's really gonna be one of those days, isn't it? He hears a shriek and some other kid down below. Oh my god? Quick, we have to make sure he's alright. Which is like, really honorable and stuff, but what about the girl that was stuck under rubble? What about the exam? His quirk can't seem to set in fast enough and he can hear a door being kicked in as his vision goes blurry. It's really just different colors and warbling voices now, but he can make out the kid kneeling next to him enough to figure out it's a guy. Or a girl with a really deep voice. Hey, keep your eyes open. Recovery girl's on her way, you'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Darkness is just now setting in at the edges of his vision and he manages to twitch his fingers enough to get the person's attention. He's responding. He's still awake. He tried to get out some words, some croaked-out reply. He's not even sure what he's trying to say, but the gurgle when he takes in blood indicates something happened to his throat. Sorry. It's sickening even to him, but the confused sound of the kid next to him is enough to know they heard him. It's ironic because the second he lets his eyes fall closed, lets the darkness overtake him completely, is the exact moment he hears Recovery Girl's voice say, "Don't worry, I'm here now." Of course he'd nearly overexerted himself. Of course, he'd forgotten that the entrance exam was today. He ran as quickly as possible down the street, oversized jacket billowing behind him as he went. He zipped in and out of people and other examines. Sliding around the corner, he practically threw himself across the threshold, bending over and gasping for air. 2 miles in 15 minutes wasn't too bad. Especially considering his ankle was still sprained and he was bruised from head to toe. He noted the odd and worried looks sent his way as he stood up properly again and ignored them. Walking forward, he mentally cursed as he tripped over something. Arms go out to catch himself and suddenly he's not moving, instead he's hovering. Which is strange because he's 100% sure his quirk doesn't have anything to do with levitation or the refusal to acknowledge the basic laws of physics. Sorry, I didn't mean to use my quirk on you without permission. Taking his frozen state as a sign he isn't going to fall anymore, he attempts to righten himself, but unfortunately that isn't working until a dainty hand falls on his shoulder and he nearly falls flat on his face until he catches himself. Looking behind him, a small girl with big bangs and an overzealous blush stands in front of him. She's giving him a closed-eye smile and he's suddenly struck with one of Cupid's arrows. Except this isn't romance. This is unadulterated awkwardness. A nice person helped him because they could? And so far she hasn't asked for anything in return? What is this? She opens her eyes and her smile drops. Oh, are you okay? You're all bruised up. He goes to respond when he clams up, because Jesus Christ Bakugo Katsuki is staring at him like he's gonna shove an explosion up his arse, and that is not something he wants to experience. Hey! His eyes take focus again when Bakugo knocks into the girl, and his first response is to keep her up this time and send a small glare at the blonde. FND beach. He grinds his teeth at the words. If he didn't have a thing against hurting innocents, then he's pretty sure he'd be in prison right now. Apologize, Bakugo. He sets the girl back on her feet and doesn't think much about his words as he faces the red eyes boy. The familiar back stalls and he can tell, once again, people are staring. A sneer is shown to him as an otherwise attractive face looks over a raised shoulder. What did you just say to me, shitty Deku? Think you're some big shot now, you BSC. Just because you're out of junior high doesn't mean you aren't a FING delinquent. They stare at each other, and it's almost a battle of wills before red eyes narrow and a scoff is thrown. Whatever. Don't cry when your mother finally kicks you out for how much of a failure you are. He ignores the muttering around him, he's always ignoring the muttering around him, and turns back to the girl quickly and bows from the waist. I am so sorry for his behavior and for my causing you to waste time. I wish you the best at the exam. He doesn't bother to look before turning and speed walking to the building. Patience, tolerance, and respect. 3 key things to get him through life. He needs those things in FANG abundance right now. The familiar screen pops up and he checks the WTL points. Pleasantly they're up. By a lot actually. Who knew the desire to not harm hundreds of people was actually a motivator for living? Certainly not him. Again, this type of delusional self-commentating was why he was 50 shades of fed up and in need of a decent therapist. He doesn't watch his death replay, he hasn't watched it for a while now. He's realized it isn't healthy, so he's at least trying to be somewhat mentally healthy. Of course, officially the doctors and hospitals support this practice, Hippocratic oath and all, but they're always trying to convince him to memorize it as much as possible so that they can learn about it more. From an analyst's point of view, he gets it. He too enjoys knowing everything and a subject that interests him. From an ethical standpoint, he also understands it. He's willing to do it, most of the time, and isn't it better that he does it than some poor helpless child that doesn't understand what's going on? But once again, mentally he feels somewhat better ignoring the scene. He felt the pain, he doesn't need to have the visuals. With a sigh, knowing his mother is probably going to kill him when he gets home, he presses the continue button and white light clouds his eyes as he suddenly lurches up. When he gasps for breath, he finds himself choking. He's coughing and the metallic taste in his mouth points to blood. He sees recovery girl handing him a bin out of the corner of his eyes and manages to cough up whatever killed him this time. Copper floods his nose, and while he's starting to see properly again, it's made worse because the lack of oxygen is making him go hazy. With a resolute hack, he hears something clatter to the bottom of the bin and he can breathe again. He stays there, he isn't sure how long, hunched over a metal bin in a hospital bed, blood dribbling down his chin as his lungs start to function again and his brain properly starts up. It's like a computer rebooting itself after it crashes. It still works, it just needs to get itself together. He isn't normally like this. Normally by now he'd be up and about doing something proactive. But he spent too much time in the veil, as he calls it, and he isn't fully all there just yet. It happens whenever he stalls for too long. The elderly woman's voice is next to him, and he tries to tune into it over the sound of blood rushing past his ears and his own ragged breathing. She's saying something about calming down and breathing. Something or other about how he needs to calm down. He's perfectly calm. Perfectly rational as well, contrary to what she's saying. When his breathing evens out, he looks over the rim of the bin and looks into what's probably the closest to the Grim Reaper he'll ever see. And actually, if this is the face of death, then he'll happily accept its embrace. Though he isn't quite happy about the fact that the old lady is the image he gets now, considering the nature of his relationship with death. Like a DMN 90s sitcom on-off-again relationship. You're awake. You had us very worried, young man. He can see the strain in her eyes. How do you tell a kid they were dead for who knows how long? He pushes the bin away, seeing a shard of glass half the size of his palm sitting at the bottom of the metal container, his blood coating it while it sits in a puddle of blood. Sorry for worrying you, recovery girl. Didn't mean to take so long to come back. Her eyes widen in confusion before something akin to realization dawns in them. You're Toshinori's student, aren't you? What? Did the self-sacrifice give it away? Big Brother Izuku? Who's that? His attention is drawn from his notebook to his computer, where the last known photo of Tenko Shimura is shown in a newspaper clipping of his missing poster. The report wasn't even 2 paragraphs. A name, age, picture, and last known address with contact information. Nobody cared. Nobody cares. Well, he and Toshinori Yagi seems to care. But then there's Hana, and even less people care about her. Nothing, no birth certificate, no reports, and his mother acts like she never existed. It infuriates him the Shimura children have dropped off the face of the earth and nobody seems to give a crap. Hizashi is staring at the picture, head tilted in that way that small children always tilt their heads. They think they understand something but just don't quite get it. Her eyes are filled with more life than they were last. Time and the horrors are slowly being replaced with more joy every time he sees her. He started watching the small child not too long after initially meeting her, and now, with only a few more weeks before he starts to attend UA, he's once again on babysitter duty. Though, Hisashi Megami is the sweetest child he knows and he hasn't got a fault to mention. He's someone I used to live by. I'm looking for him. He looks back down at his notebook after he sees the child's attention drift back to whatever the cartoon is on TV. He's far too engrossed in his research and last-second evidence failing to take much notice of what cheap reproduction is on the television. I know him. Young Midoriya. You appear to be injured. Quickly, I'll drive you to the hospital. Grimacing through the pain, he brushes the skeleton off of him before moving to sit on the bench facing the water. I'll be fine in a second, yes, send to give me a sec. His breath stings his throat and the scar there still throbs like hell even though it's nearly 2 months old by now. A few people who don't like me jumped me. He lets out a bitter laugh that sounds disassociative even to himself. They know I don't stay down, so they got as close as they could. Coughing, he leans to the side a bit to spit the blood pooling in his mouth onto the floor. Bunch of cowards. 10 guys ganging up on a kid. He almost breaks down into laughter when he catches sight of his mentor out of the corner of his eye. Still as a figurine and as emotionless as a china doll, Toshinori Yagi is frozen mid-movement with eyes that are pleading with every deity past and present, possibly future as well, that he can have a new apprentice. Izuku has a way of knowing these things. The old man doesn't mean it really, he's just lacking the skills required to wrangle a teenager of his caliber. The man will need therapy after one day at UA. He has a bet with his mother and Tsukachi on how long the unprepared man will last. Izuku has dealt with rowdy children at his old primary school when he volunteered there a few years back. He gets the distinct impression a high school class for future heroes won't be too different. He doesn't stand a chance. What? He finally asks, waking his teacher father figure from whatever comatose state he'd shut himself down into. Do I have something on my face? His smirk is quickly washed off when a bony hand sacks him atop of the head. He stills this time, blinking up at Yagi-sensei confusedly. His eyes are narrowed and the closest thing he can form to a scowl is staring him down. Yes, you do, young man. And it's a clear lack of self-preservation and your own blood. He's hit again and it smacks into him like a bus at how weak the man is in this form. He's a walking, talking twig. Like Groot but without the strength and strange language. He zones back into hear All Might scowling him in a mixture of phrases he doesn't understand, like Groot but without the strength. Are you even listening to me? His immediate thought is to reply, no, but that's just rude. His second immediate reply is, of course, but that's a big fat lie and he'd be called out on it. So he shrugs. Rage of an unknown kind passes through his teacher's eyes. It's something he's only seen in Tsukachi eyes before when he's been really, really stupid. I understand how your quirk works, my boy, but that does not excuse your reckless behavior. Your actions affect other people as well. Your poor mother phoned me in tears on the day of the exam. That's news to him and suddenly guilt sets in as he listens. And do you want to know why? Because you took 20 minutes to revive yourself, Izuku Midoriya. You were dead for 20 minutes and the school had to phone your mother to inform them you died. It's worry, he realizes. Not anger, it's worry and fear and pain. You seem to not care about the people in your life, Midoriya, and that needs to change. Just because you can come back from the grave does not mean you can throw your life away recklessly. Look at you. I understand, I haven't been the best teacher or the best mentor and I probably should have spent more time on paying attention to you as a person than as a pupil. But I'm fixing that mistake. It is in that moment that he sees the hero he looks up to. It doesn't matter he's stick-thin and spindly with no real threat about, he sees it. In his eyes that harden but hold the faith and empathy of a father and the way he stands tall like a pillar to hold on to too. And you should be fixing yours. I'm not saying give up helping people, I'm saying think about the repercussions of your actions. Young Megami-chan has grown attached to you. What would she do if you weren't able to come back? What of your mother or Tsukachi? Tears build up in Toshinori's eyes as he feels his throat getting constricted. I've seen many people die, my boy, many people before they should. I'm not going to let you join them. It's cold. It's cold and it's raining again. His hoodie is soaked as he traipses the streets, rain digging into him all the way to his bones and out the other end again. He'd taken in his mentor's words, acknowledged them and decided to listen to them. But he had to know first. He had to do one last stupid thing before he started following the rules. The bar is dingy. That's all he picks up from the crooked half-broken neon sign that doesn't even display the bar's full name. Not to mention its walls are cracked and the squat building looks ready to collapse. Infrastructure in this part of the city isn't great. It's generally a bad place to be, especially at night. His sources said that a man matching what would be Shimura Tenko's assumes look would be. Blue hair and piercing red eyes apparently wasn't a common combination. That or he happened to want to find the only guy in the entire city with a disintegration quirk. The more he stares up at the building, the more he thinks against it. Toshinroi's outburst at the beach, his mother's near breakdown at the mere mention of the name Shimura, Tsukachi's frantic denial of information all make it clear he's messing with stuff he shouldn't mess with. But he needs to know. It's like an infection. A virus of sorts. He decides finally. He doesn't. He doesn't need to know, like his mentor said. He needs to start thinking more about the people in his life, and that's when he feels the chill up his neck. That familiar sixth sense that tells him bad things are about to happen. It's also then that he notices how quiet it is. Even the dead aren't whispering now. What's a kid like yourself hanging around here for? Don't you know it's way past your bedtime, Deku? Turquoise eyes stare at him underneath matted black hair. He feels like dying. He doesn't know what to do. He was supposed to have moved away, he was supposed to never have to see him again. And then he blinks and it's Bakugo standing before him with something akin to worry in his eyes as he says his name again and again. I said, are you there, Deku? His breath comes to him then and he looks away from Bakugo, suddenly hurrying down the street to get away. The tears are starting to cloud his eyes and he can feel his throat choking up. He can't have anybody see him like this. But why had he seen him? What was it that brought back that face? His arms are killing him all of a sudden and he barely registers Bakugo's voice as he turns to look at him. Move! He doesn't understand when in the corner of his eyes a blinding light hits him and he hears the screech of tires before it hurts and he's gone. As soon as the screen pops up he pressed the continue button and just as quickly as the light had faded from his eyes the white light blinds him before he's suddenly nowhere and everywhere at once. The way red eyes are staring at him, fear and something else in them as he leans against the wall behind him is new. He's been hit by a car before, that wasn't an accident that time, another revenge attack that didn't go too well for the driver dash, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. He can't really focus on much, there's still a ringing in his ears, a blurriness around the edges of his vision and the overwhelming need to sleep. It's because his WTL points are so low. It's draining him the more he uses it with his limited number. He'll need to find a way to recharge them en masse before he goes to UA in 2 weeks. He can't focus. Nothing is making sense. Everything has been going too fast, everything has been hurting recently and he's crying. He's crying and for once Bakugo Katsuki isn't berating him for it. Deku, focus. He can hear the blonde, can make out his lips moving behind his tears and fuzzy vision. But nothing will compute. He wants his mum. He needs her. He needs someone. He can't do this anymore. He can't. He can't. Someone, anyone, anything, absolutely anything to get him out of his own head, to have the pain stop, to just. For once to just not have to worry about pain, and other people and being dead and covered in scars and oh God, he can't breathe again and for the first time ever he's scared of dying. He's terrified of what's going to happen. What if he doesn't wake up? What if the choices don't come up? What if it's really the end? He doesn't want to die. Not like this. Not on the pavement in the rain with a lost friend who hates him because he can't breathe. Not like this, please not like this. Pain and he can see flashing lights of red and blue and Bakugo is there again, swearing at him he thinks? His hand is raised and his cheek hurts. He can only see his mouth won't do anything. Tongue like lead in his mouth. His tears are indescribable from the rain soaking him, soaking Bakugo and why hasn't the other boy left yet? He could have left at any other point. But he hadn't. He'd actually moved his body out of the road and pushed him against the wall. He'd stayed with him, and when he hears another familiar voice he realizes that his old friend had actually called the police. He wakes up to 2 ghosts and 5 living people. As expected. Of course. Doesn't mean he doesn't let out a scream at the top of his lungs. You would too if the ghostly face of one of your childhood friends you didn't know was dead appeared in front of you along with the face of a complete and utter stranger. That and you know. Minor panic attack and major inner conflict on if he was going to ever wake up again may have also had something to do with it. And whatever the F that nightmare just was. Voices muffled, he only starts to focus again when his mother's gripping his face, her concern the only thing he can see. His head feels like it's brought back up from underwater as sound hits him again like the car from before. He can hear Toshinori, Tsukachi, Bakugo and another voice that he hasn't heard in a long time. Looking to the others in the room, he finds his eyes landing on his Aunt Mitsuki, who looks so set off it's scary. When her eyes meet his, her expression softens though, and a soft smile is sent his way. It's comforting. "Oh, Izuku, we were so worried. You weren't waking up. And what happened to you?" "Katsuki-kun said you got hit by a car but you were all the way across town and dash." Inko-hun let the kid breath. "He'll catch his death if you're not careful." His aunt's words are meant to be comforting, and they are, in some twisted ironic way. She's the only one in the room that doesn't know. Unless of course his mother told her at some point. They did tell each other everything after all. He is released from his mother's arms after she's spoken though, and he lets himself gaze at Tsukachi, whose face is filled with unprofessional investment. He obviously won't be working this case, if there even was a case. He was so out of it he doesn't even know if the driver went off or was still at the scene. He can't bring himself to look at his mentor yet. He knows he's disappointed the man, because Toshinori Yagi is incredibly smart contrary to his bronze over brains hero persona, and so he'll know he didn't listen to him. He'll know and he'll be disappointed, and Izuku isn't ready to disappoint anyone else just yet. He registers his mother fluttering about, something about getting the doctor as the other adults all do adults things when he grabs his frenemy's attention. They keep eye contact, and just like that day a few years ago a mutual understanding is passed between them. They won't talk about this. Just like they won't talk about the roof incident. Just like they won't talk about the incident at the river. Just like they won't talk about the scar on his left hand. Just like they won't talk about every other effed up thing that's happened between the two of them. He can feel the eyes of the dead burrowing into him, and he spares them a discreet glance. Tsubasa is hovering right there, sat in the spare visitor's chair. He looks the same as he did 2 years ago when Izuku last saw him. On the chubby side, short hair and strong bulky leather bat wings. Though this time he has the characteristic luminescent and transparent skin and unblinking eyes. Just sat there, staring as if he knows it'd be foolish to try and speak now. As if he knows that Izuku will just ignore him. He wonders how long Tsubasa's been dead. How had he not known about it? They didn't get along well. He never got along well with anybody really, but Tsubasa wasn't as bad. His quirk wasn't cool enough to some, and he faced the same issues Izuku did, just on a smaller scale. He'd stood in the way of a few punches for his childhood friend. Enough to wager some respect between them. He knew their mothers still spoke. Why didn't he know? His eyes flicker to red eyes that bore into him. Does he know? Probably not. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't make too much of a deal out of it. He's that type of person after all. The other ghost is a mystery. She sat on the edge of his bed, cross-legged and smiling. She appears friendly, and she's dressed in a hero costume that he recognizes from somewhere, though he's not sure where. Her whole attention isn't on him though. She's watching Yagi-sensei like his mother was watching him before. Vigilantly but with respect for personal space. He looks over to the doorway just in time to see his mother walk through with an unfortunately familiar face. Dr. Tsumasi is the doctor in charge of his tests and Quirk experimentation, and he hates him. He despises the man in pleasant terms and dislikes hospitals nearly the same amount. The only reason he isn't making a Jason-Bourne sequence escape right now is because he has a thing against embarrassing his mother in public. And because he knows with how his legs are twitching he isn't getting anywhere fast enough before the matron that caught him last time he tried to escape the hospital catches him. Bearing in mind she was 80-odd at the time and he was 14. Nice to see you again, Izuku-kun. The pleasant voice grates on his nerves, his brain picking up on all the little nitpicking things it always does when he doesn't want to focus. Like for instance, how Aunt Mitsuki and Bakugo's eyes just widened at the obvious familiarity between himself and the doctor. Or how Tsukachi is suddenly very interested on whatever the painting above Tsubasa's head is, or even how Yagi-sensei looks about ready to spew blood again, when you've spent the amount of time with the man that Izuku has you pick up on tells. But then again he always looks ready to spew blood. The perks of having half a stomach and half your internal organs missing are truly splendid indeed. Sure is Dr. Tsumasi. He hopes the complete and utter contempt isn't showing through too much, but honestly, it's a wonder the man's allowed to work with living patients like. Oh hey. Yeah, you just experienced major trauma. But it's wonderful to see you today. Of course, Izuku has to admit he isn't a professional doctor, so that may be the doctor's coping mechanism, like his is regaling his life in his head like there are people listening and referring to himself like a third-person disembodied voice. Everybody copes slightly differently. I'm going to have to ask you all to leave the room. Due to the nature of Izuku-kun's quirk, we have to examine him again to ensure there's no major long-term damage. His mother sighs and starts to usher everybody out of the room, though his aunt and Bakugo are giving him looks of two different magnitudes. The older blonde is giving both his mother and himself a look that demands to know why they're both so casual about this, and since when did he have a quirk, while the younger blonde is just angry to be bosses around. So, tell me again in detail everything that led up to your accident. They've done this 10 times now. And judging by the clock on the wall, it's been nearly 2 hours. The physical hadn't taken more than 2 minutes. There was a nasty scar in a jagged horizontal line across his left rib cage that overlapped a few of his older scars, where some broken piece of the bumper of the car had impaled him. Now they were onto a FISI evaluation. Sitting in a hospital bed, itching to get away and never be in the white room again, he feels sympathy for Tenko Shimura. Sympathy more so than he already has. He's experiencing not even a sliver of what he had to go through, and he's already having homicidal urges. Then again, he usually has homicidal urges after a particularly bad day. So I was following up a lead on a friend I'd lost contact with, when Bakugo surprised me and I thought he was someone else. Someone that had hurt you in the past? Yeah. And out of instinct I ran. I didn't realize it was Bakugo until I turned when he shouted at me to move, and by then the car hit me. There's sympathy in the doctor's mismatched eyes. Not for him though, for Bakugo. Have you had time to talk to Bakugo about what he saw? That's different from the last round of questioning. No. I was a little too busy having a panic attack on the side of the road. The man visibly recoils at his words, and he realizes maybe he had too much venom in his voice. A snicker and disapproving noise catch his attention, and without thinking he turns to look at the two ghosts. Oh, do we have ghosts with us? Shock covers the two corporal beings' faces at the recognition, and he nods. Anybody you know? He looks the doctor in the eyes. His eyes have always unnerved him. They were never quite right. Always prying yet never giving way themselves. No. After everything that had happened between being accepted into his dream school and the first day of school, namely getting hit by a car, babysitting to the max, ridding the house of potentially incriminating investigative evidence, multiple exorcisms, getting caught up with a dead friend and introducing himself to his missing friend's dead grandmother and the mentor of his mentor, and an awkward family dinner that included the Bakugo family and Toshinroi and Tsukachi. Izuku was not in the least surprised when he struggled to pull himself out of bed. But he did it, which meant something. Even if it wasn't worth a mental pat on the back, it meant something. Oh, and he also has to perform an exorcism before he even goes to school today. That's a thing he does now. Dragging himself out of bed required half the effort it takes to keep his eyes open, but he manages. His rucksack is filled with school supplies, food and a hell of a lot of salt, candles and books that he probably shouldn't keep laying around, but so what? Pulling on his uniform, he internally cringes at how restrictive the blaster feels on his arms. Not to mention the shirt makes his scars irritated, but he'll have to just learn to live with it. He looks for his school shoes, his mother horrified by his idea to wear his red boots had insisted he buy some other shoes, but he's unable to find them. Deciding red boots and a telling off are better than bare feet, he grabs the sturdy boots that sit by the door and makes his way out the door, bag on his back and a cereal bar in hand. If he sees his school shoes in the cubby, he doesn't recall. The train ride is half pleasant. He sees some kids from his junior high who send him cautious looks till they notice the uniform and go white as sheets. And then there's also people that he sees on a regular basis due to his status as local occult child. One such person is his latest client, the one he'd had to leave home early for. Mr. Hohimu had a problem with a demon, one that apparently followed him to every house he moved to. The not-so-poor man had moved 15 times in the last 3 years, all yielding the same response. A quick and forced uprooting of the family after blood started coming out of the walls and items dropping through the floors after becoming intangible. Why he'd moved to Shizuoka Prefecture with a problem like that was beyond him. He was getting paid to help him, so he didn't see the problem. More surprisingly, it was in fact a demon, which was new because Izuku was used to dealing with poltergeist. Guess he should become more religious. The closest he'd get is paganism, which people didn't even consider an actual religion, though it definitely was. That didn't matter though, because those books that he defiantly should not just leave about had in fact helped him. A creepy prefecture was also a shifty prefecture, and if you wanted it, somebody could get you it. Or at least that was his reason on why he was carting around books that were probably cursed and gave in detail explanations on how to banish demons in many, many languages that he'd had to learn, and in many, many ways that did in fact actually work. Or at least the words in the books. He wasn't going to learn Swedish in its entirety just because one of his banishing books happened to be written in it. That would be a waste of time and resources. After the banishing, his client had offered to pay his train fare on his first day as well as paying him. Which, to any person that has to constantly take public transport at dead but hours of the morning knows, was a godsend. As he stood holding the rails hanging from the ceiling, he allowed his eyes to drift around the train carriage. Apart from his clients and the few people in his neighborhood that weren't immediately put off by him, there was of course his old schoolmates along with some of their new classmates. He was getting uneasy looks from them. Then there was the group of businessmen stood a few meters from him that kept looking between him and their briefcases like any second he was going to lunge forward and steal them from their hands, and there was the mother who was sat with 2 younger children, not yet at the age to start school, who was not so quietly whispering about him to her children, telling them to be careful of boys like him. See those scars? He's probably been in many fights. They're delinquents and only get people in trouble. She wasn't exactly wrong though. The majority of his scars were from fights. The ones on his face weren't though, and neither were the ones on his hands and arms which were exposed because god damn it he wasn't wearing that stupid blazer and longer than he needed to. When his station arrived and he moved to get off, he felt a collective breath be let go as his feet hit the platform. Seemed he was more intimidating than he thought he was. Walking to you, he thought back to the day of the exam before a stab of guilt returned to his chest, thinking of what he'd put poor recovery girl through. The woman had probably been unable to help people in her time as a hero, but to think you'd lost a child in your own property must have been devastating to her. He pushed that away though and allowed the selfish, prideful feeling to take guilt's place as he stepped through the gate. He was there. He was actually a student. He'd done it. He had really done it. And then that feeling went away, and it was replaced with self-consciousness and the natural instinct to enforce solidarity on himself as people that passed him, his age and older, gave him weary looks. Sighing, he put his blazer on properly, slung his bag back on his back and trudged forward to his classroom in the heroics department. People were entitled to their opinions, and if they thought he was somebody to be feared, he might as well let them. Please don't let anybody in my class actually be as tall as the door, he found himself murmuring as he slid the door open. Peeking inside, he saw it was relatively full, but unfortunately both Bakugo and that speed kid from the exam were in his class. And they were arguing loud enough for him to get a headache the second he stepped in the room. Or it might have been the amount of ghosts in the room. Either or. Actually, now that he thought about it for a second, there was an abnormal amount of ghosts in this room. A few looked his way as he walked further into the room, and he took the advantage of looking like he was surveying his classmates to survey the dead. 20 at least, with that kid at the back of the room with red and white hair had about 3. Not his business though, so he looks away and tries not to notice that Mr. Kurodon and the lady that introduced herself as Nana Shimura are attempting to sneak into the room behind him even though it's so blatantly obvious. He looks back over to the arguing students, except they aren't arguing anymore and they're staring at him, which in turn leads to the rest of the class staring at him. Deku. Not as venomous as junior high. He's almost impressed. If he didn't know any better, seeing him get run over by a car because of the blonde spooking him had given Bakugo a new appreciation for him. Not likely. Bakugo. Red eyes trail his form, anybody else and it'd be suspicious, then meet his again. No blood. That statement makes a few eyebrows rise and a few eyes widen. He notices from the corner of his eye, I'm impressed, you haven't gotten into any fights this morning. The banter is new, maybe Bakugo really has got an appreciation for him? Oh no. He sees the slight twitch to his eye as he forces himself to be polite. Aunt Mitsuki has obviously put him up to being polite. Steeling himself to not lash out if the Speedy Gonzales meets Road Runner meets Ingenium ripoff guy tries to communicate again after their failed contact at the exam. He walks to his seat, which is behind Bakugo, with nothing more than no, it just got removed after I banished Mr. Hohimu's demon. You'd be surprised how well demons dry clean. The incredulous look he's given prove the blonde can't tell if he's joking or not. You're Midoriya, right? He looks at the black-haired boy who sat in the seat next to his. Turning around, he leans against his table. Blue boy starts to drone at him. He's this close to punching his glasses of his presumptuous face, and looks at the boy who addressed him. Yeah. Why? Pinprick eyes widen. But dude, you died during the entrance exam. Recovery girl pronounced you dead and everything. I was there when she did it. He isn't sure why he laughs, but he finds himself laughing. Laughing so much that he actually bends over slightly, because this is too much. He tried so desperately to not hurt anyone and this happens? Oh boy, well. He isn't sure why he even finds it funny, but he's messed up, so he finds stuff he isn't supposed to find funny all the time. You'll find I have tendency to not stay dead for very long. Besides, it wasn't that bad. All I got out of it was this scar anyway. He undoes his tie and undoes his top button to show the scar on his neck where the glass that sliced his carotid artery in half and ruined his voice box for a week entered. It's wicked looking, all jagged and menacing looking. He sends a smirk that matches his scar at the boy as he sees him stare in terror and confusion. He redoes his button and tie when he notices that some kid in class look uncomfortable. He wants to be a hero, he can't do that if he doesn't respect people. He looks back at his classmate who looks a little sick all of a sudden. He's about to ask if the kid's okay when Sonic the FING Hedgehog opens his trap again. Midoriya, please remove yourself from the desk. It is disrespectful to dash. Yeah, and it's disrespectful to FING shout at people, isn't it? He stands then, something in him rearing its head, and faces the prim and proper boy. He can see how tense the other boy gets. He makes himself relaxed, he's in control here. I gave you the benefit of the doubt at the exam, thinking hey, he waves his hand around casually but doesn't miss the flinch, maybe he's nervous. Everybody is pent up. But guess what, jackass, I'm sick and tired of fuckers like you thinking they're better than me just because dash. He walks up to Blue Boy and pokes him in the chest harshly and doesn't enjoy how he squirms away. I'm scarred. I don't like hurting people, but you? He looks up at his victim, noticing how scared he is. He's obviously never faced actual conflict of any kind before. No wonder he froze up. You make me rethink that. You have a stick up your arse because you come from a private school, right? Well, guess what? A guy who runs when he sees a girl trapped under rubble, he can feel his voice rising without his consent but doesn't attempt to stop it, and about to be crushed by a giant FING robot doesn't deserve to talk about respect. They stare at each other. Since when has he leant up to get into the other boy's face? He doesn't know, but the sweat running down the other's face is enough of an indication that he's scared him. The anger that appeared out of nowhere diminishes. Mentally slapping himself for ruining his own reputation again, he stands down, takes in a calming breath and pats the other on the shoulders. The action physically jolts the other boy, and he lets out a meep as Izuku smooths down the lapels of his blazer. Glad we had that chat. He pats him again and turns back to his desk. It's quiet, but he doesn't care. Life's effed up enough as it is without people that want to be heroes running around thinking they're higher and mightier than everybody else when they don't have any DMNFANG courtesy towards others. Like he's one to talk himself. The awkward and tense silence that underlies the quite muted chatter of his shaken classmates is broken by bright brown eyes that send another round of infinite awkwardness rocketing through him. Deku, you got in. I didn't get chance to thank you at the exam. She bounds up from the door to his seat, hair swinging widely as she does so, and he distantly wonders if she needs clips to keep it out of her eyes. Oh, you were so cool. The way you took out that robot was amazing. You were just like, and dash. If you're here to socialize, then get out. It's silent as a tired voice comes from the door, and as his tired eyes slide over to the door, he's sure his quirk has finally screwed him up for good. Because he swears plain as the sun is shining outside there's a motherfucking yellow caterpillar with Eraserhead's face on it in the doorway. What's his life come to? It took 8 seconds for you all to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? This sentence is followed by the caterpillar having a metamorphosis leading to Eraserhead to step out of the cocoon, sans his goggles. Seriously, why did he even wake up this morning? Changing into his PD uniform is a somber affair, especially when he can feel the stares. He's used to stares, but this is the first time in nearly 4 years that he's gotten changed in front of other people, so it's almost violating. He can't blame them though. Whenever he catches sight of his own body in the mirror at home, he stares. He looks like a cat went to town on him. That and a gun, knife, open flame, and of course how could he forget a car bumper going at least 60 miles an hour to kill him on impact? He's scarred up is the point of the matter. Quickly he pulls his shirt over his head, makes a noise of discomfort in the back of his throat as it rubs on his newest scar and irritates it again, and is quick about pulling on his PD trousers. The leg scars aren't particularly pretty either, especially when not many of them have anything to do with his quirk. Turning around he sees his classmates in various states of undress all staring at him, all with one thing in common. Absolute terror in their eyes. He doesn't make eye contact with anybody but the ghosts in the room, giving the illusion he's looking straight through all his living classmates, and walks to the door, the other boys parting like a river before him. The girls aren't any different on the playing field. The second he's in range they're staring, stuck between looks of sympathy and fear. Good, he finds himself thinking. Let them fear him. It makes bullying less likely to happen, and when he gets new scars and comes in injured, which is going to happen no doubt about it, especially with how his bad tendencies have started to rub off on Hisashi, nobody will bother to question it. The only person that questions him and appears to be willing to look in his direction without some form of distrust in their eyes is Uraraka, who, bless her sunshine soul, is fluttering around him like a mother hen. He almost flinches away when she grabs his arm, but he doesn't do anything other than flinch, which while causing an upset expression on her face is much better than him unintentionally attacking the only person who thinks he's a decent person that isn't either dead or older than him. I can call you Deku, right? Just checking in case it made you feel awkward before. He nods. No point in changing names now, right? Besides, Uraraka seems like a nice girl. The nickname isn't even an insult from Bakugo Go anyway, so from her it's like praise. She holds his arm in her hands, with pinkies raised the entire time he notices, rotating it to get better angles. His arms are covered in scar burns and a few knife wounds. They're his least favorite scars because they happened before all the shit with his quirk. How'd you get these? I mean, I assume your quirk caused most of your injuries. You did break both legs and an arm, right? He looks at her quizzically. How did she know that? Sunshine Child blushes slightly, though he has no idea why, and hurriedly finishes her point. I wanted to make sure enough were okay, but Recovery Girl wasn't letting me into the nurse's office. She told me the extent of your injuries, though. He has to resist the urge to roll his eyes. This girl was really too good. Why on earth was she becoming a hero and not being worshipped by some strange cultists who believed quirks were evil but hers was a godsend? Actually, he'd need to look into that. Nothing from those creeps had arisen recently, and it was getting suspicious. Deku. Hey, it's all right if you don't want to tell me. She's worried his drifting off is to do with her question. He can tell, but he simply brushes it off, though he does feel thankful that his arm has been released. It's not stuff I'm proud of, Uraraka. It's best to keep stuff that's dead. No use digging up stuff that doesn't need to be. If he isn't the only one that catches Zero choking on thin air, nobody mentions it. Well, at least the disappointment radiating off of Shimura-san is diminishing, though Mr. Kurodon's disappearance is cause for concern. Hopefully he's returned to wherever Tsubasa has been haunting recently instead of going to wreak unintentional havoc on the school. Test of our quirks? His classmates somehow managed to perfectly time their frustration to create one large scream. Never mind about Yagi-sensei not making it through one day of teaching, it'll be a miracle if Izuku can handle this class any longer than the next 10 minutes if this keeps up. What about the entrance ceremony? Or guidance sessions? From next to him, Uraraka starts to protest, and it's actually a rather valid point, though he's had enough interactions with Eraserhead to almost perfectly guess his response. No time to waste on that if you want to be heroes. The horrified noise that exits the girl's mouth is reminiscent of when Mr. Kurodon realized that Tenko Shimura's father was a piece of sheet. The tired man looks over his shoulder at them, and the judgment is clear in his expression. This is a bit more than a simple test. UA is known for its freestyle education system. That applies to us teachers as well. But nothing is given to indicate a deeper meaning. Softball throwing, the standing long jump, the 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, and seated to touch. You did all these in junior high, yes? Your standard no quirks allowed tests. He paused, seeming to gauge their reaction. This country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating those records. It's not rational. The Department of Education is just procrastinating. His voice breaks from its ominous tone and back to a regular human's. Bakugo. The blonde looks over to him, seemingly none too impressed about being called out on the first day of school. Step into the circle. With the prospect of a sporting event on the table, Bakugo's expression differs from its default expression into a somewhat more socially acceptable version of the default. After years of close proximity and forced closure over the last 2 weeks, he knows it means the other boy is in a half-decent mood. What was the furthest distance you could throw in junior high? The answer comes into Izuku's head at the same instance that the answer leaves Bakugo's lips, 67 meters. It throws him off slightly because that is incredibly weird trivia to know about someone he isn't supposed to have a good relationship with. Of course, he can blame it on the fascination he's had with the blonde since childhood and chalk it up to sideline subconscious fanboying that's led to him keeping such random knowledge. Their teacher procures a ball from somewhere on his person and throws it at Bakugo who, true to form, catches it with one hand. Great. Now try it using your quirk. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave the circle. Nodding to himself, the blonde gets in a stance, and Izuku finds himself over long Uraraka's ears as she looks up at him confused. With seconds, that confusion is gone when the loudest explosion Izuku's ever heard emits from Bakugo's hand, the ball whistling through the air after sultry breaking the sound barrier. He removes his hands after the noise and strangled war cry of "Die" are gone, and she thanks him. He's already partially deaf from that time Bakugo exploded his face as a toddler. Nobody else needs busted eardrums if he can help it, and Uraraka is the only one he particularly likes at the moment. Besides, Shimura-san is giving him that approving nod that you get when you've done something expected of you without being told it was expected of you. A small beeping draws everybody's attention to over where Eraserhead is stood holding a device he most definitely was not holding before. He really has to look into the art of invisible pockets at some point, and speaks as he turns it to them all so they can wallow in self-pity. It's important for us to know our limits. The device displays Bakugo's distance of 705.2 meters. So Bakugo isn't only stealing hearing, he's also stealing aspirations and self-confidence. He'd make a brilliant teacher. But then again, maybe not. Because instead of being stunned into SBMs, his classmates are yelling again and louder than before as well. Whoa! This is awesome! 705 meters? Seriously? So we can use our quirks for real? Man, the hero course is great. The temperature suddenly drops and he feels his eyes drifting back to his teacher who's studying the device with mild curiosity. The disdainful aura is coming from his teacher, and that's the cause in the drop of temperature. Awesome, you say? It seems everybody else has picked up on their teacher's change in mood because it's suddenly quiet again. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here. And you think it'll be all fun and games. It's not often that he feels intimidated. His existence and reputation revolves around himself being the intimidating one, right? The resolve in that one word twists his scarred stomach. The one with the lowest scores across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. The first test they were going to be forced to endure was a 50-meter dash. Don't get him wrong, Izuku was okay at running. It wasn't like he struggled at it. He did have brilliant stamina after all. It was more the fact that running was always something he used as a last-second decision kind of thing, you know? Like this morning when he was almost late so he had to run, or that time one of the kids from school had stolen his bag so he'd missed the bus and had to run home to avoid the downpour that started to ensue the minute he got to his building. First up was Sonic, who actually flinched as he passed him, and some girl that Uraraka said was called Tsuyu. She was very frog-like in appearance. Large eyes and webbed-looking fingers combined with her crouched position at the starting line all gave the impression of the amphibious creature. Then she leaped probably as twice as the guy with bat-wing arms was tall, and he could tell for sure her quirk had something to do with frogs. The machine beeped far too quickly and a droning robotic voice spoke out. 3.04 seconds. Now that he looked at the blue-haired boy properly, he was shocked to discover he'd somehow missed the giant engine exhausts sticking out the back of his legs. Seconds later the machine beeped again. 5.58 seconds. The two looked happy with their scores, the Tsuyu girl sending a sheepish smile towards Uraraka. Seemed Sunshine Child already had friends. It just meant he could probably wrangle more people into helping him protect her, regardless of whether they liked him or not. Next up was his friend, and he gave her a pat on the back as she sent him a nervous expression and walked up to the starting line. She was against the blonde boy with a tail who jumped back from him when he walked into the changing rooms. It had been mildly funny, considering he'd quietly said, "Excuse me," and the monkey boy had jumped about a good meter in the air and with the help of his tail had ended up hanging from the suspended lighting. Watching Uraraka closely, he noticed that she was murmuring to herself and began touching her clothes, shortly after which it looked like her clothes were attempting to float upwards but were hindered by Uraraka herself staying in one place. The whistle went and they ran. Monkey Boy used his tail, much like Tsuyu had, to launch himself across the finish line while the brunette used good old-fashioned running to get there. He didn't quite catch the boy's time but he gave a thumbs up to his friend when he heard her time. 7.15 seconds. At the very least she seemed proud of herself. Next was a pink girl that reminded him of Kirby with horns and a blonde boy who from a quick glance and listening in to gave him the distinct impression of non-aggressive more flamboyant Bakugo Katsuki. This impression, however, was happily proven wrong when he graciously accepted his fate of coming in second with nothing more than, "If I hadn't had a cool-down PRD my stomach would have exploded." Now that he looked he remembered him from his exam. They'd been in the same area and the boy had even saved him from a 2-pointer he hadn't seen. He would have to remember to thank him later, if the boy didn't die from intestinal failure beforehand that was. "Alright, Bakugo and Midoriya, you're up." Sighing he thanked Sunshine Child for her encouragement and walked up to the starting line stretching his arms and legs like he usually would before running in PD. Bakugo was side-eyeing him, obviously interested in how with his defensive-type quirk he'd managed to score a place in the hero course. Probably thought he'd just murdered himself in front of the robots repeatedly. That wasn't so bad of an idea actually. If the blast from his revival could be made big enough, he could potentially short-circuit all the robots in the vicinity. His mental notes and reminders were getting bigger every few minutes today. Ignoring the way red eyes bored into him, Izuku crouched not too dissimilar to how Tsuyu had crouched earlier and waited for the signal. When the whistle did go he didn't pay attention to anything but the mitigation of 1 for all to a percentage he could handle and how he was going to stick the landing without breaking something. From his power-boosted jump he found himself leaping over the finish line not too long after. Admittedly he didn't have the most award-winning landing, having to tumble along slightly to not damage himself, but he did it and smirked to himself when the machine went off. 3.45 seconds. The sound of swearing and explosions had him turning to face his opponent who had a blazing expression on his angered face as the machine spat out his time almost tauntingly. For 0.13 seconds. They stared at each other, eyes conveying messages neither of them properly understood before they moved on and returned to the group. For once in his life all welcomed him as he faced a group, but just as he'd expected the second their eyes left Bakugo they turned fearful again. He'd really effed himself over, hadn't he? The next few events went swimmingly. He was capable athletically, but having one for all really helped improve his scores. Of course, all went well until the throwing event. Bakugo was clearly growing impatient, he could tell. Whether it was from the class as a whole, like it was with himself, or it was because Izuku wasn't particularly forthcoming in any way about how the hell his revival quirk had now mutated into strength augmentation. The longer he watched the throwing event the more awkward he felt himself becoming. Normally he'd be able to stick it out and ignore the way everybody was attempting to keep some form of distance away from him, and he knew it was a lost cause. He'd kind of hoped he'd have a friend. Sure, he was considering Uraraka as a friend, but that would probably only last until one of the other girls or guys told her how he'd acted this morning. He tried not to make his smile seem too forced as he watched Uraraka throw the ball. He'd enjoy it for what it was. Just like he allowed himself to feel somewhat happy the past 2 weeks he spent being forced to bond with Bakugo. It wasn't all bad. Beat dead people. Not that they were bad, but he was finally starting to understand why his mother wanted him to spend more time around the living. One thing, though, made him internally smirk. Sonic was growing a pair, it seemed. While in the first event the boy had flinched at the act of walking near him, the blue boy was the closest to him, and from a quick glance out of the corner of his eye, the speedster was watching him carefully. Midoriya, you're up. Nodding at his teacher, he walked forward, catching the new ball that was tossed to him. As he got in the circle, he half listened to what was being said about him. Midoriya appears to be extremely cautious. He's been playing it safe, you can tell. So it seemed Glasses was keeping track of him through the events? And the fact he'd picked up on him holding back despite only seeing him in action once before was interesting. He'd definitely have to try and get him as a friend if he could redeem himself. Someone like that could be a good ally and an even better friend. Well duh. The BSTer got hit by a car the other week. He's still healing. A mini uproar happened behind him at that. Leave it to Katsuki to take away the attention. Smiling, he used his quirk and launched the ball, careful to mitigate it. He didn't need any of his still healing wounds to reopen. His quirk got rid of most of the damage, but he still needed stitches in a few areas. The shouting behind him only stopped when the ball created a boom as it broke the sound barrier. Much like it did with Katsuki's. His results would nearly be all perfect if anybody would be willing to do seated toe touches with him. Seriously, there are 18 students and every single one of them are occupied. Even Bakugo has a partner, and apart from his threat this morning, Izuku is like Effie and Angel compared to that cesspool of a personality. Looking around vaguely, he resigned himself to doing it on his own before he was approached by his, and it hadn't even been half a day yet, least favorite classmate. The kid was tiny, purple in too many ways, and from a quick observation proved to be a gigantic pervert. If he wasn't a Hero Corps student, with the way he skittishly kept eye contact while looking unsure whether to attack or make a run for it, Izuku could have easily mistaken him for one of the BSTRDS and creeps he often dealt with. And Midoriya, right? Jesus Christ on a bike. Even his voice sounded like a sleazeball. Did they not have any requirements at all for students? Like, for instance, not being voted most likely to become a sec offender? Which, being honest, this kid defiantly got voted as that in his final year of junior high. Or maybe he was just so used to dealing with pervs who took it too far he was overreacting. Maybe. But his instincts were rarely wrong, and his instincts were telling him the kid was a sleazeball. That's my name. It was almost pitiful how he had to look down, and he thought he was short. Sure, he was a bit taller than average, but the guys and girls in this class were giants. Me, my netta. He kept his expression schooled, eyes blank and devoid of anything. And I knew that. His eyes widened in fear. Aizawa-sensei called it, and you walked to take your turn in the previous events. What do you want? There's no other people to do the touches with, and I was dash. I'll do it on my own. I'm not the best team player, you understand, my Neta-kun. Makes me aggravated sometimes, you understand, right? He walked past the boy making sure nobody was paying attention when he grabbed the tiny boy's shoulder and put as much pressure as his hand could give without using one for all. Oh, and another thing. I catch you doing anything to the girls? And you won't have your eyes. If you don't believe me, ask around Mustafa for me and you'll meet a bunch of people like you who've faced consequences. Just like this morning, he released his grip and pat the annoying pest on the shoulder. Keep it in mind, okay, my Netakuen? He made sure to smile wolfishly over his shoulder, a clear warning to the petrified boy. Hey Deku, over here. I want to properly introduce you to Tsu. He looked away from Mineta and over at his bubbly friend who had an arm wrapped around the frog girl's shoulder. I'll be over in a second, Uraraka. Sending her a smile, he gave one final look to the other boy who was still standing still before he began to walk over. I'm Azui Tsuyu, call me Tsu, Midoriya-kun. Shaking the hand held out to him, he smiled genuinely at the girl. Of course, Tsu. Feel free to call me Deku. Everybody does. Huh? How the F did I come after Deku? You little runt, when the hell did you grow an athletic bone in your body? The blonde got in his face and he looked past him as he was shaken back and forth. He focused more on how Tsu and Uraraka were having a laugh at his expense and how Sonic looked like he was going to have a breakdown. Personally, he was still amazed at how he'd come in third place, technically first out of the normal students if you took into account the other two were recommended students. Bakugo, release Midoriya. Whatever. I'm watching you, shifty nerd. Hey, Izuku, come over here. Looking up from his book, he felt his face split into a grin when he saw his friend over on the swings. Dobby was a little older than him, though only by 4 years, but still hung out with him and actually kept him safe from bullies. Stuffing his book into his rucksack, he slung that on his back before hurrying over to the swings, standing in front of his black-haired friend expectantly. Fiddling with the straps of his bag, he almost didn't see the hand motioning him to sit next to him. Really? A small frown grew on his friend's face as he verbally told him he could sit next to him on the swings. It was something new entirely. The last time he'd sat on the swings with anybody had been when he was 6, and even then Bakugo had used his explosions to throw him off in the name of fun. Okay then. He continued to smile, sitting happily next to his friend, kicking his feet slightly to start swinging slowly. He looked at his friend but looked forward when he saw his friend doing the same. They sat there, quiet and still. The only sounds around them the other kids at the playground and the creaking of the swings. He enjoyed this Dobby. The nice one. The one that wasn't showing off to other people and who called him by his name instead of that horrible nickname all the other kids did, even his other friends called him by it. But the fire Quirk holder only ever called him it when they were around the other boys. Do your arms still hurt? Surprised, he looked at his friend in the corner of his eye to see him leaning forward slightly, making his swinging off, and his eyebrows were furrowed. Looking down at his arms, he didn't want to admit, but they did hurt. The bandages sticking out from under his shirt were fresh and had only been applied yesterday. Kind of. He risked a glance to see his friend's fist shaking slightly, and he started to try to backpedal, but it isn't your fault. Not at all. I was just being silly and didn't get out the way in time and dash. He was about to continue before being abruptly cut off. Izuku, you shouldn't have done it anyway. He trailed off, and Izuku looked properly at his friend. An unfamiliar scowl on his face and his turquoise eyes reminded him of his blue fire in that moment. Because they were so hit and intense and so very angry. They're stupid idiots. I don't even know why I agree to it, but you're so much younger than us and you always get hurt. He felt trapped under Dobby's gaze. They do it on purpose. They keep you there longer than you should, that's why you get hurt. You're not clumsy or stupid, Izuku. They want you to get hurt. That was silly. His friends wouldn't. Would they? Of course they wouldn't. They were his friends and friends didn't. Katsuki did. He was your friend and he hurt you. He left you as well. His thoughts turned dark. His friends wouldn't be like Bakugo, right? The more he looked at Dobby though, the more the message became clear that they would. Why are you telling me this? What was he even trying to accuse Dobby of? Telling him something he'd known all along? Something he'd forced himself to ignore? Something that was obviously inevitable? To just prove that I'm useless? Is that why? He didn't know why he was shouting, but everything was just too loud, and he was angry and crying, and he didn't know what he was doing. Izuku dash. No. It's alright. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew that you guys would get tired of me. This is your way of getting rid of me, right? He stood up from the swing, turning in a circle, trying to spot the others. Because they'd come to watch, right? Come out, guys. It isn't funny if you're the only ones laughing. Dobby was stood up when he turned back to him, worry dancing in his eyes. But it had to be fake, just like this stupid kindness. Because he was Izuku Deku Midoriya. And nobody actually cared. Just like Bakugo always said, it was only a matter of time before his own mother kicked him out. Izuku, what are you going on about? Nobody's watching, and I'm not trying to get rid of you, can't you see? I'm trying to help you get better friends dash. Where Dobby? Everybody in this stupid neighborhood hates me. His friend went to deny it, and don't try and lie to me. You know it's true. I'm just stupid and quirkless, and it always ends up like this. The boy closed his mouth, obviously unable to come up with a retort. Then his eyes steeled, and just as he was about to walk away, probably to go to his room and cry all this out, he was grabbed in an inescapable hold by his friend. You are not stupid. You are Izuku Midoriya, and while you may be quirkless, that does not define who you are. You can be a hero if you want. That's what you want to be, right? You want to help people? Well, be your own hero first. He wanted to believe the words, he wanted to believe all of it. But he couldn't. Because nobody cared. Nobody was honest with him. What's the point though? I'll either make the situation worse or I'll hurt myself. And how can I be my own hero if I don't know how to do it in the first place? The grip on his shoulders lessened ever so slightly, and he looked up, seeing Dobby's face turn cold. So you're just gonna give up? Just like that? You're being paranoid, Izuku, you know that. For as long as I've known you, you've aspired to be a hero, to help people. So what, if you don't have that many friends now? Think of how many people will want to be your friend when you're a hero. He forced a smile when his friend looked at him in the eyes again. He pretended to feel better and pretended to be over it as Dobby walked him back over to the swings, and pretended to be interested as Dobby went on about how he'd help him get better friends and he'd stay in touch. He pretended to believe him. Oh, Izuku, you're home early. What's wrong? You've been crying again, haven't you? Did those boys hurt you? If they have, I swear dash. No. I mean no, it's fine. They didn't do anything. Dobby and I just got in a fight. Her eyes softened when she looked down on him, and he hated it. Why did she always have to pity him? Was he really that pitiful? Well, what did you fight about? He slunk into the living room, curling up on the couch as she went to the kitchen, obviously cooking dinner. He told me I need to find some other friends, doesn't want me hanging around them anymore. He could hear a knife on a chopping board stall before it continued again. And why did he say that? He told me that I need to find better friends than the ones I have now. How am I supposed to do that though? Nobody likes me. Izuku, you know that's not true dash. Yes it is. Look at Bakugo. He dropped me the second he knew I was quirkless, and all the other kids think I'm freaky because I have these stupid. He couldn't control himself as he pulled at the bandages on his arms. Stupid bandages on all the time. And everybody knows I'm quirkless. Why would they dash? He couldn't continue as he began to sob. Do you? Looking over at the angry voice, he sighed. Ever since he'd started to avoid Dobby and his old friends, Bakugo had taken it as a cue to try and bully him more. Curling up on himself on the beach, he looked away from where the blonde was. Storming over, fists shaking, and for once on his own. Deku, look at me when I'm talking to you. Looking up at Bakugo, he wondered how he'd gotten in front of him so quickly. Now that the other boy was closer, he could see that he was actually quite bruised up. His jaw looked swollen, and he was leaning to the left, putting more of his body weight on that side, as well as a few scrapes and small bruises on his exposed arm. Care to explain why those shitty bastards you're always hanging around with decided to beat me and those shitty extras up? That was news to him. But the anger behind the red eyes digging into him told him that if he denied knowing about it outright, he wouldn't be believed. So, he did what he knew would cause Bakugo to calm down ever so slightly. He diverted attention away from the main topic. Are you okay? What about your friends, are they dash? Those extras aren't my friends. And of course I'm effing okay. What do you take me for, shitty Deku? I'm not some kind of weakling like you. Look at you, you're curled up and shaking like a demon leaf. Red eyes dilated and he realized he'd screwed up somehow when they looked even more angry. And don't change the subject. Answer the demon question. His shirt was grabbed by one of Bakugo's fists and the blonde got more in his face. Explain why those beasts decided to beat me and the extras up. Did you get ballsy enough to think you could scare me? He shook his head quickly, bringing his hands up in the universal gesture of, I mean no harm, as he began to try and get his words out as quickly as possible. No. No, I didn't know. I haven't spoken to any of them in a few months. I have no idea why they do that. I mean, they've always been kind of violent, but I didn't think they'd ever hurt anyone. Red eyes scrutinized him, checking him for any signs of weakness or a lie before he was thrown back on the bench. You better not be lying to me, Deku. If you are, I'll dash. There he is. Looking over to the familiar voice, he shrunk in on himself more than he ever had before when he saw his friends stalking over to them. They also had bruises, a few of them had burn marks, obviously from Bakugo's quirk, and one in particular who had always been the head of the group had blood trailing from his nose. His heady eyes settled in him before clinging onto Bakugo. Didn't know you'd be stupid enough to go to a public place, Bakugo. You really are just brawn, aren't you? No wonder you pick on Deku so much, he's probably the closest thing to a brain you and your groupies have. He moves so he's standing across from his friends and next to Bakugo. The blonde is tense next to him, obviously knowing that if he starts a fight here out in the open he won't win without his quirk, and in public they'll surely get arrested. He fidgets with his hands and tries to avoid looking any of the older kids in the eyes, knowing they'll probably try and guilt him into joining them again. Come on Deku, let's go. He's surprised and lets out a small yelp when Bakugo grabs the back of his shirt and starts to drag him back. They don't even make it 2 meters before the leader is speaking again. He wishes he could remember his name, but in his fear-stilled mind it isn't coming to him. Not so fast, Bakugo. Deku is ours. You don't get to just drag him everywhere, especially after what you've done to him over the years. He feels the hand leave his shirt and feels tense as the blonde rounds on the group again. Oh yeah. Well, at least I'm not a group of assholes who leave him bandaged every other day. He feels bile in his throat because he hadn't told anybody about that. Only his mother knew he got hurt hanging out with his friends, so how did Bakugo know? The leader, Yukio, that's his name, sneers at him and he feels that feeling of intimidation that he always does. He hates feeling so weak and powerless. Oh, you've been spreading shit, Deku? He can feel red eyes locking onto him then. Telling people what we do, thought you'd sworn to not tell anybody? Now he can see the scowl in the corner of his eye, but he can't move. He can't move. You know that really makes us upset. Is this what you've been doing the last few months, Deku? Running off to Bakugo to tell him what big meanies we are. No. No, I didn't say anything. He doesn't know what he's talking about, he's making stuff up and dash. Don't lie to me, Deku. He can see fire in those eyes, just like the fire that licks up his arms whenever he hangs around them. They start to move forward and he wants to run. He needs to run. So he does. He isn't sure why, but Bakugo tagged along with him and they soon find themselves clambering through that hole in the dents they used to go through when they were younger to get into the restricted area of the park that is more forest than anything. He keeps running, barely aware of the cursing spewing from Bakugo's mouth, and suddenly falls when there's no more floor beneath his feet. He gasps for air as he suddenly realized where he is properly. He's in the river in the forest next to the park. 20 minutes at least away from the nearest public place. He'd screwed up because when Yukio and the others found him they were gonna kill him and they'd be able to get away with it. Deku, you if a idiot, get up. I can hear them for F's sake. Looking around he finally focused on the boy next to him who had for some reason stuck with him and hadn't left him. He keeps running, barely aware of the cursing spewing from Bakugo's mouth, and suddenly falls when there's no more floor beneath his feet. He gasps for air as he suddenly realized where he is properly. He's in the river in the forest next to the park. 20 minutes at least away from the nearest public place. He'd screwed up He'd screwed up because when Yukio and the others found him they were gonna kill him and they'd be able to get away with it. Deku, you if a idiot, get up. I can hear them for F's sake. Looking around, he finally focused on the boy next to him who had for some reason stuck with him and hadn't left him. He can hear them now as well, and they're too close and they won't make enough leeway in any direction by the time they catch up, because they're bigger and stronger and there's more of them, and he's broken from thought by the feeling of fire in the air. At first, he looks up at Bakugo, thinking he'd caused an explosion, and he was so out of it he didn't notice, but all he sees is the other boy looking around. There's something familiar about the heat in the air, and he feels his chest tightening when he realizes what it is. Unlike last time, it's him who grabs Bakugo and starts dragging him. It's too time-consuming to go up the riverbank. It's too steep. They'll just have to go down river. If he remembers right, there's a break in the river up ahead which leads to an overpass bridge. They'll be a good way there by the time whatever Dobby's doing with fire is over. What the FS got you like this, Deku? A second ago you couldn't even breath? He looks back over his shoulder, and whatever look he has on his face is enough for Bakugo to drop the subject. It doesn't stop the other boy from snatching his wrist back. They trudge through the shallow river, the sounds of their pursuers changing from faint to not so faint continuously. He can see the overpass now. He's about to tell Bakugo the plan when the shouting suddenly gets too loud. Thought you could get away, Deku? He looks back and screams internally when he remembers that one of his friends has a bloodhound Quirk. They'd just been tricking them into a false sense of security this whole time. He looks up to the riverbank where the 5 older boys are standing tall and intimidating. You don't seem too happy, Yukio. What crawled up your backside and died? His eyes flicker to behind the group, and he resists the urge to smile when he sees familiar turquoise eyes and black hair. Dobby, that little BS's been yabbering on to Bakugo. That's why he's been avoiding us. What the hell is going on? He looks next to him where Bakugo is making small explosions in his hands and edging back ever so slightly. He follows suit. I told him to take a break. After all, a kid shouldn't be hurt because you guys get off on it. There's ice in his words, which contrasts significantly with his next action of setting his hand alight with blue fire. Come over here and say that to my face. You're just as bad as any of us. You're a sick F-. He and Dobby make eye contact, and one message is clear in his eyes: run. So he does, turning and once again dragging Bakugo despite the fact he'd still been making explosions at the time, and tries desperately to ignore the screaming and crackling of fire behind him. Deku, wait up. Confused, he stopped in front of the gate and turned his head, seeing Uraraka running over to him. That was actually rather nice. But unfortunately she was a sunshine child and had somehow convinced Sonic to come with her. The blue-haired boy looked incredibly stiff and uncomfortable as he trailed after the bubbly girl. He had learnt the boy's name to be Ida Tenya, but he wasn't going to use it until he knew he could fully trust the boy or events lead to some strange bonding moment, which, unlike his other strange bonding moments, would hopefully not include him dying or receiving major bodily harm. Hey, Uraraka. When they caught up to him, they didn't move right away, instead milling around in one spot as the two caught their breath. You've met each other, right? She motioned between Ida and himself, and the both of them nodded. Great. You take the train, right, Deku? Would it be possible for me and Ida to go to the station with you? I found out me and Ida live the same way. It wasn't exactly brilliant, and despite the hedgehog's prior confidence, he seemed just as timid and scared of him as he did right at the start of the morning. Thinking it over, it was alright because he didn't technically have to interact with them much, seeing as he'd already established the quiet loner persona to Uraraka and the talk to me and I'll fight you persona to Ida. Sure. But I have to ask why? I'm not exactly the type of person you want to be seen around. He almost felt bad when the girl's face dropped, genuine confusion and sadness seeping into her features at his words. But it didn't last long before it was him that was overtaken by confusion. What are you going on about, Deku? You're a really nice guy. Why wouldn't people want to be seen around you? Numerous examples came to mind. I'm the local occult child, everybody's convinced I'm a delinquent, I have literal Yakuza gangs as my enemies, people regularly attempt to kill me even though they know it won't work, I'm an undead zombie that Barley classifies as a person, etc. But he wasn't willing to voice any of them. He didn't have to, thankfully, because Sonic, being as pretentious as every other time they've interacted, beat him to it. Uraraka, Midoriya has the appearance of a delinquent. I am sure he is simply trying to make you aware that people may get ill impressions of you. What? Uraraka seemed outraged at the explanation and instead rounded on Sonic. Deku does not look like a delinquent. Sure, he has scars, but that does not mean that he is a bad person. She continued along that line of thought, and the two were blissfully unaware of the stares and whispers that surrounded them as students passed by to leave school. While he was used to it, he always found himself attuned to when people began doing it. Side with me on this, Deku. Midoriya, you agree with me, correct? Snapping back into the conversation, he blinked, both teenagers staring at him expectantly. He was trapped, he noticed. He couldn't agree with either of them, and he couldn't just tell them he'd zoned out. He decided to take the coward's way out. Let's just get you guys home. Sighing, he stuffed his hands in his blazer and began walking through the gate, hearing the other two spluttering behind him and demanding for him to slow down as they attempted to fall in step with him. So, what was your old school like, Deku? You don't seem very sociable. He bit the inside of his cheek to stop himself from laughing at his newly acquired friend. The girl had absolutely no filter and a lack of personal space and boundaries. Thankfully, she was much too innocent for that to be taken the wrong way. Sonic didn't share his sentiments. Uraraka, you can't just invade people's private lives like that. Midoriya's life is his own, and we have no rights being privy to it. Doesn't matter, she can ask away. He looked at the boy over his shoulder and felt slightly guilty when he saw how shortly their eye contact lasted and how anxious Sonic was. Why do you want to know, though? Besides thinking I don't seem sociable. Turning around, he began to walk backwards down the street, facing the girl as she spoke. Her hand came up to her chin and she rubbed it in thought. I guess it's just you. You don't give me the impression of a delinquent. And Bakugo called you one at the entrance exam, but you've been nothing but polite to me and kind. If anything, he's the delinquent. Her fists clenched and adorably she huffed in frustration. He noticed her nose scrunched up when she got angry. He couldn't help himself though when he laughed at her statement. Bakugo Katsuki, a delinquent? He'd actually stay dead the day that happened. He laughed even more at the thought and the faces the two pulled when he laughed. Two fish smacked around and left to suffocate had mouths closed more than the two of them. Bakugo? Ha. Yeah. I can't. Haha, that's brilliant. Wait till I tell the. Oh, she's gonna love that. He could just imagine his Aunt Mitsuki's reaction and his mother's as well for that matter. The shared glance before their eyes would sweep over Bakugo with a certain type of exasperation normally reserved for toddlers still learning their manners. Then they'd look at each other again and his mother would smile sheepishly as his aunt shrugged back and muttered about how much of a demon brat her son was. He managed to get his laughter under control. You really got the wrong impression of him. The two gave him disbelieving looks as they scanned their tickets at the barrier to the station. Bakugo is a nasty prick, yeah, and he gets under people's skin because he finds it funny, but he's one of the most hard-working people I know. He let himself sound a little wistful, remembering all the shit they'd put each other through throughout the years. He's a natural-born genius. School bores him, so he needs distractions. Really? I wouldn't have pinned him as one, he just seems. Uraraka looked to Sonic, who also seemed to be stuck on how to phrase it. Yes, he's quite abrasive and gave me more the impression of a narcissist. He pitched in and the two nodded before simultaneously realizing how rude it sounded. No, not that. Similar, but I mean, Midoriya. You can't just what? How undignified. As the two squawked next to him, he let his eyes wander, feeling relaxed for once. He was in a new uniform and around people. He blended in on the platform for once instead of standing out. The squawking descended into a conversation between the two, and he realized it was the first time he hadn't been annoyed by over-exaggerating. He tensed up and let his smile fall from his face when he spotted a familiar group of boys halfway down the platform. Quickly averting his eyes, he turned back to the two. We have to move more into the crowd. He already began walking to the crowded students a few meters away when his arm was snagged. But if we do that we might not get the train. Then we'll have to wait another 20 minutes. His eyes flitted from the girl holding onto his blazer to the boys coming in closer. His throat closed up and his arms burnt under his blazer, the wound on his stomach feeling open and fresh all over again. Uraraka. She seemed stubborn, and when he made eye contact with Ida his desperation must have shone through. Uraraka, Midoriya may have a reason for dash. Well, if it isn't Deku. He repressed the violent flinch that wanted to rack over him, keeping his breathing as even as possible before reminding himself that he had his knife if he needed it. Pulling his arm out of Uraraka's grasp, he turned around, smiled wide, and tried to not show that these three were possibly the only people in the world he was actually scared of. Yukio. Long time no see. He trailed off, taking note of the vicious scar that took over half his face. His left eye was completely useless and looked like a constant itching problem. I haven't seen you since the day at the river. His old friend looked him over and sneered as the other old friends, Rin and Hikaru if he remembered correctly, scoffed. They also had visible burn scars. Dobby had really wrecked them that day. You've gotten bigger, don't look like a scrawny punk anymore. He had some hope that it would go civilly. Everything had been going well so far, and surely the three were mature enough now to know that Izuku couldn't control what Dobby had done that day and that the crazy BSTRDS actions had been entirely his own. Yukio especially had to know that he and Dobby had always threatened to kill and severely harm each other. You've also gotten yourself quite the reputation. The bully crossed his arms and made his stance wider, more intimidating. More people were noticing now. More adults were looking disapprovingly and more kids were pulling out their phones recording it. Heard you're playing Savior. What's that little beach you helped last year? Megami, right? Heard what the guy did to her. He was ragged forward by his blazer and he felt like a scrawny little 10-year-old again. He wasn't 15, in a UA uniform and in a crowded train station with witnesses. He was in the park at age 10 with nobody around to care because he was deemed quirkless. He was 10 and he was going to be punched and hurt, and he really didn't want that to happen, not again. Real sicko, wasn't he, Deku? You have a thing for helping people, don't you? Always have and probably always will. He grabbed the wrist holding him up, his feet dangling slightly. He forced himself to remember who and where he was. He was safe here. People were recording this. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he'd be fine. What's this about, Yukio? You were never one to beat around the bush. I want payback, you little runt. You think going around helping everybody will make up for what you put us through, don't you? The guilt eats you up, don't it? He was being shaken and gasps rang out as he found himself being held above the tracks, the train speeding his way in his peripheral. You think I'm upset by what happened? He raised his voice, shouting to be heard over the rumbling of the tracks. What happened was your own DMN fault and you know it. You set him off. Not me. I have more burn scars than the three of you probably do combined. And we all know who caused them. He kept eye contact with the young man, daring him to let him be hit by the train. He couldn't get out of his hold. Not without either him getting hit by the train or by Yukio getting thrown onto the tracks. He steeled himself and looked at him, really looked at him like he did with everybody that he fought when he knew they hadn't killed before. Do it. You know you want to, Yukio. I'm a punk, right, so do it. He kept his voice low, only loud enough for the two of them to hear, and he saw Uraraka and Ida in the corner of his eye looking horrified. He could feel the hand under his own shaking and saw the hesitation and the fear in his remaining eye. You won't. You don't have it in you. As he said that, Yukio stepped back and dropped him, just as the bullet train whizzed past. Obviously Uraraka had gotten the wrong time, that wasn't their train. Izuku! He sighed, slouching further into the bench as his mother pushed past the officer and knelt in front of him, gabbing his hand and staring up at him with tired eyes. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have let you walk home on your own. Things like this always happens to you. Sighing, he snatched his hand away before shoving them in his pockets. He didn't miss the hurt look that splayed across her face, but his mother needed to stop babying him. I'm fine. It was just Yukio and the other two again. Again! He spared the officer a glance, who suddenly seemed interested, holding his pen to his notepad's paper. Have these boys done something like this again? When we were younger, yeah, haven't seen them in 6 years. We knew a bad guy and things turned slower between all of us. This was him acting out. Her man nodded. Some of the witnesses said the man said something about scars? He felt his mother flinch beside him. Can we do this at a station or something? I'm already gonna be all over YouTube and the news as it is. The officer looked around at the people standing around, phones pointed his way and nodded. Of course, if that makes you more comfortable. He turned to the crowd, raising his hands up and motioning backwards. All right, everybody move on. Nothing to see here, get on with your business. People may respect heroes and never talk about the police force, but everybody knew you respected them. They were the backbone of everything the heroes could never manage, and Izuku was thankful for that underlying respect because as he got walked over to a police car, people didn't point their phones at him so obviously and they didn't try and intercept him. Deku. Uraraka, I really don't think dash. Deku. Hey, what was that? Looking over his shoulder at his friend, he saw how scared she was, her hands shaking and body tense. Sonic didn't look much better. I'll talk to you two tomorrow. So, you're saying the man came over to you unprovoked and things escalated, still while he was unprovoked, into him threatening to let you get hit by a train. He grit his teeth, squeezing his mother's tense hand under the table. They were used to people not believing him or implying that altercations were his fault because of his appearance. He looked, talked like and had the attitude of a delinquent, and for that people never believed that he didn't start trouble. Just like I explained to the officer at the station, we had a history when we were younger and it ended on bad terms, with both of us being severely injured by our mutual friend in a fight. The officer raised an eyebrow, not believing him again. Letting go of his mother's hand, he stood up and pulled his blazer off to reveal his arms. The disgust and horror that erupted on the man's face when he saw the twisted and discolored flesh marred with scars from around the same time was a small consolation. Our friend was protecting me in a fight, because it wasn't much of a friendship and he and the guy that held me over the tracks hated each other. These burns are reminders of that fight. The burns on his face are his. He sat down, folding his arms on the table again, making sure the officer had to look at them. So yeah, I was approached unprovoked by a guy with mental trauma who never got the help he needed, because he blamed me for the fight. Which is partially true. I was the reason the fight took place, being the one who needed protecting, and unfortunately he saw me and took action on impulse. Sir, Tsukachi. Midoriya. He looked at the cathead officer who looked disapprovingly at him, though he felt like it was more a, what have you gotten up to now, look rather than a, what crime have you committed, disapproving look. Officer Tamakawa. You two know each other? Yes. Midoriya was the one who found and protected Ms. Megami Hisashi last year after she escaped her kidnapper. Is something the matter? No. Midoriya here was assaulted is all nothing major. He wanted to scoff, because being held in front of a moving train in front of nearly 30+ people was more than being assaulted, but his mother beat him to any kind of reaction. Slamming her hands on the table, she shocked all of them with her loud booming voice. Assaulted? My son was held over train tracks while a train was coming to the station. He was not merely assaulted. And you, her finger pointed at the officer who'd been taking his statements since they got to the station and had been leading them around in circles for the past hour and a half now, you have done nothing but believe my son to be a liar, running around in circles instead of moving on. Tamakawa blinked owlishly at his mother, eyes wide with confusion. He opened his mouth, before closing it. Speechless in the face of his ranting mother. She kept going on, getting louder and louder, and she stood tall and berated the officer. She never once made herself look aggressive, never once did she make any move to intimidate the officer, and never did she make her voice venomous. And yet she still held the officer's attention, and guilt tripped him considerably. All he could do was sink into his chair and hope the next time he died would come quicker than it was. He needed an excuse to stay in bed all day right now. Attempted murder is a serious crime, Midoriya, you need to understand that. I do get that. Of course he understood that, he got actual murdered on a monthly basis, but he needs help. He needs psychiatric help, not being stuffed in a prison cell. If I don't press charges he can get help, right? He locked eyes with Tamakawa, watching to make sure the officer didn't lie to him. He sighed, it's a bit more complicated than that, Midoriya. He needs to be prosecuted, because he had every intention of killing you, but for some reason he decided not to. I understand you want him to get the help he needs, I do. But he's a danger to the public and to himself. Izuku looked away. He understood where the officer was coming from, he just didn't feel right about it all. When he's prosecuted, he will undoubtedly be convicted and found guilty. When he's in a prison cell, he can get the help. Most prisons offer psychiatric help for cases just like this. But if he isn't put away, he might continue to try and hurt people. And the next person he snaps at might not. Be as lucky as you were. He took the words in, and really bought about them. He knew deep down that this was the right thing. And he knew that he shouldn't hold any sympathy towards Yukio because of what he used to do to him when he was younger. He understood what had happened wasn't friendship, but he couldn't bring himself to agree fully to just throwing him in a concrete box. There were plenty of people who were classed as dangerous to the public but were allowed to just walk around all day. Any pro-hero fell under that category. But that's different. He reminded himself, they don't threaten to let people be crushed by trains. Yeah. Okay. It was hard to distinguish a smile due to Tamakawa's facial structure, but he could make out what the awkward scrunched-up face meant. Let's go see if your mother has calmed down slightly. He let out a laugh at the naivety of the officer. You really don't know my mother. When they entered the open space, filled with desks and copiers, Izuku could almost forget that he was in a police station and convince himself he was at his mum's old office. Except this time it was a bunch of men and women in police uniforms tapping away instead of cheerfully, coffee-high men and women in the adult equivalent of a school uniform. They didn't spot his mother right away, but when a door opened and her voice rang out, he found her soon enough. She was over in the corner, in some kind of closed-off office, and was still angrily shouting at the police officer who'd been taking their statement earlier. He still didn't understand why they'd been in an interrogation room to begin with anyway. She's still shouting. Looking over at the officer, he found himself smiling slightly. The expression was hard to distinguish, but he could tell the officer was looking on with an anxious smile. I was supposed to head home a while ago. I don't mind waiting with you until she's finished. He felt his eyes widen. The man had stayed past working hours, just to get the report done? That's really nice of you, but you don't have to. It's fine. I wouldn't want to keep you from home any longer than I have. The man waved a hand as he leant against the wall behind them, cat eyes focusing on his mother and the cat's fellow officer. Don't worry about it, I prefer being at work anyway. The coffee's better here. Seeing no room for argument, he leant back on the wall as well. Sighing, he allowed himself to slouch in his position. When his mother got angry, she got angry. A memory of when he was possibly 5 or 6 came to mind. He'd fallen out of a tree or something stupid like that and had managed to twist his ankle. The daycare had simply patched up his scrapes and had him sit off to the side for the rest of the day, only informing his mother of his injury when she came to pick him up. She'd gone ballistic. She used to be so overprotective of him, looking back then, and now he wasn't surprised at how different she was. She was still protective, sometimes suffocatingly, but she understood now that she couldn't baby him. He was capable and able to look after himself. Even if he did burn the ramen noodles sometimes. Oh hey Tamakawa. What are you doing with Tsukachi's kid? I thought you were headin' home already. Looking up, not that he remembered ever actually looking down, he saw a female officer sticking a thumb out in his direction as she spoke to the officer next to him. Tamakawa didn't question the fact the woman called him the detective's child, instead just going on as if it was a perfectly normal thing to refer to him as. Midoriya had a bit of trouble on the way home from school, just got done with filing a report. We're waiting for his mother to finish chewing Sue out. The lady looked over to where the man pointed, and she made an expression that looked like a mix between saying, ouch, and mild fascination. What did he do? She looked said. He kept quiet, not knowing what to do in the situation. They were talking about him and his mother but weren't actually including him. Did he listen anyway or find some form of alternative amusement? Sue referred to being thereatened with getting thrown in front of a moving train as a swalt after reassuring me that it was nothing major. Midoriya-san went ballistic. There was no disapproval in the man's voice. And rightfully so. Her kid gets threatened like that and he refers to it as assault? If it was me, I would have gone to Sarge and asked for him to be put off duty. Tamakawa sighed and the woman sent him an innocent look. What? You would only do that because you don't like Sue. Because of shit like this. Finally the woman looked over at him. So you're Midoriya Izuku, right? How come you and your mother don't use your father's name? Tsukachi isn't my father. Why did you think he was? He hoped he didn't look as awkward as he looked, because her unbelieving expression was unbelievably concerning. What? He's not? But he's always? Tsukachi is always boasting about you, and showing us pictures you two have taken together and everybody just, you're seriously not his son. No. My dad's somewhere abroad, working overseas. Oh. Well, I seriously apologize for thinking that you were Dash. Oh hey Izuku. What are you doing here? Is that your Dash? Just try it. You lay a finger on me and Dash. The door was once again closed on his mother and he felt his nerve ends set on fire when he saw the officer risen from the chair and standing in front of his mother, shutting the door so that nobody could hear what she was saying. What on earth is going on? Looking over at the detective, he didn't know how to phrase it. Somebody tried to kill Midoriya and Sue was being unprofessional and purposefully slowing down the process of getting Izuku's statement, and from what I can figure was rude, and Midoriya-san has been shouting at him for close to an hour. Even though Tamakawa explained the whole ordeal, Izuku doubted Tsukachi heard half of it. Not soon after, somebody tried to kill Midoriya and Sue was unprofessional, slipped past the cat's lips. The detective was already marching over to the door. What's he doing? He muttered it to himself, slowly covering his face with his hands as his father figure stormed into the little office to defend his mother when the argument was clearly about to get heated. Not his kid, huh? He looked up at the woman who was raising an eyebrow at him with humor in her eyes. So, where did you go today? Lying on his bed, he threw and caught the small beanbag ball Hisashi had won and given him last weekend. From his peripheral he could see Nana Shimura sitting on his desk while her unblinking eyes didn't move from his face. It was creepy to an extent, but the lady had obviously been dead for a long time and had never met somebody who could see her before. He wouldn't mention anything for now. She didn't say anything in response to his question, just kept watch. I'm not getting anywhere with her. He looked away and back up at the ceiling where he started to count the little peeling stickers he'd convinced his mother to put up there when he was 7, careful to not drop the ball on his face. They were little glow-in-the-dark stars and they'd spent hours trying to get them to fit the constellations in the old astronomy book he'd picked up from the charity shop all that time ago. They hadn't quite managed it, but it was close enough that he could tell what was what even now. Why were you in the hospital that night and why did that man ask about me and the boy? In shock he missed the ball and it hit his face. When he sat up, he rubbed his nose, while looking shocked at the woman. Pardon? Why were you at the hospital that night we met? It had never been explained and Kurodon refuses to tell me. I also wish to know how that doctor knew we were there yet couldn't seem to see us. He studied her, she seemed tense and intent on getting answers. He could tell why Kurodon hadn't told her. She might now even be aware she had a grandson, and to turn round and say that he was a supervillain allegedly was not the best. I'd been in a car accident the night we met. My childhood friend's been missing for a few years and I only just found out. I was following up some leads. Her creepy eyes looked through him almost, picking apart his words and looking for any faults in them. And the doctor's the one in charge of monitoring my quirk. He's aware I can see the dead and I didn't exactly try to hide the fact I was looking at you too. This time she nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answers given. Can I ask you questions? Her face contorted into a strange mask of confusion. Why would you do that? You were Yagi-sensei's teacher, right? I want to know what he was like, what he was really like. Her face melted into a motherly expression as love entered her dead eyes. He wasn't too different from yourself. Just much more focused on self-preservation. He let out a little laugh at the look she directed his way at that last part, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment as he spoke. Yeah. Me and self-preservation have a complicated relationship. How about a deal? Deals with the dead were always interesting. Sure. What's the deal? I will ask you a question and you will answer me honestly, and in exchange I will do the same. Do we have an agreement? He was half tempted to hold his hand out to the ghost but refrained from doing so. Deal. What is your quirk? Aside from one for all that is. Nana had, at some point, migrated over to his bed and was now sat cross-legged across from him. Thinking over the question, he hummed. The doctors gave it a stupid name. They called it Unkillable. I personally refer to it as rebirth. She nodded, waiting patiently. Whether it was for it to elaborate or for him to ask her a question was unknown, so he just went with the first option. Essentially, every time I die. She flinched heavily at that, and the more he continued, the more worried her face became. I have the option to stay dead or come back, and every time I do come back I get scars from wherever the lethal injury was. Like this. He pulled down his shirt collar to display the scar his classmates had gasped over earlier. I got when a piece of glass went through my throat at the UA entrance exam. Her mouth twisted into a sour scowl as her face became a portrait of agitation. How did you get an injury like that? When I attended UA Academy, the exam was closely monitored by teachers on site who stepped in when the exam became too vicious. It was amazing to hear about how things used to be. The difference, even in what he could assume was a century, was massive. The exam has nearly over 400 participants each year. The exam is monitored from a surveillance office somewhere on campus. We fight giant robots. I used the power that I received from One for All and stopped it in its tracks so that it didn't kill Uraraka. When I was falling, I had to redirect myself so that I didn't hit the ground. Talking about it normally came so easy, but perhaps it was talking it out with a member of the dead that really put everything into perspective. He coughed into his hand, and I ended up crashing through a window of a nearby building when a shard of glass went through my neck, slicing my jugular and ruining my voice box. He expected the ghost to brush it off, at the most give him a sympathetic look. He didn't expect her to lean forward and place a ghostly hand over his folded ones, leaning forward from where she hovered in front of him and stare him in the eye with full seriousness. I will accompany you if you'll let me. She smiled slightly. I would act as your eyes and ears from afar. She looked away, a remorseful look crossing her face before it was gone when she looked back at him, though her voice sounded melancholy now. While you may be Toshinori's student, he has not fully understood the objective of teaching a successor. I will attempt to guide you alongside him. That is, of course, if you will allow me to Midoriya. He felt a face-splitting grin come to his face. Of course I will. That's so cool of you. And please, call me Izuku. If you're letting me call you Nana, it's only fair. A motherly look, one he recognized from the hospital all those weeks ago. But it was different now somehow. Instead of holding that nervous edge to it and that sense of distance, it felt so loving and lifelike. The warmth seemed to reach him through the veil. Izuku, dinner's ready. Nana looked over at the door, where his mother's voice had just sounded from the other side, and then looked back over at him. Off with you, then to bed with you. You have had an ordeal. I can only imagine what you will put you through tomorrow. Smiling at the ghost, he jumped up from his bed and looked over his shoulder at her one final time, where she was watching him before he closed his door and headed to the dining table. What are you smiling about, Izuku? Sending a bright smile his mother's way, he could see the tensions in her shoulders loosen slightly. How long had it been since he'd last smiled properly in front of her? Probably too long. He'd have to change that. I think I just made one of the best deals of my life. His mother rolled her eyes, knowing how he enjoyed to make deals with the dead and knowing that many of them ended with him having a new adventure to tell her while she tried not to faint, and a new collection of bruises, and when he was really lucky, a small trinket to give to her. Try not to do anything too stupid. I'm not gonna do anything I wouldn't normally do. That's exactly what I'm worried about. He looked back over at her from where she placed her own plate down before placing his and felt his smile turn more into an impish grin. What am I here to do, if not worry you? A hand ruffled his hair as she sat down and smiled back at him. Izuku, can you get the front door, please? Groaning to himself, he pretended not to notice Nana's chuckle as he dragged himself off of the sofa and to the front door. He didn't need to leave for another half an hour, and he just really wanted to relax as long as possible. Opening the door, he prepared himself to have requests for his help thrown at him, as was often the case at stupid hours of the morning, but found himself speechless for a few seconds when he saw Yagi Toshinori at his door, briefcase in one hand while he wore a yellow suit about 3 sizes too big but tucked in enough to only look slightly wrong. Hi. He'd spent plenty of time with Toshinori. He was in his teacher and his second father figure, but it was still incredibly awkward to stand here while he was not aware of him coming early. "Good morning, my boy. How are you today? May I come in?" "I'm fine." Stepping aside, he let the skeleton of a man into the flat, closing the door behind his teacher. He stayed in the corridor for a few seconds, watching the blonde's retreating form. "Oh, Tashinori, you made it." His mother's voice caught his attention as he made his way to the living room once again to find his mother and father figure in some kind of hushed conversation. Looking over to Nana discreetly, the woman nodded before drifting over to the two, watching her expressions change with no context, and the range of looks she sent both adults was somewhat humorous. But he couldn't laugh without looking suspicious. His mother would know something was up. "They are talking about who should walk or drive you to school. Toshi is offering while your mother is offering breakfast as compensation." She spoke over the two, with him thankfully being the only one capable of hearing her. He eyed his bag that was maybe a 2-second trip into the room and then his boots by the door. Surely it wouldn't take that long to grab his bag and get his shoes on, right? "Izuku, you are not going to run off. You may not like it, but dash." He cut her off as he mumbled to himself, suddenly diving for his bag, that he'd thankfully packed the night before, and legged it back to the door, slipping his shoes on as quickly as possible before throwing the door open with a very surprised and loud, "Izuku, what are you doing?" "Get back here," coming from his mother. "See you after school." Shutting the door, he began to run. Hopefully, if he got the early train, he could make it to school before anybody could really start to ask questions and he wouldn't get picked up by his mentor. He let out a laugh as he ran down the street, swerving through the crowd as some older adults shouted at him when he knocked into them. Focusing forward, he nearly stopped thinking he was going to crash into somebody when he realized it was just Nana floating in front of him as he ran. "Izuku Midoriya, I distinctively told you to not run off. Your mother is worried sick about you. I understand you don't want to be babied, but dash." Ignoring and blocking out the woman's voice, he scanned his ticket and ran through the rye linings and plunged into the crowd of the early train commute. "Excuse me." He slid through the train doors just as they closed, his bag nearly getting caught in the door. He was thankful he'd just been wasting time at home and didn't actually need to do anything now. Looking around the train, he spotted an empty chair, a rare occurrence, and promptly made his way to it, plunking himself down and setting his bag down on the floor at his feet. Slouching backwards into his chair, he checked the time on his watch and tiredly pumped his fist when he saw he'd made the early train with a few seconds to spare for the first time in his life. He had initially taken the early train, but because of timetable issues with school, therapy, and that throwback PRD where he had a newspaper round, he'd never actually made it on time. It was the first time in nearly 4 years he'd gotten the train in time. Squinting at his watch, he couldn't quite make out what was wrong until he realized the glass was still cracked. "Huh." He whispered it to himself, making a mental reminder to finally get the glass fixed or wear his other watch. "Will you listen to me now?" Sitting up, he pretended to look out the window, while he was actually watching Nana as she paced up and down the train carriage, feet never quite touching the floor. "Your mother is simply worried for you. I understand a bit like you wants your space and to not be mollycoddled. Hell, I was like that at your age. But what we don't realize until we're older is that sometimes we make stupid mistakes and our parents were just trying to help us." She stopped in front of him, arms robotic and reminiscent of how he'd seen Sonic's act the day before. "Now, I'm not suggesting that you allow yourself to be driven or escorted to school every day because frankly Tashinori couldn't stop a feather in his current state. I'm simply suggesting that you go about it differently than stealing away with your bag and shoes before you've even had breakfast." Suddenly realization hit him at her words. He hadn't had breakfast. How had he been so convinced that he had done everything that needed to be done and then never get around to eating? Slouching back, hands rubbing his face as he quietly groaned to himself, he saw the smug look she sent him, knowing she was right. "And you forgot your knife this morning. It was still under your pillow if I remember correctly." He resisted the urge to quickly pat down his pockets because he knew she was right. That was something he always did just before he left for school. "Hey kid, you alright? You seem really dazed." Jolting upright, he looked at the man next to him. He couldn't be younger than late 50s and was wearing a business suit that probably costed more than his flat did. Nodding, he kept his mouth shut and expression blank. These kind of guys typically looked at him like he would rob them. Concern was a foregone look on a stranger. I'm not gonna bite you, kid, you can talk to me. Unless of course you don't want to dash, the man began to ramble, waving his hands slightly. It reminded him slightly of what he used to be like before his quirk. He would probably have grown into a socially awkward bleedin' heart that asked distressed children if they need help on the train too if life hadn't gone the way it had. No, it's fine. The man stalled his constant word flow, didn't eat breakfast and left the house early is all. No need to worry. Oh, is that all? Here, my wife always gives me too much anyway. The man held out a cereal bar and he eyed it with suspicion. First, a middle-class man isn't being rude to him and is casually holding conversation with him, then he offers him food? What kind of people took the early train? The saints of the city? He looked at the man, then at the food again. He could take the food, but that probably wasn't the smartest move, or he could go hungry till lunch and probably end up with another physical education lesson before he got the chance to eat. That was kind of creepy and suspicious, right? The man started to retract the hand with the cereal bar in it. A little. He awkwardly chuckled before his hand was holding out money instead. Buy yourself something at the station then. I couldn't pay you back, I'm really dash. He went to refuse the money when it was forced into his open hand. I insist, kid, you're in UA, right? Who would I be if I let one of Japan's future heroes go hungry, huh? I guess. The train pulled up to the station and when the doors opened the man stood up. This is my stop. Do great things, kid. Deku. Oh my god, are you alright? You just got escorted off yesterday and I was worried sick. What the hell happened? Looking up from where he'd had his head on the desk for the last 20 minutes, he realized that the classroom had filled up considerably in that time. It was no longer him and a relatively awkward Yaoyorozu alone in the room. It was now him and everybody but maybe 3 other students. And everybody present was being nosy as F-. I'm fine, Uraraka. It wasn't that big of a deal. It's being sorted out. Not that big of a deal? Deku, he tried to kill you. Silence. There had been an underlying murmur to the classroom, the background hum that came from mindless chatter that nobody was really engaged in. But when she shouted that last bit, everything stopped. And everybody stared. He didn't dash. He held you over tracks as a train was coming. He tried to kill you. He wasn't going to deny it. He was just going to point out that Yukio wasn't fully sound at the time he did it. He only wanted her to understand he wasn't fully to blame for his actions. Alright class, all of you to your seats. Present Mike will be here soon. Let's get registration done as soon as possible. Who can find the flaw in the following English sentence? Bored out of his mind, he watched as the sound hero wrote 4 variations of the same English sentence on the blackboard. He could spot the flaw easily. The relative conjunction was in the wrong place, and the only sentence that had the correct placement of it was option 4. He wasn't about to put his hand up for that though. He was drained and not in the mood at all to deal with teachers calling on him in front of the class. Anyone? Yes, Ida. Option 4. The other examples co-gain incorrect relative conjunctures. Correctamundo. Keep that in mind, listeners. That will be on the exam. Lunch couldn't come quick enough. And yet, at the same time came far too quickly. Staying at his desk, he watched as everybody started to file out of the room, his classmates sending glances his way. He couldn't really be bothered with eating lunch today, and knowing that we're having some kind of physical lesson after lunch didn't really make him want to eat and run the risk of spewing it all up again. Deku, you coming to the canteen? He looked up at Uraraka, who had, at some point, gotten in front of his desk. She'd been shadowing him all day, and it was making him really uncomfortable. They'd known each other for 2 days at the most, if you counted when they first met at the entrance exam, and she was already mother-hennings him. He was tempted to wave her off, but Nana's look made him hesitant. I'm not really hungry, just go. I'm sure Tsuyu's probably waiting for you. The pout was new when she huffed. What happened, Deku? Looking around the room, avoiding eye contact with the girl, he realized that everybody had left already, bar Aizawa, who was napping away at the front of the room. It isn't anything more than what you saw yesterday. He waved his hand around, slumping more into his desk, head resting in the palm of his hand. How come he was so tired all of a sudden? She didn't look convinced, and Nana was a distraction as she sat on Bakugo's desk making contemplative faces over Uraraka's shoulder. Seriously? Why'd you care anyway? We've known each for 2 days at the most. Is it so wrong to worry about a friend? You're clearly lonely, Deku, and as someone who knows how it feels, I swear to you I won't let you be lonely anymore. She pointed a finger at him, determination brimming from her very being. He felt a headache starting to come on. Sure you do. I have. The door was thrown open and All Might leant into the room, supporting himself by the hands gripping the door frame. Come through the door like normal. When the number 1 made his way into the classroom, his classmates all erupted into excited murmurs and contemplative chatter. Once upon a time he might have started gushing to himself about the hero, but he'd seen Toshinori Yagi sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket with ice cream while both he and his mother sobbed about an insect being eaten on a nature documentary at 11:30 at night. He'd seen the man for who he truly was, and it kind of ruined the whole emotional pillar thing considering the insect was dead when it got eaten anyway. The man stood at the front of the room before crouching down and flexing, basic hero training. The class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mood you into heroes. The flexing was ridiculous but only seemed to energize and excite his classmates even more. Toshi. What on earth? Does he always like this? Now. Snickering to himself quietly, he spotted Nana's confused and almost horrified expression. When she thought of her student as the symbol of peace, she clearly didn't expect him to be a walking embarrassment as well. No time to dally. Suddenly at breakneck speed the hero was stood up and holding a plaque that was summoned from some mysterious pocket dimension reading Battle. Today's activity is this. Battle training. The last 2 words echoed and were repeated around the room by various students. At the mere mention of a fight he found himself getting excited, his headache almost forgotten at the prospects of being in his comfort zone. Nothing was more invigorating and thrilling than being in the midst of a fight, sweat and blood trailing down you as your breath mingled with the scent of fear in the air, and everything unknown no longer mattered, and all that did was who could dodge or hit quicker. And for that, you'll need these. The plaque disappeared and was replaced by a remote that once clicked caused the wall to click and clank as 4 pieces opened up and the cases, presumably holding their hero costumes, on racks were revealed. In accordance with the Quirk registry and the special request forms you all feed in before being admitted. Before the blonde could finish, the screeching of a few chairs in the ground and the loud booming voices of his classmates sounded out, "Costumes?" Looking over he saw a red-headed boy, Tsuyu, and the boy from yesterday that sat next to him. His name was Ciro, right? Get in. Oh, I can't wait to see if they did it right. He settled into his chair more, headache once again resurfacing at the reemergence of shrieking and shouting. After you change, come out in ranking order to ground beta. Okay. Immediately after everybody surged towards the racks, while he stayed sat down. There was no point rushing forward and getting stuck in the crowd, he may as well just sit back for a little bit and let the crowd die down. He wouldn't be able to drag his heels though. Yagi-sensei would probably try and chat with him about his spontaneous and rude exit in the morning. Sighing, seeing the crowd had died down slightly, he stood up from his seat and slipped past the bodies of the other teens who were somehow oblivious to him moving among them. Getting to his rack he realized Ciro was trying to get the case out but was having issues. Here. Without thinking he placed one hand on the metal frame and yanked the case up and out at the same time before handing it to his classmate. He didn't look at him again, just did the same with his own case and began to make his way to the changing rooms. It didn't feel right, the silence as they changed. The boys had all been chattering until he'd entered the room and it had been silent since. He was already changed into his costume, a simple black spandex bodysuit with a hood that held a gray utility belt to hold his knife and medical supplies. He looked so incredibly plain compared to the others it would have been unnerving if he wasn't the most unnerving thing in the room. He wanted to snap at them, to tell them to stop staring and just get on with it. He didn't have an entire lifetime to wait for them to start talking. Messing around with the part of his costume that covered his hands, imitating fingerless gloves, he tried not to pay much attention to anything that wasn't his costume. He wasn't going to make himself seem rudder or more creepy than he already had. I wonder if there's a Tom hole in here. His ears picked up on the creepy BSD that was somehow in his class who was sat on the bench 3 lockers down. He sent a warning glare the boy's way, reminding him of the threat that hung over his head through eye contact alone. Taking note of the fact that Kaminari had left about a minute ago, he made his way to the door being ranked after the Electro Boy in the exam yesterday. When he opened the door, he heard a sigh of relief follow after him. He didn't hang his head, but he didn't look up either. He didn't need to, it's not like he was here for anybody anyway. Hey Deku. Nice costume. He looked up at Uraraka. She was smiling and waving him over while she stood next to an ingenious ripoff that could only be Sonic. Things were so weird. Yesterday he'd started to consider her a friend, but now that she was starting to show genuine concern, he was trying to put distance between them? Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training. After everybody has trickled in and he'd exchanged a few pleasantries with Sonic, who he could just tell was squinting at him from under that fake-ass eye genius helmet of his, and held short conversation with Uraraka, the class officially began. We're all here then? Looking good, ladies and gentlemen. The pro's eyes scanned over them all, and on the outside it seemed like he was neutral to it all, but after knowing him personally for just over a year and spending so much time with him, the nuances showing his different thoughts were obvious. For instance, the majority of the costumes he gave a pleased look to, whereas some of the more questionable or elaborate ones he made a face of confusion at. Even if subtlety. Sensei, this appears to be the same field used in the entrance exam. Will we once again be performing cityscape maneuvers? At the mention of the entrance exam, he subconsciously found himself rubbing his neck. Injuries didn't always get to him psychologically, but this particularly one had, and it had gotten him bad. He forced himself to swallow the non-existent ball in his throat. Nope. You'll be moving on to step 2. Indoor anti-personnel battle training. Murmuring broke out loud enough for when he whispered to Nana, who was in a world of her own, that he didn't get given strange looks. Is it even safe to do this? I mean, how many of them will actually know how to use their quirks safely against another person? The woman came back down to reality as she looked at him and then over his classmates, eyes calculated. It was the first time he'd seen critical analysis in such a way that actually made him feel like with one look she'd be able to crack his mind wide open. Between confinement, house arrest, and black market deals. In this hero-filled society of ours. Ahem. All Might put a hand to his chin, thoughtfulness crossing his features as he continued. The cleverest villains out there lurk indoors. All intelligent airs disappeared when his voice suddenly skyrocketed back up to his normal eardrum murdering volume. You'll now be split into villain teams and hero teams, and face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles. The number 1 pumped his fist in the air as confusion spearheaded like wildfire through the ranks of students. So no basic training? Tsu spoke out, voicing the question they were all thinking. I would hope so. When I taught and studied here, we all spent the first week worths of lessons going over the basics to ensure safety of the dash. Practical experience teaches you the basics. Nana clearly deflated and actually looked disgusted at that, slinking over to the oblivious All Might and with her incorporeal grasp began tugging on the man's hair, shouting something about stupidity and, if Torino were here he'd light you on fire for this. But he forced himself to blank it out and instead keep his focus on the task at hand. The distinction here is that you won't be fighting disposable robots. Once he took a second to breath, the questions started to pour in and Izuku found himself once again playing with the glove part of his costume. It just seemed to give him a decent distraction, picking and moving the material ever so slightly. It was an awfully more accepted form of distraction than getting out his knife and throwing and catching it. Or so he'd been informed. He let himself get a bit distracted, looking nowhere really when he jolted at the booming voice out of nowhere, one at a time. My quirk isn't super hearing. Looking back over at his teacher, ignoring the concerned looks from Nana and Uraraka, he tuned in to catch the tail end of a sentence. The villains must either capture the heroes or defend the weapon until the time is up. He wanted to be proud of his teacher father figure because he was actually doing well. He had 100 yen riding on him doing terribly, but that was until he saw the small sheet of paper that he was reading from, and all of that pride dripped away into the gutter where the rest of his emotions festered. Your battle partners will be decided by drawing lots. Is that really the best way? Looking at Sonic, he couldn't contain his disapproval. How could he not grasp how this was like a simulation of actual hero team-ups? Pros often have to team up with people they hate. Makes sense that we're drawing lots. We can't complain about unfairness or favoritism this way. The helmeted boy looked his way, and it was almost uncanny how he could tell an eyebrow was being raised at him. My mistake. I apologize for getting ahead of myself. He bowed at the waist in front of All Might and then turned to do it to him, and Izuku felt his discomfort grow alongside his headache. Why was everybody being so nice? Or even passive-aggressively polite? People were apologizing to him and talking to him? And while the majority of his classmates weren't responding to him in any way, they were at least not being rude to him. It was all so strange. It's fine. Let's just get to it. The mans had rummaged in the lots bin before pulling out 2 slips of paper. Team A is Midoriya and Uraraka. Get in. The building blueprints. Better memorize these. Hearing Uraraka mutter to herself, he turned his body away just that little bit so that his mumkings were indistinguishable to her. We'll need your help here, Nana. Think you can scout ahead? Of course, but you need a plan before you can do anything. Nodding, he turned to his partner. I'm really happy that there's no punishment for failure like with Aizawa-sensei's test yesterday. So I'm not really worried. What about you? You seem calm. Looking back down at his blueprint one last time, he nodded at her. Stuff like this doesn't worry me. I'm in my element. Yeah. You do give off the air of somebody who's ready for a fight. He felt himself blanch slightly. Just how blatant was she going to be? I have to warn you, Uraraka. Bakugo's going to come straight for me. The guy hates me, and in regards to quirks, he's gonna want some answers, and he isn't emotionally eat enough to talk stuff out normally with people. I don't want you getting caught in the crossfire, so promise me. He gave her a serious look. If I tell you to run, you run. Without question or hesitation, got it? He could see the worry in her eyes, the hesitation and the curiosity as to why he was so jumpy. But she'd apparently learned her lesson from yesterday not to postpone his pleas. I promise. Training begin. All Might's voice sounded over the speaker, and they nodded at each other, making their way over to the building. Going in through the front door would be a stupid decision, so they'd have to find an alternative route. Thankfully, Nana pointed him towards a window that was within easy access if they climbed to it. I've found our entrance. Once they were inside the building, they started to make their way down the corridor. Nana slipped out of sight at one point, presumably to check around all the blind corners so that they wouldn't get ambushed. Her warning, though, which arrived in a ghostly wall of "watch out," came 2 seconds too slow as Bakugo leaped out from around the corner, the rubber sole of his boot nearly taking his nose with it as it slammed to the floor. You ready to die again, Deku? Glancing back, he saw Uraraka had been thrown back by the blast that had accompanied the blonde's arrival. You okay, Uraraka? She coughed, but ultimately sat up properly and without clear injury. I'm fine, watch out. Turning just in time, he had a second to dodge right under the fist that was less than a hair's breadth away from shattering his nose. Scowling, he let himself slip into the mindset. He had to focus. This wasn't some petty criminal. This was Bakugo Katsuki. He knew how he fought. He had notes on this. This should be an easy fight. Once again, a punch was thrown his way and time slowed. He recognized this move. He'd found his first opening. Sliding forward into Bakugo's personal space instead of ducking or jumping back like before, he grabbed a hold of the blonde's arm, holding it close as he used the boy's body weight against him to flip him over his shoulder. He found some sick sense of joy in hearing the pained noise leave his former friend's mouth. Turning quickly so as to not give him a chance, he grabbed the capture tape from his waist and went to tie him up, soaring a glance Uraraka's way to see her starting to stand up. That was his fatal mistake. In the next second, fiery familiar pain sparked to life across his face, and he released a choked-out scream followed by words that should have been uttered at the start of the fight. Run! Uraraka, run, deminute! The back hit the wall from the force of the blast, and he swore that his face was on fire from the heat of the explosion. He looked over at her direction when he didn't hear any footsteps. Her horrified eyes locked onto his, and she stilled, unable to move when she needed to. He needed her to move. She'd get hurt if she didn't run right now. Focus on me, UB. His eyes flickered to the blonde and he rolled out of the way just in time to see Bakugo's hand crash into the wall, the consort there crumbling under the intensity of the explosion-backed punch that had been his head a few seconds ago. He really wasn't holding back at all. He rolled away again, unable to get his feet under him. He wasn't being given a second to fight. All safety and confidence stripped away. He had notes on Bakugo and how he fought, but he didn't have notes on how he fought with an opponent who didn't get knocked out after 2 punches. He finally managed to get some distance between them, quickly scrambling to his feet to see Uraraka still there, staring. He grit his teeth and tried to ignore the pain. He could feel tears leaking down his face, whether it was the pain of the burn or from sheer frustration of how bad the fight was going so far he didn't know. Use that DMN quirk of yours, Deku. You've never had a problem with a fight before. Use it, you coward. He felt the air leave him as he stared. Red eyes were crazed as they bore holes through him, and the twitchy stance the blonde held showed the anger boiling and rising up to the surface underneath his skin. But it was replaced by another image. No. He couldn't think like that. He couldn't. Not the time to have a panic attack. Not the time. He could feel his breathing start to speed up and found himself backing up further down the corridor. He couldn't do this. Why was this happening? Why? Izuku dodged to the left now. Nana's voice broke through his haze and sloppily he did as he was told, the heat smacking him into the face as he stuck to the wall. He looked around realizing he'd backed up all the way to another corner and Bakugo had gotten his gauntlet stuck in the wall from the force of the punch. He needed to run. And so he did. He heard swearing following him down the corridor, but it soon faded enough that he felt that he could slow down. His legs began to shake uncontrollably and he slumped against the wall, sliding down to the floor. He could make out the camera in the corner and pulled up his hood, covering his mouth with his hand as he let out a sob. He just needed a second. That's all. He just needed to calm down and he'd be fine. Yeah, definitely. So why couldn't he still breathe properly? He could make out Nana in front of him, her ghostly hands running over his head, and he swore he could almost feel them. Deku. He jolted at the name, thinking Bakugo was there until he realized whose voice it was. Uraraka? Did you make it out okay? He hated it, but he couldn't help how fragile his voice had sounded. He'd left her at Bakugo's mercy. It was a gamble that after he ran the blonde wouldn't just attack Uraraka, but he'd felt confident in his hypothesis, now though he wasn't so sure. She laughed, actually laughed, and it didn't sound scared or hurt or horrified or angry, it sounded sad. I'm fine. Are you okay? I just saw you backing up and then he let out an explosion and you were gone. I'm so sorry I didn't run straight away. He let out a shaky laugh of his own. Hearing her voice was actually calming to him. It was a distraction and it was one that he could work with without making it seem like he needed it. That's fine. Where are you now? He forced himself to stand up, seething internally about how pathetic he looked. He'd fought people who had killed him on multiple occasions. He could stand in alleyways at 10 at night with 30-year-olds who'd performed horrendous crimes and he never once shook. So why? Why was he shaking now? I'm on the 5th floor. I managed to find the weapon. Ida hasn't spotted me yet. He nodded to himself, forcing himself to walk, before he realized that she couldn't see him. All right, He looked at Nana who told him he was on the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor. I think I've lost Bakugo for now. He couldn't believe he was keeping the shaking out of his voice. He turned another corner and found the stairwell as explosions sounded off not too far away. I'll meet you at the weapon. Try and get to it in the meantime. I'm not sure how much longer we have left. Okay. Wait, how will you find the weapon I haven't dash? He closed the line between them and started to run up the stairs, not once daring to look back as the explosions got closer. All right, Nana, let's do this. He whispered to the ghost who nodded, her face grim as she studied him. Ha! You can't stop me, hero. He reached the doorway thanks to Nana's directions and looked inside to see Sonic holding the weapon over his head as Uraraka desperately looked every which way to guess his location, jumping to the side to just miss at the last second. It was so innocent. This was clearly enjoyably frustrating to the two of them. A pain shot through his heart, but he put it down to a stitch. "I will," she bent over huffing, "get you, villain. After all, I'm not alone." He slipped into the room, Uraraka's words acting as an unspoken signal of sorts, sticking close to the wall and keeping out of Ida's line of sight at all times. "That may be true, hero. But your partner is preoccupied with my own, and as it stands with my quick thinking, you are outmatched." "Really?" He kept the sharper edge away from Sonic's neck, but that didn't matter because the boy froze anyway. "Because while Uraraka may not be able to use her quirk, she was able to keep you distracted enough to allow me to slip up on you." He could see and hear the gulp the armor-wearing boy made. He'd managed to get his blade in the smallest unprotected part of his costume where the neck palt and helmet met. He looked away from the villain and over at his partner. "Uraraka, get the weapon." She looked at him, questions swimming through her eyes. But she didn't say anything out loud, instead just walking over to them and reached up to touch the weapon that was being held up. Rather shakily, All Might's voice boomed over the intercom. "The hero team wins." Just as he finished speaking, a boom rattled the building before a bone-rattling voice roared out after it, "F-." Walking back into the monitor room, he avoided the prying eyes that seemed him out from around the room, and instead focused on getting to the furthest corner in the room, hoping to God that nobody would try and stop him. Thankfully nobody did, and the rest of his classmates still parted as he passed them, but their gazes never left him, even as he turned and slumped to the floor back buried in the corner. Their eyes only left when All Might called attention to himself. "All right, now that eventful match is over, let's talk. Who do you all think was the real MVP of the match was?" He leant his head back against the wall, closing his eyes as the blood rushing past his ears got harsher. A cold feeling on his hand, that was on the floor next to him, and a small whisper or encouragement let him know that Nana was next to him. He still hadn't gotten a look at his face, so he didn't know the extent of his injury, but it hurt like the ones on his arms had when he got them. So he had a feeling he was going to look like Yukio after this. The obvious choice would be Ida. He cracked his eyes open. Yayazor was holding her hand and head high. It was clear in the way she held herself that she was confident in herself. If only he could be so lucky. He immediately went into character, and when his partner ran off he did not hesitate to keep protecting weapon. And when Uraraka appeared he did not fault, keeping in character and a hold of the weapon at all times. However, Ida, who had been preening under the praise, slumped slightly. Midoriya also deserves to be MVP. This caught his attention, and he opened his eyes properly at the words. Sitting up right properly, he began to properly listen. When Bakugo attacked, he didn't hesitate to get him away from Uraraka, who had frozen up. And his first thoughts were to check on her condition. She took in a breath, and he felt himself freeze when she sent a look his way. Afterwards he led Bakugo away from her, giving her the opportunity to look around the building without interruption. Then he continued to evade him until reaching Uraraka, where he provided proficient assistance that allowed his team to win. All without the use of his quirk. Her eyes left his form and he stayed still, staring at her even as she faced back towards the front. How could somebody see all of that and actually put it into words so easily? He always had to rely on quick thinking and split-second analysis. To actually witness actual, proper analysis was an extraordinary feat. Correct. Young Midoriya did ensure the safety of his teammates and attempted to minimize the damage to personnel and the building, but he saw the way the man's gaze flickered over to him, a sad sort of disapproval that he hated, due to his use of a weapon without prior warning to anybody, even his teammate. Ida will be taking the MVP. There was no room left for discussion. Midoriya, please take yourself to recovery, girl. Your injury needs to be treated as quickly as possible. He opened his eyes, unaware of when exactly he'd even closed them, and nodded. Pulling himself up, he canted forward as his legs gave way and darkness overtook him. Midoriya. He woke up in a hospital bed and a very angry old lady standing next to him with a gigantic syringe that looked more likely to kill anybody rather than help them. Mr. Midoriya, I'm relieved to see you've woken up. There was no sarcasm in her voice, but he could practically sense the angry curiosity. How long have I been out? An hour and a half has passed since you were brought here. Tashinori informed me that you had some form of breakdown during your training. I may be a hero, but I'm not ignorant to mental issues. If you need to talk to me, or even need a note excusing you because you can't mentally cope, you are to come straight to me, understood? He nodded mutely. This wasn't the type of reaction he expected. He was expecting a scolding as all other doctors had given when he had to come in because his quirk couldn't fix what was wrong. On your way now. Midoriya, you have classes to attend. He pulled himself out of the hospital bed, seeing his uniform folded up on the chair, and when he looked over at the old lady who simply smiled at him knowingly. Pulling the privacy curtain around the bed, he changed out of the hero suit that had somehow only gained dust in his fight and changed into the uniform, stiff and uncomfortable as it had been every other time so far that he'd put it on. Opening up the curtain, he stepped out and caught sight of his face in the mirror. Half his face was covered in bandages, and he saw Recovery Girl come up behind him in the mirror. Don't worry about that, it won't scar. You just need to make sure you keep it clean. I couldn't risk overusing your stamina. I wasn't aware if your quirk would work if you were unconscious. Thank you, Recovery Girl. She smiled and reassured him she was just doing her job as he made his way out of the office and into the hallway. Walking down the corridor, he noticed that for some reason he was alone. Nana wasn't with him, and for some reason the absence of her presence was nerve-wracking. Kuradon always came and went, and even though many ghosts haunted his flat, they never really stuck with him for long, instead just taking to lounging around the home. But now, after a constant presence, it was strange. Hey, watch it. Looking up, he realized that he'd knocked into a student. Instinctively he went to shrug, but he knew for a fact that this student wasn't in the hero course. He'd memorized the faces from the hero course so that he could keep track of people he would potentially be fighting on a regular basis. Sorry, I was stuck on my head. I didn't mean to knock into you. The purple-haired boy stared at him before huffing. Make sure it doesn't happen again. He seemed to spot the bandages on his face. Recovery Girl in her office? Yeah. Be careful though, she's got a giant syringe lying about. He was given an odd look before he continued down the hall, trying to ignore the silence he hated so much while soaking it in as much as possible, knowing he probably wouldn't get any in a long time. When he opened the door, he must have arrived just in time for art history because it was Midnight stood at the podium. She looked over at him, mouth open probably to scold him before it closed into a thin line when she took in his bandages state. Sorry I'm late. I was in Recovery Girl's office. She solemnly nodded before continuing on with the lesson as he made his way to his seat. Can anybody tell me when the first example of modern heroic vandalism took place? In the year 3907, when a group known as the Hero Ads first straight to graffiti heroic advertisers. Incorrect. Does anybody know the answer? He set himself down, pulling out his book when Midnight called upon him. Midoriya? How about you? I was informed you had a great interest in this subject. He felt agitated and hurt and like the embodiment of a headache, but he could tell she trying to interstate him into the class properly instead of just letting him get stared at. While 3907 was one of the first examples, the very first example, though not often publicly named, was in 3000 by an unknown artist. He saw the small smile that appeared on the woman's face and forced himself to be ignorant to the staring. It was around the time that quirks hadn't yet become the norm. It was actually artwork for an underground quirk fighting ring. Very good, Midoriya. Take notes, class. That kind of knowledge could be vital for your end-of-year exam. Art may not be as important nowadays, but it's been a core aspect in many important quirk movements throughout the years. He hated his place at the opposite side of the room to the door now, because it meant he had to pass by everybody else to get out of the room. It was bad enough the looks he'd been sent the rest of the day after arriving in art history, but that was to be expected. He hadn't spoken much, and then he just spews out information for a intellectual's topic after pulling out a knife on a fellow student and promptly collapsing when it was safe to do so. He really wasn't doing himself any favors. He FS himself over on the first day, then has a meltdown on camera for the class to see, and then shows that he carries weapons and why uses them on people on the second day? He was horrified for what tomorrow was going to bring. Steeling himself, he forced one foot in front of the other and didn't look. He wouldn't look. He didn't need pity, and he didn't want them to think they could push him around. Emotionless personas would surely make them think whatever they said wouldn't get through to him. Midoriya. He stilled, looking over his shoulder at the student calling his name. It was the redhead from before in class when they'd gotten their costumes. He stood tall, keeping eye contact, but he could see him fighting to keep it and not look away. It was a common thing to see. "You okay now, man? You looked really pale and then you passed out and dash. I'm alive, aren't I? Long as my heart doesn't stop, I count it as all right." He turned back to face forward once again and stuffed his hands in his blazer pockets before walking out of the room. He had to pick Hisashi up from school and he really didn't want to be late. "Deku, wait up." He heard Uraraka's voice behind him, but he didn't want to stop. He wasn't fully recovered from his breakdown and he knew for a fact his mic had been open to the girl when he'd started crying and sobbing. He wasn't prepared to have that talk. Not yet. "Uraraka, let him be." "Big brother. Big brother. Sensei, there's my big brother." Walking from the gate to the school building, he let a smile cross his face as he saw Hisashi pointing and smiling at him while shouting those words. It had taken a bit of getting used to being referred to as her big brother, but after a while it grew on him. And over the year and a half now that he'd known her, he'd taken up her company more and more and often found himself looking after her or picking her up. "Hello, Izuku. Oh, did you get hurt at school today?" Himiko-sensei had been his teacher at Hisashi's age and she'd always been kind to him, even when everybody else treated him differently because they thought he was quirkless. "I'm fine, it looks worse than it is." He smiled at her before crouching in front of his little sister. "You ready to go home? My mum's making katsudon." At the mention of their shared favorite food, she started to jump up and down. "Katsudon! Katsudon!" A chuckle from his ex-teacher made him look up. She smiled kindly at him as he stood up, lifting Hisashi onto his back to give her a piggyback ride to the flat. "Take care of yourself, Izuku, all right?" "I will," he shouted as he turned and began running to the gate so they could catch the next train to arrive at the station, which happened to be 2 blocks over. "And don't forget about next week." He looked over his shoulder as Hisashi waved at the teacher and nodded at her. "I won't." Looking forward again, he made his way down the street as Hisashi wrapped her arms around his neck. He started to ask her about her day at school while she lay her head on his shoulder, retelling the events of the day in an exaggerated way only a child could pull off. And then Asu-chan used her quirk and stuck to the ceiling. "Really? And then what happened? Did she jump down?" "Really? Sensei made her come down, but it was so cool. I wish my quirk let me stick to the ceiling. All I've got is a silly bubble quirk. What can I do with big bubbles?" She deflated and he felt a small pang in his chest. It wasn't the same kind of emotions that he felt for his quirk, but no child should hate their quirk. At all. "Well, you know All Might? Duh. He's all you talk about, silly." "He is not." He let out a laugh as they continued their banter for a few seconds. In all seriousness though, his ex-sidekick Sir Night Eye is his own hero now, and one of his most trusted sidekicks is called Bubble Girl. She uses her quirk to trap bad guys and help get people out of trouble. So if you wanted to be a hero, you could use them that way. Or, you could go into entertainment. You'd be able to do so many cool tricks with your quirk. She laughed at him, burying her head deeper into his shoulder. "That sounds cool. You really think I could do that? What if I'm not good enough to be a hero?" "Hisashi, you don't need to be a hero. Saving people doesn't just mean fighting villains. If you want to help people, there are plenty of ways, and if you don't end up becoming a hero, you can always move on to bigger, better things." "Better things than being a hero?" She leant forward over his shoulder and he looked at her in the corner of his eye. She looked so confused and it reminded him how hero-obsessed his generation was. It was unthinkable that there were things better than being a hero. Yeah. Like a doctor, they save more people than heroes every day. Or a psychiatrist, they help people who are ill but don't show it. Like when you go see Nakamura-san. Mummy says you talk to her because your quirk hurts. Phew. It was strange to hear it put so simplistically, but it also comforted him to an extent. Yeah, like when I go see Nakamura-san. Or you could become a police officer or detective like Tsukachi. He helps people all the time. Maybe even be a builder. People can't have houses if there's nobody to build them. And think of how easy it would be for you to carry heavy supplies. He started to ramble off ideas and job options, answering any questions thrown his way by the 6 she would remind him, year-old. Reaching the train station, he set her down as the girl pulled out a bent-up train card and handed it to him, grabbing onto his hand the instant she had her bag back on as they walked through the gates, swiping the cards as they went through. She didn't climb on his back again, instead keeping to his side as they stood on the platform. They only needed to wait another 5 minutes and their train would arrive. I was so disappointed today in training. Hagakure and I were thrashed. Todoroki is way too powerful, and he was only using half his quirk. Yeah, but look at Midoriya. He didn't even use his quirk. I wonder what he got up to when the camera short-circuited. It couldn't have been that intense though if all he did was make his way to the stairs. He didn't freeze up, but he felt himself becoming tense. Risking a look, he spotted both the redhead who asked about his health before and the boy with the tail who was also in his class. If he remembered the list he looked at correctly, his name was Ojiro and the redhead was called Kirishima, though on the profile he saw his hair was black. It must have been an old photo. Something clicked though as he looked forward again. All Might or somebody else must have disrupted the camera feed of him having a breakdown. He'd have to find out who to thank them later. Big brother, those boys over there are looking at us. Looking down at his sister, he looked over to where she was pointing to see his classmates had spotted him. His first response was to swear, but Hisashi had been picking up one too many of his habits recently and swearing really wasn't one he wanted her to pick up. Looking away from the direction where Kirishima and Ojiro were walking towards him, he glanced up at the sign that read when the train was meant to arrive. They only had 2 minutes left. If only a crowd could just disrupt them. Midoriya. Hey Midoriya. He attempted to pretend he didn't hear them, but Hisashi, young, sweet, pure Hisashi, smiled brightly at the two and yelled out to them. Are you two big brother's friends? He really couldn't ignore them now, could he? Looking over at his classmates, they were about 3 paces away and had stopped due to shock he believed. Big brother? They're my classmates, Hisashi, you know me. I don't have any friends. The train arrived just at the end of his sentence. Come on. We need to hurry up or we'll be late for dinner. He didn't attempt to communicate with the boys though they spluttered and followed behind him and his sister onto the train, all the while trying to breach conversation. So, we didn't know you had a sister, Midoriya? Is it really safe for you to be walking home if you passed out earlier? You passed out? Are you okay? Looking down at his sister, he nodded, still ignoring the other two. You were really cool in your fight with Bakugo, by the way. How'd you dodge like that? It was so intense. My brother is really good at fighting. He protects loads of people. He could see the gawping looks from the two next to him. Squeezing the girl's hand, she looked up at him. Don't talk to strangers, Hisashi. It's not safe. I know. I won't make that mistake again, 'cause like you say, someone might not be there to help next time. He let go of the railing he was holding to support himself as the train moved and ruffled the once near hair atop her head. At least you listen to me sometimes. He murmured, and for a few seconds he could forget that he was under the scrutiny of everybody on the train and his classmates who were looking at him like he had 3 heads. Ojiro and Kirishima continued to try and pry up until their stop arrived on the train. And even then, luck would have it that they needed to swap trains at the same platform they got off at. Look, Toshiyaji-san. Looking up, he also spotted Toshinori, who waved at him, but seemed to grow concerned when spotting his classmates behind him. See you tomorrow, Midoriya. The two boys waved goodbye, not that he paid much attention. He only knew they did so because Hisashi waved at them while scolding him for not waving back. When they reached the blonde, he smiled, holding out his hand for the little girl, who quickly released his hand and grasped onto the skeleton man without hesitation. Izuku took the opportunity to stuff his hands back in his pockets and walk next to the man as they made their way down the street and to his flat. What's your mother making this week? It was their weekly family dinner, as his mother liked to call it. Though really all it was him, his mother, Hisashi, and sometimes her mother though she was working late today, Tsukachi, and his sister when she had time off university, Toshinori, and sometimes if the stars aligned properly and fate hated him more than usual, the Bakugos. Katsudon. Hisashi and himself spoke simultaneously and his father figure chuckled, swinging his and the little girl's hands per her request. I see you were with your classmates. Have you made some new friends? He was about to retort about how he didn't have friends, everybody knew this, when the wonderful angel that was his sister with her 6¾ year-old bluntness beat him to it. Don't be silly, Toshiyaji-san. Big brother doesn't have friends. He's too mean to. A bark of a laugh broke out from the man, and Izuku hunched his shoulders in and began to grumble to himself. Out of all the things to rub off on the girl, it had to be his lack of filter. Of course. Why do you say that, Hisashi-chan? The girl had the gall to look at him, and before looking back at the man she saw as her uncle and shrug. He just looks mean. I know he isn't really though. He helps people too much to be mean. That's right, and remember to never judge by someone's appearance, okay? Okay. So how did he do? Did he flunk his first proper teaching day? Tsukachi leant in next to him, mock whispering because it wasn't exactly a secret that they'd all bet on how the number one's first day would go. Sort of. His mother's. Attention was piqued and he saw Toshinori slump into his chair as Hisashi started to ask if he was okay. He did decently, telling us what to do and where to go and all that, answered random questions like any teacher. And then he pulled out a piece of paper and began reading right from the lesson plan. The detective looked over at his best friend, an expression of amusement and disbelief covering his face. You didn't. Toshinori, I thought you were better than that. The hero shrank into his seat even more and his mother cackled, not laughed, actually cackled, freaking the pro out even more. He sighed and so did Tsukachi as they both reached to pull out their wallets. I still can't believe Mum guessed correctly. He muttered as he pulled out a 200-yen bill. Your mother is incredibly intuitive. Look at me, I've known him for nearly 6 years and even I couldn't figure it out. Was murmured beside him as a 400-yen bill was pulled out of the man's wallet. Solemnly they slid their lost money across the table. Inko? You were in on it as well? I thought you were better than that. His mother smiled brightly, pocketing her one money, before her eyes turned downright evil as she stared the number one down. Never underestimate a single mother, Toshinori. We know all the ways to win. It was amusing to see the skeleton gulp in fear at his mother. This man fought supervillains for a living and here he was intimidated by a single mother who worked full-time at a generic office and lived off of her estranged husband's extra money. Inkooba-san is scary. Thank you, Hisashi. More rice. The little girl nodded. I see where you get it from now, kid. Toshinori and Tsukachi leant in, whispering to him. He shrugged, snickering at them, before digging into his katsudon even more. Had to get it from somewhere. He kept his head down, buried in his physics textbook on the train. He had to catch up on the missed lessons yesterday and the only way to do that was to read the material. He swayed with the stop of the train, looking up from his book just as the doors opened on his worst possible nightmare. Not only was it more of his classmates, but it was also some of his old junior high classmates as well. Specifically the two he'd defended from the Sludge incident. Crap, he burrowed his head deeper into the book trying to ignore the pink girl and guy with tape dispensers for elbow joints, but it grew harder as he was called upon. What was it with the past 3 days with trains? Should he just wake up even earlier and take the FNG bus instead? Maybe then he could avoid train stations and whatever the universe's deal was with him and uncomfortable experiences at them. Yo, Midoriya, long time no see. He looked up, forcing his junior high persona to return. He wasn't, don't look at me, I hate it and will react violently. He was breath in my mere direction and I'll turn your skull to dust. And he needed to remember that right now. He stared the boy down. And just like he remembered from their childhood when he started to get anxious, his fingers began to twitch and elongate. So, he looked over at the other kid who nodded, urging him on. We wanted to thank you. We never got around to, thanking you at the Sludge incident last year. Yeah. You really saved our behinds there. The other boy, he felt horrible not knowing their names. He'd know them since he was a child, for Christ's sake, spoke out, his hands waving around in a placating manner. He continued to stare at the two of them. How the hell was he supposed to respond to stuff like this? They'd bullied him since he was 4 years of age, had inadvertently saved their lives at age 14 and had cut contact with every single person he'd know from junior high Bakugo and now was being thanked for helping them? There wasn't exactly a section on this in the Emotional Connections handbook Nakamura-san had given him. Most people probably didn't experience this crap, though thinking about it he reckoned he'd be surprised by the amount of people who actually had been through it. He could see them start to become uncomfortable at his staring, and he shifted his gaze to look through them rather than at them. Long fingers twitched and rather hurriedly spat out, "Congrats on getting into you, by the way, bye," before dragging his friend down the carriage. Sighing, he looked back down at his book and continued where he just stopped. He needed to get this content down or else he'd be behind. And he needed to remember to invest in a bus timetable and a bus pass. Maybe then he could stop having these awkward and dangerous interactions. He could feel the states from the pink girl and tape dispenser. Looking their way, he glared and was relieved when they looked away, sweat beading at their temples. They were clearly uneasy and he saw them shift under his gaze. Good, they might stop staring now. What's it like learning under All Might? The microphone was shoved in his face, but he did nothing but shove it away and send a look the reporter's way. She let out a strange sort of meep-like noise before he looked forward and made his way through the swarm of parasites also known as reporters. He could hear the reporters throwing questions left and right as different students passed, and he felt a twinge of sadness as he heard some of the replies. "I don't know, I'm not hero course." "He's teaching here?" "God, they don't tell us anything about the hero course." "Who knows, we don't get told anything." It reminded him how lucky he was to have been given the opportunity to be here. Any one of the students struggling to escape the reporters could have been him, he thought as he glided through the crowd almost unnoticed. It was uncanny how he always ended up bringing so much attention, but when it counted he could pass through this throng of people who were all so close there wasn't really anywhere that wasn't touching another body part undetected and without any form of resistance. All Might is off today, leave the students alone, you're going to disrupt classes. He saw his homeroom teacher up ahead shooing the reports away and squeezed through the last of the adults before silently passing the Erisur hero who nodded his head in acknowledgement. Before he was out of earshot he heard the man's gruff voice, "The old lady wants to see you, don't keep her waiting. I went over your evaluations and grades from yesterday's physical hero training." He didn't pay much attention to the announcements, far too preoccupied with wondering where Nana had gone and why neither Tsubasa nor Kurodon were willing to tell him. It was getting to the point that he was considering willingly going to the hospital to check if that was one of her alternative haunts. "Bakugo, grow up already. You have a talent, but you allowed your emotions to cloud your judgment, leading to damage to the building you were training in and landing yourself with the fact that yours was the only match with severe injuries." Got it? It was the most forced thing he'd ever heard the blonde utter, but that was pushed away when the pro said his name. Midoriya. Looking at his teacher, he kept track of his facial features and how they moved. Did his eye twitch when he spoke? Did the corner of his mouth quirk up? It was the most intense game of body language reading he'd ever played. Try not to pull a weapon a fellow student without some form of prior warning. You of all people should understand the fatal kind of mistakes that can be created with a blade. He nodded, cataloging the small mouth quirk and lazy eye contact for later analysis. Of course. Aizawa sighed, and he visibly deflated, and Izuku got the impression the pro preferred napping and hero work to actual teaching. He could somewhat relate, at least to the nap part anyway. Sleep was something to be treasured and he could never get enough of it. Now, on to homeroom business. Sorry to spring this on all of you all of a sudden, but he could feel tensions rise in the classroom. Their teacher may not have taught them for that long, but his sadistic personality had already made itself apparent, and he could only imagine what form of family-friendly and only mildly questionable torture he'd cooked up this time. You have to pick class representatives. It took less than a second for the class to go into uproar about the whole affair. Shouting, screaming, and the shriek and clank of chairs being pushed backwards and falling to the floor enveloped his senses, and he looked out the window. He couldn't be bothered with all this crap. What was the point of class reps anyway? They never did anything but act as temporary teachers when the staff were late, or just acted as snitches if you said them off enough. He looked out the window but focused in on the new ghost that hovered in front of him. He'd never seen this specter before. It looked young, maybe a year older than him at the most, and was wearing the UA uniform. "I heard you can see me?" The voice gave it away to be female, but the bob cut and translucency of the ghost in front of the sun didn't really give much else away. Sparing a quick glance around the room, he saw everybody was much too loud and much too busy to notice him. "Yeah, I can." She smiled, nodding to herself. "I just wanted to let you know good luck." He blinked, confused at her words. She started to fade like many ghosts did when they didn't want to be seen anymore. "You're gonna need it, ghost boy. Quiet down, everybody." He slipped out the door when the bell rang for lunch, and began making his way to the stairs. He had last night's leftovers for lunch, and he was starving. He was pleased with the class representatives, he thought to himself. Despite his prior thoughts on the position, Yaoyorozu and Ida were the perfect people for the position. Both were serious, and Ida had proven himself to be able to adapt in the training exercise yesterday, and Yaoyorozu had proven to be a quick-thinking strategist. Those two qualities would go perfectly together. Opening the door to the roof, he didn't really pay attention to the other students that were there. Instead, focusing on the empty spot by the railing where there was a wind barrier of sorts. He'd found it his first day and nobody had come to claim it in that time, so it was his until somebody else came along and tried to take it from him. Reaching his spot, he placed his bag down against the fence rail before sliding down and against the wind barrier. Pulling out his wrapped-up leftovers, he said a small prayer before digging in. Even if it was cold, his mother's katsudon always tasted brilliant. It was amazing and always made his day that much better. "Deku!" Uraraka's voice sounded bright and cheery over the once serene quiet of the rooftop. It lay there, shattered and degraded, as she trampled over its corpse on her walk over to him. She held a bento box high in one hand and a distraught and apologizing Sonic by the wrist in her other. "See, I told you we'd find him." The girl didn't ask, just plunked herself down on the floor across from him before pulling the new class rep to the ground with her, ignorant to his protests that his uniform might get dirty, or worse, he may appear to look like a ruffian. Of course he didn't say those things, but it wasn't too hard to imagine him saying it. "How are you today, Deku? You feeling any better after yesterday?" He looked at her, keeping his emotions off his face for a few seconds. Maybe if he kept staring long enough, she'd leave him alone. Ida clearly didn't want to be here, as was made apparent by his constant twitching and shuffling. "Uraraka, maybe we should leave. Midoriya doesn't seem to want our dash." "You can go. I'm fine here." She released his once-captured wrist and the blue-haired boy glanced between them. Uraraka meanwhile leans forward, matching his stare with her own. It didn't hold nearly as much fire behind it, but he had to admit she was impressive to be holding it this long. "So how was your day yesterday?" The sickly sweet tone was seethed through clenched teeth as they refused to break eye contact, and he increased the intensity of his look. She was clearly trying a more aggressive approach. "Mine was fantastic. Got home early and everything." She folded her hands in her lap and their food lay forgotten next to them as they stared, and he felt a scowl threaten to make an appearance at his lips. What he'd give to be left alone right now. He didn't think she was actually serious about being a proper friend. Diamond's sunshine child and her motherfucking positivity, friendliness and caring crap. He let a small growl slip past his own lips, hoping to frighten her. That usually worked even on the most persistent of people. Out of the corner of his eye he saw that Sonic hadn't left yet, though he was sweating bullets where he sat. His opponent simply smiled sweetly at him, clearly proud of how angry he was getting at this exchange. "I'll smash her smug little face in a second." Stupid Sonic BSD, he just sat there not doing anything. Some class rep he is, watching the two of us fight without doing anything. Suddenly Uraraka huffed over dramatically, looking away with a flourished sigh. "In it. And I thought I had him. Why couldn't you just look away first?" He blanched as she continued, cheeks puffing up as she began to eat almost angrily with her, and it really hadn't been more than a few seconds. Opened bento box. "Vigi, I was sure I'd win. I didn't know you could be so good at staring contests, Deku. What the F dash?" He spared a glance Ida's way, who looked as confused as he felt. "You see, we came to sit with you, but also dash." She gulped down a ridiculous amount of rice as he tentatively reached for his own lunch and saw Ida. Same with the apprehension of a deer, because the canteen was packed. There were no tables left. He nodded along as she began to ramble, shifting around uncomfortably, only gaining small relief in the fact that he wasn't the only one judging from Ida's state, before speaking for the first time since they'd arrived. Congrats on your new position, by the way. He kept his voice quiet, so as to not disturb Uraraka's rambling. All he got in response was a choked cough and a very quiet, thank you. He nodded before turning his head back to his lunch, eating as quickly as he could. I have to ask you, Ida, the way you speak and act all the time, are you from a rich family? She's only just figuring it out? Well, you see yes I am. I don't like people knowing about it though. He doesn't hide it very well. I actually come from a renowned hero family. Despite his embarrassed manner seconds ago, he seemed quite proud when he spoke now. I'm the second son. Have you ever heard of the hero Ingenium? A list of facts pops up in his head, and he can't help but let them spill out. He has one of the biggest collections of sidekicks in history, currently hosting 65 alone in his Tokyo office. He looks up from his food again when it's silent. What? That's a very specific fact, Deku. Do you just know really obscure information for fun, or is it a paid job? He shrugs and he hears her Seth under her breath. Shoot, I thought he'd fall for that one. You're awfully informed, Midoriya. But yes, I am his younger brother. He's my inspiration to be a hero. He leads his teams fearlessly and with an unwavering adherence to the rules and regulations. It was almost unnoticeable, but he saw it. He tended to pick up on the often unnoticeable things. A tiny, almost timid smile quirked Ida's lips upward. I'm happy that I'll be able to make him proud by following the example set out before me. You know, I think that's the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. You look really nice when you smile. You should do it more. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Of course the alarm goes off, not like my week wasn't sheet enough already. He spared a look to the roof's railing, thinking how easy it would be to vault it before thinking otherwise. Getting addicted to the feeling of dying was something he did not want to deal with. He did play the universe's game for now. Let's go see what shot's happening this time. When he exited the school at the end of the day, the first thing he saw was a gaping hole in the concrete wall that surrounded UA High. It was supposed to be impenetrable to keep them safe, but it looked like somebody had pushed through it as easily as one would Play-Doh. He paused and felt the suspicious feeling that his pupils dilated. He couldn't help the sandpaper feeling his mouth when he saw the full extent of the hole in the wall. He only knew of one quirk, and so did the criminal underground, that could have achieved something of the magnitude that he was looking at. He hadn't wanted to believe it, not that night he had the car accident and not now. He didn't want to think that Tenko Shimura was a villain. But as he forced himself to keep walking, head down so as to not draw attention to himself, he knew it was true. He couldn't deny it any longer. He'd been so close. All that had been between him and his old friend had been a door and concrete. What would have happened? Would he have talked to Tenko? Would he have been forced out? Or worse, would he find that the boy he knew really was dead, and that the man left in his stead was nothing like his friend? He spared one last look the wall's way, tightening his grip on his bag straps. He had his answer, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Today's basic hero training will be rescue training. This time All Might and myself will be supervising. Ciro's hand shot up next to him, and if he hadn't been slumped over on the desk, he was sure the boy would have smacked him upside the head. What are we doing exactly? Rescue isn't a very specific role. Aizawa nodded. It will prepare you for disaster relief, from forest fires to floods. Once the teacher was done, the class erupted into their own discussions. Some bragged about how they thought they do particularly well in certain fields, see you in the flood zone for example, while others discussed the practicality of people wanting to be action-based heroes training in rescue. It started to get loud, each voice trying to drown the other voices out. PST Midoriya. Surprised that the pervert has enough courage to talk to him after his threatening behavior and threat, he looked over his shoulder to see the purple boy steeling himself. Are you Dash? I'm not done yet. Aizawa's stone-cold voice ended all conversation with a finality most wouldn't associate with a teacher who'd had a class for little under a month. It's up to each of you if you wear your costumes or not. He presses a remote and the cases and their racks came out of the walls again. Be award though, some of your costumes may affect your performance, so if you want, you can wear your P uniform for the exercise. All too quickly he found himself standing outside the bus, Ida blowing a whistle that he seemed to always carry on his person, being forced into a line. Unfortunately for everybody involved, the seating didn't work out the way Ida planned and he ended up squeezed in between Tsuyu and Kirishima. The redhead kept up conversation with their peers but remained static next to him while Tsuyu casually managed to avoid physical contact with him while practically looking over the side of the seat to talk to Uraraka. That was of course, until she turned towards him. Midoriya, he spared a look her way but shifted to look at her properly when he saw her body turn towards his. I generally say, "What's on my mind?" He hummed, already figuring that one out for himself. It wasn't too hard. She wasn't one of the louder kids, but she certainly wasn't quiet about her opinions and views. You could always count on hearing her in class conversations. Your quirk resembles All Might's. There was a stillness about the air that settled after her words were uttered. Those closest to them began to listen in as conversations seemed like a distant daydream. The other students still talking sounded like they were talking through water. He didn't know what reaction they were expecting of him, but it certainly wasn't to burst out into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! You seriously? Ha! God, that's so funny, ha! He felt himself double over and he couldn't find a way to stop laughing. Sure, he inherited his quirk from All Might, but to say they were the same was such a stretch, and especially when he imagined that she was referring to his birth quirk and not his passed-on one. You okay, dude? Sitting up properly, he took in deep breaths, wiping the small tears that had accumulated in his eyes away. Kirishima sounded disturbed and he couldn't tell whether that was a good thing or not. You think dash, he broke down again into laughter, almost missing the redhead calling out to Bakugo. Bakugo, back me up here. Midoriya's quirk is like All Might's, isn't it? You've known him longest. He managed to make out a scoff and angry grumbling over his own laughter. Bizarre's quirk is useless, it's an insult to All Might to compare them. Useless? Dude, he has strength a human dash. We're here. He hopped off the bus, feeling eyes tracking his every movement. But, for once in a really long time, he didn't ignore them, simply accepting them. He wouldn't divulge anything about his quirk or its similarity to All Might's, and he most certainly wasn't going to wait around and be interrogated. Wow. This is awesome. Is this Universal Studios Japan? He stood a little off to the side as his classmates took in the arena around them, gushing over the different zones they could make out. Midoriya. Looking to the side at his teacher, he noticed how oddly relaxed Aizawa-sensei seemed. Maybe it had to do with somebody else being in charge of the class, or maybe he just found the quieter environment a better teaching environment. Yes, sensei? I never got chance to tell you, but Recovery Girl informed me of your breakdown during your training the other day. Out of respect for your privacy, I didn't watch the video showing it. However, like Hound Dog and the old lady, I am trained to deal with distressed individuals, and if you need to talk, I'm here. He was taken aback at the statement and felt his eyes widen as he stared his teacher down. That's all. His teacher casually shoved his hands in his pockets and sauntered back off to the front of the group as if nothing had happened in the slightest. He chuckled under his breath. Eraserhead was so much cooler as a teacher than he'd ever seemed as a hero. The unforeseen simulation joint. Zoning back in, he kicked himself for being so out of his own head that he didn't realize when the pro hero 13 had began talking, especially because 13 was an inspiration and an impressive hero. The two pros that stood at the front of their huddle whispered to each other, and Izuku knew immediately that his homeroom teacher was questioning where All Might was. He'd been keeping track of his father figure via the news every hour since the man had told him he felt his power starting to deplete little by little. Before they'd left, he'd been out for 3 hours already doing hero work. He'd used up his 3 hours already and was probably resting. With luck, he'd be able to scrape enough fuel in the tank to pull of an hour in hero form without any actual participating to keep up appearances. I just have 1 or 2 points before we begin our day here, and number 1 of those points is this. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and destroy anything in seconds, organic and non-organic material included. Uraraka piped up from somewhere near the front of the group, and you've used it to save loads of people. The helmeted head nodded, and though it was without expression, it wasn't too hard to guess the somber tone the hero underneath held. Indeed. However, my quirk could just as easily kill someone. I'm under no illusions that there are some of you in front of me in a similar situation. The hero clasped their hands together. In our superpowered society, quirks are heavily restricted and monitored. People who have quirks that affect their everyday lives to an extent more than the average quirk have to hold licenses to even go out in the street without armed guards. That's the extent we are willing to go to as a nation to ensure that we are all safe. They sighed. It may seem like the system is a stable one, but we must not forget that all it takes is one wrong move for the whole thing to come crumbling down, and with it, innocent people's lives. If I hadn't trained for years, I could have easily accidentally SC'd another child out of existence. During Aizawa's physical fitness test, you came to learn of your own hidden potential. During All Might's training, you all experienced the dangers your respective quirks pose to other living people. This class, however, the hero paused, mulling over their words, will give you a new perspective, hopefully. Instead of restricting your quirks to merely fighting, this lesson will teach you all how to use your quirks to save people and help in natural disasters. The helmet lifted, and he felt like the emotionless eyes painted on were staring right at him as the speech continued. Your powers are not meant to inflict pain or harm. I hope you leave this class today with the understanding that you're here to help people. Suddenly the hero was bowing before them, and they all broke out in applause. Thank you for listening. He absent-mindedly clapped along. Something was pulling his attention away from the hero and directing his gaze to the courtyard between all the different areas. All right, first off, he saw his teacher's eyes drift to the courtyard as well. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up on end, and immediately he went to warn Aizawa, but the teacher beat him to it. Huddle up and don't move. The command, likely the first order his class had ever followed without question, but something about the genuine fear in the man's eyes forced them to listen. Unconditionally. 13. Protect the students. He could see the courtyard still from where he was, and when the portal opened up he didn't know whether his stomach dropped or his adrenaline kick-started. Villains all poured out and into the USJ, all ready to end them. But he recognized more than half of them. They were all weak-level villains with petty crime or low-level mob crime on them. None of them were supervillains in the making. What's that? More robots like from the exam. Somehow suddenly beside him, he looked over and saw Kirishima trying to get a better look at what was going on. Are you stupid? The red-headed boy looked over at him surprised and hurt when he shouted before Aizawa cut off the ensuing questions and possible argument. Don't move. Those are villains. A black mist came up into the sky and he felt a shiver run down his spine as it spoke. 13 and Eraserhead, is it? According to the staff schedule I received the other day. All Might is supposed to be here. The other day? But that was... The blood rushes from his face and he knew it must have showed because he suddenly felt someone holding his arm and asking him if he was okay. No. He couldn't be. Tenko couldn't be here. He didn't want him to be here. He needed more time to figure out what the F was happening and how it had ended up like this. He tried to ground himself, but reality and fear were starting to merge. Even the physical grip on his arm that he tried to shrug off but couldn't wasn't helping. Villains? No way. Who'd be stupid enough to attack you? At that his senses started functioning properly again and his mind redirected its anxiety and adrenaline to problem solving and protecting his classmates. They'd never experienced this before. Even if some of them had skirmishes before, they'd never have done this before. He had to focus. The blood rushed back up to his brain as it woke up, and the oxygen rush there again sent him into overdrive. Apparently when he'd been calming himself down, the conversation had drifted on slightly because he tuned in halfway through a sentence, a habit he would have to break. They must have an objective, because this is a well-coordinated attack. He wanted to scoff because those men and women down there were anything but coordinated. They only gave off the illusion that they were. And that worried him. If his classmates were this easily fouled by sloppy acting, how would they fare up against them? Hopefully, if they were still as weak and uncoordinated as he remembered, even the less offensive players would still be able to hold their own. 13. Begin evacuating the kids and try and contact the school. One of the villains must be using their quirk to jam the system. Kaminari, use your radio to do the same as 13. We need to call for backup. He saw his teacher pulling his goggles up and onto his face and felt some resemblance of fear settle in his gut. Sensei, you can't fight them alone. There's too many and most of them have mutation quirks anyway. The man looked at him from under his goggles and he could see the indication to continue. I've fought most of these guys before, so dash. If you go down they might not want to fight. He nodded at his teacher who grunted, let's go then. 13 take care of the rest of the students, myself and Midoriya will handle the group down there. Almost immediately uproar and complaint came from his classmates. Why is Midoriya fighting? We can help? Sighing, he pulled up his costume's hood, slipping his knife out and throwing it up in the air where it flipped open and caught it without looking as he stared his classmates down. You want to know why? He looked away and walked over to the edge of the stairway. The villains had a clear sight of him and he could see many of them grow fearful. This is why. He launched himself down the stairway, feet connecting chest first with a juggernaut that had been stampeding up the stairs. Using the fallen man's body as a springboard, he threw himself into the flurry of humans' bodies, their disoriented state and his continuous non-lethal injuries slowing them down. When he was done with one gaggle, he stood tall and spotted his teacher had joined him at some point. Dodging out of the way at a swipe, just in time his hood dropped slightly revealing who he was and he stepped forward only for certain villains to take steps back. What do you think you're doing? It's just a kid. He effortlessly leant to the side as another fist went straight for his face and within seconds had another opponent on the ground as he and Aizawa managed to get the stranglers to start to congregate together. That's the Yurei. No matter what we do, he ain't gonna stop coming at us. Not even if we kill him. He just gets back up again.